this morning as we get going on what could be an interesting couple of days, couple of weeks even for the overall market here. We are still in negative territory for the NASDAQ to the tune of 0.14%. Currently, we will get a couple of interesting data points coming up this morning. Just keep in mind, 9:45 S&P Global Composite PMI and the manufacturing side going to come through at 9:45. 10 o'clock, we'll get existing home sales. A couple of Fed speakers today. Waller earlier this morning. Fed's Bowman coming up at 10 a.m., then Kugler later on this afternoon. We get a double dose of Powell this week as well. Tuesday and Wednesday, Powell testifying in Washington. So that's always leads to some sort of comment that moves the market. So we'll keep an eye on that again coming up tomorrow and Wednesday. Overall, that's how the market's setting up here to start things off. A couple of the early movers here. SMCI down on a $2 billion offering. Senior debt offering here this morning announced pre-market. We'll touch on that coming up. HIMS, the other one, off a cliff. Their deal with Novo no longer happening. Novo walking away from that. So session lows right now here for HIMS. Obviously, lots to keep an eye on the macro front after the weekend strikes in Iran. From the U.S., no significant fallout as far as the market is concerned. We did see a decent gap down Sunday night when futures open. We quickly regained all of that, and here we are back to basically where we ended off on Friday.
See if they close the Strait of Hormuz, and by doing that, the barrel goes up, and by that, obviously, inflation goes up, and that's why we saw Bitcoin sell off aggressively last night as well, still being traded as a risk asset, not a risk-off asset, so we'll keep an eye on that. There's a lot to talk about today, Brendo. Circle up again here in the pre-market to the tune of 4.5%, and oh yeah, yesterday, Austin, Texas, robo taxi unveiling. Lots of YouTube videos about that. That was actually quite interesting to watch. And some of the features that we didn't know that were going to be included. I was telling you off camera, your profile set, your Spotify's ready, your Netflix is all tuned up, Brendo, so you can just DJ in the back super quick.
Put the feet up and relax a little. Yeah, Tesla up nicely here, 1.3%, trying to get back above 326.50 right now. It's been a gappy kind of few days here for Tesla. We kind of gap up, continue, and then gap up again on Friday, and then give it all back really quick. So here we are. We'll see if this one holds. But yeah, it seemed to be without any kind of glitches or problems or major upsets anyway.
And they're being quite cautious, like they've geofenced it. It's only a certain part of Austin. There's only about 10 of these things driving around the city, and there's a safety driver.
Yeah, so. Yeah, and that's how, I mean, to be fair, that's how Waymo works exactly. Too. It's like in a grid, and they can't go outside of the grid. So if you want to jump in a Waymo, you got to be within that grid. Same story with Tesla's robo-taxi, guys. Happy Monday.
Yeah, happy Monday. Things heating up a little bit for Tesla there. And also for the NASDAQ, because we just went green. Like 2 seconds ago, we just went green on the NASDAQ. The ES exactly flat, maybe 0.01% up. And unless you're looking at HIMS, which is bad, or, well, there's a lot of things that are down. There's nothing terribly ridiculous in terms of gap moves. Like Circle's only up 4%, so it's not even gapping that far. But that HIMS losing on Novo, not a good deal there. We were just talking to Steve on Friday about how well this stock had been doing. So yeah, it's not all good. Obviously, geopolitical concerns. Look, unless you're trading oil, energy names, defense names, I think we overreact a little bit here. That said, it would be somewhat of a shock if the Strait of Hormuz did get closed. That would be a big shock if we actually heard anything along those lines. But I think you're looking at energy names for volatility if you want to respond to what happened over the weekend. I don't like what I saw in Bitcoin, however. They sell it, they sell it, they sell it, and it never seems to be a flight to safety. The US dollar went up. Seems like they still want to go there when they want to feel safe. Is what it is.
Yeah, Bitcoin is fine. I mean, it's 1015 right now. I mean, I think when we left it on Friday, it was 104 and change. So I think we're fine. 101 change. Yeah, welcome everybody. Yeah, HIMS is a funny one here, losing Wegovy, Novo Nordisk. There's a huge move to the downside. Everyone was horned up about it. You talked about Steve Tileman. It's his largest position. And now you're getting that huge move. What's up, Randy? Right back into $50 again. So we're gonna have to wait to see if it can hold. I'm gonna be watching this one, $47 to $48 there on HIMS. coming through. So losing that Novo Nordisk, I guess. Well, we'll read the story more here. Termination cuts off key distribution channel for Hims & Hers weight loss offerings. So short float of 32%. So maybe it gets back to the upside there. But yeah, when you're not, when you're not getting the nice response there, I mean, I guess they can make a deal with somebody else, but I don't know enough about this story, so we're going to wait. But $50, pretty key here on Hims coming through. And then, of course, yeah, we're going to be watching. I mean, my number one trade today is going to be Tesla. Just a matter of what price we get in at. I'm thinking, the pre-market high break, this 328 is probably good enough for me. I want to check out what Coinbase was doing. Coinbase had a huge run as well, 303, and it was super hot. It was feeling like 40. I saw it yesterday. It was feeling like 46. Silly. So 46 Celsius is like 90, high 90s, I would think at least. So yeah, it was a really, really warm day we were on the 3 different baseball diamonds yesterday, so it was pretty exciting there. Palantir today, 138, so that's still holding out pretty nicely as well. I wasn't here Friday afternoon, but doesn't look like too much happened there. There's Palantir, pretty flattish there into the close. So up 0.8 right now, like one of the bigger ones to go to the upside. I always want to see Apple around $200, and it's now above $200.
Apple caught a really strong bid late at the day. There wasn't a lot in terms of the imbalances. Like there weren't a lot of big numbers. I think it was kind of like a nothing burger, unless you were watching the CME Group. That was the most ridiculous move on Friday with CME Group. But Apple caught a big bid at the end of the day. That's worth watching. By the way, that it's for anyone out there, well, all of our U.S. Viewers, if you're looking in Fahrenheit, with the humidity here yesterday, it would have been the equivalent of 115. Like Arizona type temperatures, completely insane. I was at the Jays game. The dome was closed because of how hot it was. They're like, yeah, we got to close it and pump the AC because no one wants to be in that heat. So yeah, it's gonna. And I think we get that today and then tomorrow a little bit.
You were there yesterday?
Yeah, I was there yesterday.
Oh no, they lost.
Oh no, I'm the jinx. I am the jinx. We figured it out because we're 1-7 at the games we've been to this year, and the one time they won, we bought Erin Twizzlers. She wanted Twizzlers instead of popcorn. So if we buy popcorn, Jays lose. If we buy Twizzlers, apparently the Jays win.
Yeah, well, that seems like an easy thing to solve.
Well, I love Twizzlers, so it's easy enough for me.
All right, good. Yeah, so fun times around here. Hope everyone has a great day. Yeah, surprised that the market's up as much as it is, and it looks like it's going higher right now. So, dip by all the problems in the world, and you'll be fine. I mean, that seems to be what the solution is. I did want to look quickly here because we talked about digital gold, and that's the difference about buying Bitcoin versus buying IBIT. Right, like you could have bought Bitcoin yesterday, 98 and change. Right now, you're coming in today, and if you haven't bought, then you're going to be paying 102 or 103 probably IBIT, right? And because when this market opens up, maybe you're at 102 already. So you put a market on open order on IBIT, and you're getting $3,000 higher than you would have got last night just trading Bitcoin by itself. All right, so GL, but you have no idea, right? You have no idea the predictions of the prices, but there goes gold as well. As the market starts to head back up to the upside a little bit, gold slipping the other way. And then XLE, of course, well, we can talk about oil itself, but XLE going downside here. So, yeah, lots of stuff going on today. Let's go back over to the desk and figure out what, I guess we have Michael Noss coming soon, maybe.
Good.
We'll get to Michael Noss coming up here in a second, but as we're mentioning, to kick things off, going to be an interesting couple of days here again. Tuesday, Wednesday this week, we'll hear from Fed Chair Powell in Washington coming off what happened last week. We'll also get GDP this week. We'll get a reading on PCE at the end of the week. We'll also get Michigan consumer sentiment at the end of the week as well, which is the final reading. Again, an inflation portion tied into that. I mean, how many different ways can they phrase the question of how will tariffs affect their policy going forward? Yeah. How will this geopolitical stuff affect their policy going forward? And how many different ways is he going to say, I can't answer that, and we're just going to look at the data.
And they'll ask him about more stuff, Brando. Now they'll ask him about oil with the Middle Eastern stuff coming in to play. Obviously, so what I'll be keeping an eye on here is the dot plot that we got last week. It changed the outlook for what most Fed presidents were looking for in terms of rate cuts. We had a bit of a decline in the amount of people that were looking for a rate cut this year. I think about 7 or so were looking for one rate cut, with a couple, with about 8 looking for more. And there were some that were looking for no rate cuts. So I'm sure he'll be pressed on that. I'm sure he'll be pressed on the comments that Donald Trump made as well regarding him last year. And yeah, it's been quite kind of a topsy-turvy time at the Fed with no real clear direction here, Brendo. Sometimes we're looking at 2-3 rate cuts. Sometimes we're looking at none.
According to Trump, 2.5. What was it? 2.5 points. What was the last one he was saying? Needs to come off immediately.
Immediately.
Market clearly doesn't need that, though. I mean, we're still, just a couple of percentage points away from all-time highs here. So, what actually does happen to the market when we do eventually get? I mean, I just looked at the CME Fed Funds tool there. It's still showing up to 2 by the end of the year. So, I mean, when those do finally come around, it's almost like they're going to be priced in at that point.
It feels that way. It feels that way. The only kind of the curveball that we got was the dot plot, and we hadn't gotten one since March. It was the first updated one since the spring, and like I was saying, a couple of Fed chairs, or sorry, presidents were looking at no rate cuts for the rest of the year.
Yeah. So we'll see how this plays out. Meanwhile, as we said, let's bring in Mr. Noss here and talk a little bit about the overall market. As we head into, what's going to be an important couple of days here, Michael Noss, as we were saying, with a whole bunch of really key economic data points to come this week before we get to Friday, and then we hear from Powell in the middle of that as well. Separate all of that, and then anything could happen at any point with what's going on over in the Middle East. You found a couple of interesting points when it relates to the Middle East and the overall market here.
Yeah, it's strange that I seem to come on every time I come on. It's like, okay, now we have to go back in history and see where this really rare event happened and what has happened in the market after it. So, of course, right, over the weekend, we had U.S. involvement in the whole Iran-Israel thing. So what I did is I went back and I said, okay, every time, let me look up every time that there's been some sort of massive bombing campaign or something to this effect, what happened to the overall markets. And, this is one of those things I do on the weekend, and it kind of makes me feel a little bit better. I know there's a lot of, especially if you're on Twitter, there's a lot of panic about, we're going to gap limit down or whatever. Of course, that isn't what happened. But we'll be able to kind of go through a lot of these events and see what happened here. So I don't know, anything about everything I learned about like news and geopolitical stuff is kind of against my will. But I just went to ChatGPT and then we just went back in the time. We found in chronological order, which again, I always think that when there is a large event that occurs, this is good to do. It's good to go, okay, if we had a similar event, what happened in the chart? And you don't have to get all fancy with, tables and, percentages and that. Just go look at the charts. And that's what we're going to do right now. So this is March 20th of 2003, which was Operation Iraqi Freedom. So this was the beginning of the Iraq-Iran, I guess, war way back in 2003. Thankfully, I'm not that old, so I don't really remember this one. But this is the orange line, always is the day that the thing started, and then what we're looking for is what happened the next day, and then what happened in the following weeks and months. You can see in this case, green day and a green gap up the next day. So it doesn't seem like this is a super terrifying event for this one. This next one is a Iraq-Syrian conference, Operation Inherent Resolve. That was one of the weirdest things, looking all these up. They all have really cool sounding like Tom Clancy names. But again, you could see the day it happened, a big green candle and then an uptrend after that. Again, no one likes war, but it seems like we need to take a look at what happens from a market's point of view, because the market doesn't seem to mind that much. So the next one is in 2016, which was in Libya. And you can see pretty much no action, right? So that day was also green, and pretty much no action after that. If we go down to the next one, which was another Iran-Iraq Soleimani drone strike. So this was 2020. I think I remember this being talked about in the news a bit. But again, next to no, little green action, next to no market reaction. And then the next one, again, I think you guys are starting to get the thing here. This was a Yemeni strike in Yemen. Again, a little bit of a green day. Almost no action after that. And then also, last but not least, was 2024, which was an Iraq-Syria airstrike. And again, a little bit of green day and almost no action. So even though there doesn't seem to be any sort of definitive trend based off these that I can see. I do think when you get an event like this, instead of popping on to social media like I did right away and seeing all the people who are fear mongering and all of this, we live in a world now where this whole process took me maybe 10 minutes to go to an AI and say, right, list out all of the major times that the US, did some sort of major bombing in the Middle East. And then I just went to the chart and marked those up. And I think this is a good exercise for you guys to do. I hope I don't have to keep coming on every Monday. And there's another event that we have to go look at the history of because it's so rare. But in this case, it just by doing this, I said, okay, so the market's not going to react too much for this. So like Brendan was just talking about, we got to start looking at other things. We got to start looking at what are they thinking about the Fed, what economic numbers are coming out, and just make sure this isn't a huge part of the equation based off what bias we have going into the trading day.
First thing I did on the weekend was pull up, obviously the market was closed, but I pull up a futures chart and actually look at overall on a higher time frame where the market is, and if we did get that gap down this morning, as I think the entire world on social media anyways, as you were alluding to, was anticipating where that would put us. The first chart then I pulled up when I got here this morning was the VIX. Wasn't really doing much. So when you consider, an event of that magnitude really doesn't bring any volatility with it when you come in and get the first chance to trade it on a Monday. I mean, to get to some sort of look forward here, what is it that you're keeping your eye on, I guess, that's going to be the next catalyst, that's going to give that market move that you want to trade?
Well, I think this may have been the catalyst, but just kind of in a strange way. We talk about it all the time in the after hours show. I talk about it with Neil all the time. We don't really care too much about the news, but what's the market reaction to the news? And you mentioned yourself, we gapped down in the Sunday overnight session, but it was immediately bought up. It's like people just waited for that gap down and bought up. So I look at that and say, okay, that means there is a demand still out there for stocks, and people are using every chance for, I think it was like a 1% gap down or so in order to buy. So that might be part of it, that we're just seeing more institutions using any sort of down move to accumulate. But to be honest, I think to get us to that all-time highs and through that all-time highs, it's got to be a Fed thing, right? And I know that we've got now, bullying going on and name calling. I saw a lot of things. I don't know if that's going to get it moved, but when I was in the green room, you guys were already talking about, we have 2 cuts already kind of priced into the market. I think it needs to be kind of an additional cut or a cut quicker, or even, the way J-Pow works, even if he hints to a cut at this point, I think that's what we need in order to get going.
If we come in, just to go back to the VIX, just briefly here, if we're getting excited about a move from 15 to 18 or 16 to 19 type of thing on the VIX, where we saw a VIX of 50, 60, 70 plus, just going back a few months ago, like that's just not going to move the needle at this point. One thing that Sharif and I were kind of alluding to was the simple fact that being so close to all-time highs, it almost feels like this market at least has at least one of these cuts priced in at this point.
Yeah, and I think we're just desensitized to everything, and this happens. And if you look at the chart on the S&P 500 during the last Trump administration, this is kind of what happened as well, right? We know, love them or hate them, that there's going to be a lot of news coming out. There's going to be a lot of changes, a lot of things moving around. And in the beginning, there was a lot of big market reactions to it, and then eventually, I think the market just gets a little bit climatized and desensitized to it, and we start to look at earnings, and we start to look back at the fundamental things that matter. So I think it's kind of the same way. I'm still I came into the year saying I think this year is going to be a choppy year. Obviously, did not think a 20% up move and 20% down move is chop, but I'm still kind of in that camp. We have to remember that the last 2 years were 20% up moves. So having a consolidation, not only after 20% up moves, but the market has rallied 25% off the lows. I really think that we should just sit back and kind of enjoy the fact that there's some low volatility, make some shorter term trades, and then just wait for the market to break out in order to get too excited just, getting into something long, because this could go on forever. We got the summer coming up. It could be months that we're sitting here.
Good stuff. Michael Noss, back with us after the close tonight. We'll see you then.
Talk to you then.
Yes, thank you, Michael. And I guess you could also just not be worried and buy AMD apparently. because making another strong rally this morning is Advanced Micro Devices. It just went about $1.50, breaking through 130. And what's interesting about this, they did have their own small news story there, nothing gigantic. But what's interesting is, hey, you've got NVIDIA down almost a full percent. So it's not every chip name flowing together. I know this has already been true. Just from one thing I'm reminded of was how strong this was right off of the open on Friday, only to give it all back. This is like, it was back by the time we ended the morning show for you guys. AMD was underneath where it started despite this. So I think you got to play this with a little bit of caution. I'd want to see 130 hold. The volume weighted average price, afternoon resistance, 130s, pre-market highs, like all that kind of good stuff. If we do get a dip right at that 132 half like we did on Friday, then I want to see 130 hold and see some buying out in front of it, because AMD, rocket ship, but it was crazy, that reversion that you saw earlier. But yeah, market is now, maybe we're green. I don't want to say solidly green because 0.1 isn't anything crazy, but you know, like Michael said, I just think, unfortunately, I know it's bad news and everyone gets all doom and gloom, you just go back to where you were before, and strong stocks are strong stocks, play the momentum where it is. Obviously, not everything is strong today. Like, look at a HIMS, look at SMCI. We'll maybe talk about that one a little bit later, but AMD's been a strong stock. I'd love to see it hold that 130 for a dip buy.
Look, AMD is right here. It's on the sticky note here. We have a 132 breakout or a 129 dip buy. We've got Tesla, Apple, HIMS, everything all over the place here. Go check it out at Trader TV, Sean. But here's HIMS right now. $53 is VWAP. You're starting to break lower and lower and lower here on HIMS. So there it goes. Nice move to the downside. Right now, as they lose Wegovy, Novo Nordisk. So that's not great. There's a lot of people in this name. It's 32% short. The shorts finally get to ring the register here today on HIMS as that keeps coming back in. So yeah, thanks, Michael, for doing that. Just showing us that, you know, even these CMTs are using ChatGPT. The first thing he goes to is ChatGPT. So, you know, it's a quick, easy way to look at things. And I think Michael's dead on with trying to figure out, you know, where this market's going. And we've been here before. War times have been good times for the stock market. So, you know, without too much, you know, I mean, until there's, you know, an actual response or retaliation, I guess, from Iran, other than, you know, what they've been doing in Israel, I don't know if it becomes real until, you know, something bigger happens from Iran, which I'm hoping is nothing. And I hope that this does, you know, start a discussion. And yeah, anyways, that's what HIMS is doing. This is what oil is doing right now. CL, let's go to, I don't know. No, it's the other one. It's not N.
My bad.
That's okay. I was going to go with August. Anyways, so here's the August contract right here on CL. So it's probably more like it right there. So you can see oil here today. It's not even doing much. It's actually down 0.19%. So yeah, it seems like what everyone maybe thought was going to be a flight today is kind of the opposite, because even gold themselves down as well. So I mean, how many problems do we have to solve here? I think a lot, but you know, the market seems to be still holding highs here on gold, and if anything, coming back in a little bit. So I think you should buy some GLD at some point if you're nervous. I don't know if it's a hedge, but just something else to put into your portfolio. Look, I think Bitcoin gets to 102 before we even open up. So right now it's 101.5. Let's see what happens with Bitcoin. Is there DJT news? People might want to message that. And then we're going to go to Adara with upgrades and downgrades. So right now, DJT, yeah, so nice move up there on DJT. 1750 up to 1850. Echo Charlie Delta Alpha. Okay. Automotive design company. So these guys are doing Bitcoin now, by the way. Echo Charlie Delta Alpha, ECDA, something about Bitcoin, and they are a automotive, what does it say here? Automotive design company setting up some sort of a Bitcoin reserve. There goes ECDA. Just in, Trader TV Live, buying millions of Bitcoin.
Boom.
Yeah, we don't have.
The thing is, we need a stock.
We need a coin or.
We need something that would go up in the event of that.
But there it goes right there. If you can't design automotive parts properly, maybe you just have a. Anyways, these
it's
guys.
a simple shift.
These guys were $1 back in March.
Yeah, QUBT needs to do that. We're gonna go quickly over in just a second.
offering.
But yeah, QUBT with a 14 million share private placement. So this one in the other directions. Apparently they should have just bought Bitcoin.
I mean, apparently, I think all these quantum names are heading cut in half from here for sure, if not lower. But you know, we'll wait to see, man. I mean, they're starting to go. QBTS's high was 20. It's at 15. I mean, does that mean we get to 10? Maybe. I mean, they're good buy opportunities. I'm not. It's just feels a little bit in some of these names, and of course Oklo, the nuclear name as well. Some of them just feel a little bit spicy right now, and maybe topped out when everyone's looking at Circle and CoreWeave and all those things now. Okay, it's Adara. She's got the upgrades and the downgrades.
One name that was certainly spicy last week is actually the top of the upgrades this week, and it's AMD Advanced Micro Devices with a $175 price target from Melius, which upgraded it from a hold to a buy. You can read all about this on our Trader TV live watch list, and also about Kathy Wood's purchase of the stock as of Friday. DoorDash getting an upgrade here from Raymond James. We have Estee Lauder with an upgrade from Deutsche Bank. And last but not least, on the upgrade side of things anyway, DraftKings getting a positive note from JP Chase. Let's move to the downgrades here. AST Space Mobile, or ASTS, which actually has about a 27% short float. The downgrade here from Scotiabank. Then we have Couchbase with a Robert W. Baird downgrade and a $25 price target this morning. Dow Chemical here, or Dow, with a downgrade from BMO Capital Markets. And last but not least, Lineage being upgraded by JP Chase. Quite a few interesting names, especially on the upgrade side of things, guys. Back to you.
All right.
Yeah, I mean AMD, which we just mentioned, so won't go over AMD again, but that'll get talked about plenty enough here today. But ASTS at the high, yeah, ASTS on the topping the downgrade list when it just made a fresh 52-week high on Friday, because logic, that's how it always works. That said, it was this is usually like a pretty solid reversal pattern. It closed at 46 bucks. You can see the topping tail in there, kind of trying to set up a head and shoulders type play. If it wasn't for the fact that QUBT, HIMS, Indo, I'll be looking at Indo and energy today. There's enough flyers around there, but I think like ASTS, if it can, I mean, I'd play off the 46 level, obviously, but there's actually no volume here, only 300,000 shares. But it's setting up a little bit of a head and shoulders. It looks like you get that downgrade coming off of a high. Maybe you get a rejection of 46. Looks like a pullback into 42 would make sense. But yeah, I'll be more interested in HIMS, Circle, certainly Indo today as we talk a little bit about energy. I don't know if we're going to get into that on the watch list, but Indo looks like it's primed to break out. 6.25 is the local high here. I even like a dip buy into 550, or it may not be doing much, but this tends to do well when there's just a threat because it's more of a squeeze play anyways.
It's your first day of summer trading today. I just want to say I'm probably going to be in Tesla before the market opens. I'm taking a 328 break. So it's sitting right here. I'm going to take it in the pre-market. We'll just try to get a small piece as we build into a unit, 2 units, and then hopefully have more than that once we open up. So 328, I just want to bring that to everyone's attention. We're getting close to breaking it. We almost did right there. So we're going to watch out for Tesla breaking through 328 to start the day. And yeah, of course, we go here. We say happy Monday to everybody else. Some feeling like that. Get some carrot juice in your system there today. And I don't know the last time I had carrot juice, but if you were a rabbit,
yeah, I'm sure they like it.
Potentially, I have like the
Carrot
all
juice.
Greens drink every morning. So
I know that.
that's nice. Yeah, the AG1 stuff, but it's something from Costco. I don't know. It's a wellness natural path. I don't know what it is
I know a
anyway.
couple people that do that.
Yeah, good. I like doing that. BlackBerry right here.
Really?
Yeah, something QNX, Vector, Signs, MOU. Okay, so it's nothing. I thought maybe it would be moving. Any kind of BlackBerry news, sometimes we get something, a deal, a memorandum of understanding with Vector. So anyways, not doing anything for BlackBerry. And how low can Rivian go, one may ask. How about lower? Right now, 1350 right now for Rivian, as all the shine is off of this company, and right now on another EV name, in which we're going to be talking about very, very soon. But yeah, no, I mean, I don't want to say it's going too much lower, but I think that if you can get, if you like Rivian and it's down here into this area, 1250, great. Yeah, I still care. Like, I moved from 1250 up to 17. I was still, a little bit upset there that we were waiting for a little bit higher. But we'll wait to see what happens with Rivian today. And then some of the Bitcoin names as, DKNG, that was upgraded, so that's nice. We're in this name here. Shout out to the OKC Thunder there. As I saw on ESPN or something, because of all the trophies and everything, Shea had the greatest year in NBA history or something like that a player could ever make or something like that. It was like all the MVPs, All-Star Game, league, season, championship, the finals MVP.
No one's ever, Michael never did that. Michael never won an
I don't know.
All-Star
I saw
MVP.
that. I don't know.
I believe you.
I don't know. Well, they just said it was the largest, most successful, whatever they said, season of all time. But
that was tragic, by the way. It was hard to watch Halliburton go down. Yeah.
All right.
Triggering, obviously, for me, too.
So it shows me long in Coinbase, but I just wanted to say something. So I wasn't here on, I wasn't here on Friday, and I guess my market on close order, it left me with a small piece. So I'm actually just going to punch out of this. So it's a $3 winner, but it's small amount of shares. So I'm just going to punch out. I just want to explain why that Coinbase shows up there. So you can't hold overnight positions. You're completely responsible for them. So even if this stock was down like $100 from here, this position would still be mine. So, but anyways, that's why it's there. All right, it's 9:01. We have the watch list. We have lots of stuff. Make sure you do scan, not that QR. Well, you scan that QR code, but we have the watch list. It comes up. Also, link in description. Make sure you go get it. There's everything in this watch list today. There's crypto. There's small runners. There's big names. There's energy names. There's lots full. Make sure you go into the description, get it. It's completely free. When I saw this pop in, I thought maybe Tesla was the one that was popping, but Tesla's actually dropping. Not popping, right there.
Locking though?
I had like a little bit. I guess I didn't put enough suntan on here. Oh, that Elf suntan stuff is great, by the way. There's I forget it's a color, or I forget what it's called. It feels so nice. Ramin knows what it is on your skin there, but it's really nice. You should get it anyways. If you don't have it, some sort of forget about that Hawaiian tropic crap. No, it's not about that, man. There's some sort of an Elf
we have
product.
Like a million different types.
It's clear. People would know what it is anyways.
Okay. Maybe we'll take some camping.
You should. It's really good. But anyways, all right. So let's go back. No, I'm not in Tesla yet. So people asking me about Tesla. No, 328. As soon as we break that, my order is going in. And we got pretty lucky that we didn't get in. It got up to 327.90. And then I'm also going to play a dip buy. But we're going to be talking about Tesla momentarily, I'd assume. So let's go back over to the desk.
One more here. RZLV moving around here this morning, coming back in a little bit. This thing's going into the Russell 2 and 3000 AI stock as well. A couple of people were mentioning that. So another one for you to look at later on today, probably.
Super pumped.
See if it gets going. Anyways, but let's have a look at the market.
60.18, guys. That's where we closed out Friday on the ES September contract, guys. We're on the new contract now, September 19th contract. We closed out at 60.18 with the overnight high being essentially 60.40, 60.39. So we're going to use that same level of resistance and support. We've been talking about 6,000 as support, Brendo, 60.50, excuse me, as resistance.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you take a second, jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to that page. Then all you need is your email address to sign up for the watch list. Has everything on it in the morning that's moving around, and a little bit on why. Let's talk Tesla. Right back to session highs at this point, or trying to get back to session highs, up 1.5% here, versus a market that's basically flat. Here's Dan Ives, obviously. Very impressed, yada, yada, yada. We know how he rolls. But yeah, if you missed it, weekend launch successful, seemingly, for the robotaxi.
Yeah, nothing bad happened. That's good. Not a big rollout, but not bad. Let's talk about what happened here. They launched a small fleet of driverless robotaxis yesterday in Austin, marking the first deployment carrying passenger vehicles. Rollout includes about 10 vehicles, Brendo, operating in a limited area with a front seat safety monitor. The rides are priced at $4.20. Very Elon-esque there for flat fee. Tesla's AI chips and software are obviously built in-house and being used here. It was an influencer-led launch, so Tesla invited a bunch of social media influencers for a controlled pilot, including orders via the dedicated Tesla robotaxi app. Early footage showed rides beginning in South Congress, the area of Austin, with a clear absence of human drivers. They are operating under under the new Texas AV law, which passed it's effective September 1st. It's already been passed. It gives permits for autonomous vehicles. The law allows the state to revoke permits if public safety risk is not upheld. And Tesla will kind of limit the rollout here. It's going to be a limited service scope, Brendo. They're going to avoid bad weather. They're going to avoid complex intersections, and they will not cater to minors under 18. You got to be over 18. Musk emphasized the company will be super paranoid, to use his words, about safety in the early stages.
Yeah, and they should be, obviously. I mean, it's a data gathering experiment at this point, which is great. I mean, the more the better. What do we do here, guys? Looking pretty strong versus the market for Tesla today.
Look strong versus the market. It was already, look, you were gapping up on this news. Nothing crazy, but Tesla has been holding out the last 2 weeks, been holding out this 200 period moving average, which is great. And it's been upward sloping, higher lows with one exception. We had one day with an exception for the higher lows last week. And I like that trend. I was sitting there watching 320. If you watch, I was telling Sean at the close on Friday, the stock that had everyone's attention was CME, which is a weird thing because you never see that happen. But while that was going on, you saw Tesla double bottom at the 320 level, another higher low in the afternoon at the same place. So I want to play the stairs to the upside. I'm favoring dip buys because it was there were a lot of really good reversions on Friday, bouncing through. 320 is the obvious level. Our close price at 322 is the buy zone I like here on Tesla. It's the only, not looking at any other EV names. You mentioned Rivian. I'm not really, every now and then when we talk about Tesla, I'll throw that one up there. But until that either breaks out or give us like $10 or $11, Tesla's the game in town. Obviously, it was a bit of a limited launch, but we knew that was likely to be the case. And as they start to get this rolled out, it's a big deal for the company, as far as everybody knows. And the fact that we're getting it on track, I think is just positive news. So I'll be buying this dip back into prior close, into where those buyers stepped up on Friday.
Yeah, we have it. We have a couple trades on our note there. 328 break. I mean, I think you got to play that for sure. What's up, Randy? As we try to pray that for Tesla there on the robo-taxis. Of course, there was people in the robo-taxis. The employees were in there. They weren't completely humanless. But, so that's a dip buy opportunity. A breakout there. And the dip buy for me is this 324, the 200 period moving average. Basically where we were on Friday. Dip down. Oil's not doing anything today, actually, Randy. We sort of talked about that quickly. We'll look at that in a minute. But 324 and change right now for Tesla. I just wanted to so we went to the Minecraft experience. Oh, here's Randy and I. Hey, Randy, here's this handsome devil. Randy, this is when he blew through the screen there. I feel like a wrestler when you're coming out of this thing. It's like and coming in here.
We need music.
Doing that. But here's the Minecraft experience that we went to. This is something that's live now in Mississauga. You get your own little Minecraft thing, and you get to, there's my kids, and there they are, there I am too. You get to hammer, beat up these guys. There we go. Whoopsies. Oh, that was quick. Anyways, this was fun. We did this on Thursday, the Minecraft experience. I think it's too expensive, but there, look, so you do your own, you stand there and you break little things. Oh, there we go. Anyways, that's the Minecraft experience there. Yeah, fun times. I was looking on Instagram because the sticky note will also be up there. But yeah, 323 to 324 dip buy. I mean, I'm there for that for sure. And I'm also here for that break. I mean, the break's going to happen quickly. The imbalances will come out at 25. So right now it's just HIMS with a big sell, but not even really that big. Already 15 million shares, 500,000 right now. But yeah, so there it is. That's HIMS, Tesla. We're going to go over HIMS in a minute, of course, as you can see it on our chat, with oil coming up next as well. But there's Tesla making a little bit of a move down. I really like this 328 break. It'll probably be the first trade that I'll make today. So we'll wait. But yeah, excited about Tesla. Oil trade up next.
Just reading a note here on Google as well. It didn't do anything on this, but a pretty ugly day on Friday for Google, going out on the lows. Google going to cut Smart TV Group budget by 10% and trim the team involved there, according to the information. So Google working on a couple days in a row to the downside here. But yeah, let's talk about some of these oil producers, all to the upside. Here's CVX. I mean, bring up any of them. They all look pretty much the same. XOM, same story, all gapping up 1.5% to about 2% right across the board, along with oil.
Yeah, Brendo, and obviously we're moving up because of the issues in the Middle East, but Iran's parliament on the weekend approved a potential closure of the Strait of Hormuz following U.S. strikes on Iranian nuclear sites. The final decision, though, lies with the National Security Council, not the parliament of Iran. Experts view this, though, as a minimal threat due to the potential for massive self-inflicted economic harm. Just to give you an idea, here, Iran ships about 1.5 million barrels per day through the strait, and a closure could disrupt key exports, especially to China, who is by far the largest customer of Iranian oil. Analysts say Iran unlikely to provoke China or other Gulf states given the potential blowback and the economic isolation. And the Strait of Hormuz handles about 20% of all the global oil flow, making it the world's most critical energy transit route. Analysts expect Iran to avoid full disruption, possibly opting here for partial interference. We'll have to see how that all works out. Spare capacity via pipelines, Brendo and Saudi Arabia and through the UAE totals about only 2.6 million barrels per day. Compare that to the 20 million that goes through the strait. So no feasible alternative here if they do close it. Can't go through pipelines.
I want to show this real quick. This is a daily chart of the futures. If you go to oil futures here, we've given back. So we got this huge gap up on this news, obviously, to 78. We've given it all back. We're right back to essentially where we went out at the end of the week, guys.
Yeah, like if they were to close the strait, like that's just, you'd see just complete chaos in oil futures. You'd see complete chaos in all of the related names. I mean, XOM's a good looking chart. It's not doing a heck of a lot of volume. If it's an oil name that I trade today, like I think XOM a lot of times, it's probably a good hold. I'll leave it at that. Maybe it pulls back into prior highs and you can play off something along those lines. But without a ton of pre-market volume, if I look over at energy, it's going to be something like an Indo here today. You know, like 550, which is a prior resistance zone, looks pretty good. And this is set to break out. Let's just quickly double check the short float here, because a lot of times we like to know what the dilly is. I know it's a decent size short float, but the reason you play this or a HUSA is simply because of that. It's only about 6%, so it's not as big as it used to be. That's one thing to keep in mind, but since the conflict has started, this has been trying to make that secondary breakout. So I do like a look at Indo today. I'll do that one over HUSA because HUSA recently had an offering at HUSA and was in the tank last week. So INDO for me.
Yeah, so, you know, I was thinking about actually selling out of my oil names like XLE, and I have this one in Canada that's similar. I don't actually own any individual oil names, but it's just been such a huge run up for many of these plays. And now, like, I thought that we would have came in today and seen XOM like pretty huge, and it's not. It's only up 1.5%. We talked about the move in oil too. It's like there doesn't seem to be too much happening. So I'm looking at a short here if we can get going a little bit, like, and just basically issue a challenge to XOM to break 120. I mean, we in the last year and a half, we spent maybe, how many days is this? Maybe 20 days above 120 right now. And with all this, turmoil, we have Russia, Ukraine doesn't. I mean, obviously that's in the back seat now, which probably it shouldn't be, but that's still happening. And then we have Straits of Hormuz, they're talking about that potentially being shut down. If that's the case, then I could see this getting back up. But if not, and we kind of just continue business as usual, and there is no business as usual. I mean, everything's changed with what the U.S. did there on the weekend. But it doesn't seem to have been moving as much as I thought. So for me on oil, I would think that it's best days. I never want to say the best days of something are behind it, but, because you never know what's going to happen. But this is just a nice move back up, and just thought that we would have been a lot higher. And if Iran does come, like, let's just say the other way around, if Iran does come to the bargaining table and wants to make a deal, I mean, then what do we think is going to happen to oil, right? Probably the other way. So I would say for right now, I'm a seller of these names, including an Occidental or anything like this. We're at some key levels here, and I would especially sell XOM. Occidental, before I get too carried away, needs to get to this $50 level. But even then, right, I mean, that's a good short into 50 or underneath the 200 period moving average still. So anything up here I think is decent. So I would just watch out. I'm not as bullish on oil as I thought we would have been seeing all those headlines.
Go on to Circle, fading out here pretty quick. Still green on the day. Got back below 1% though. We're coming back in pretty quick through 250. There's a deal with Fiserv. Fiserv actually up more than any of these right now, announcing a couple of deals, 5.7% for FI. One of those coming with Circle, but a multi-day run here, just absolutely monstrous.
Wild last week. I couldn't even find the words.
Lots
It was
of
so
words.
crazy. Yeah. So Circle stock up 83% and change last week and has nearly doubled, guys, since the IPO earlier this month. The surge follows the U.S. Senate's passage of the Genius Act, which is a bill designed to establish a federal regulatory framework for stablecoins. Circle is the sole issuer of USDC, which is the second largest stablecoin by market cap after Tether. The bill enables banks, fintechs, retailers to legally issue and use these stablecoins. It also includes a regulatory oversight and consumer protections, and now moves to the House for reconciliation because, again, guys, it was passed in the Senate. Despite the excitement, investors are urged to be cautious here. Circle, last time I looked, had about a $60 billion market cap, but Brendo, they reported $1.7 billion in revenue last year. The stock's near 200% rise in weeks post the IPO highlights the speculative interest, but also the potential volatility. And this is what caught my attention. Their revenue is very interest rate sensitive, so rate cuts could compress those yield-based income streams, and about 50% of all revenue linked to Circle comes from Coinbase, which holds and supports USDC. So a change in how Coinbase deals with the USDC could fundamentally hurt their balance sheet there. 50% on one company,
yeah.
man.
Yeah, I was noticing coin's actually down this morning, 1.5% with Bitcoin, but yeah, that's a lot. This deal, though, with Fiserv will, I mean, it's nowhere near the same size, but maybe opens the gate at least for potential to expand that a little bit. But keep an eye on FI as well, guys.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, FI has a chance on some relative volume to go, but I mean, Circle's still doing millions of shares pre-market, even if it isn't as bullish as it was on Friday. Look, most days, this is the first day that it's been selling in the pre-market. Just wanted to show. Usually it's flat. It's been flat, flat, and then strong upward move on Friday at the open. But the experience of Friday has taught me, like, when this catches a lack of bid like it did at the open, the reversal was violent and it was worth looking for. I was able to catch, I didn't catch this one, I missed it, swung missed. We talked about that on Friday several times. But then there was a nice catch when it did another bit of a downward trajectory trend, and then this nice little bottoming tail candle, trend break. That's what I'm looking for on Circle. If I see this kind of heavy fall, I want to look to play the mean reversion play. Now, obviously, levels can come into play. Sometimes it'll bounce clean off of a level, like a VWAP, like it did in the afternoon. That's about 230. That can just be the first place I'd look for it. But if it breaks it, you're looking for either a strong trend break, which sometimes is so violent it's hard to get in, or others where you get a trend break and a bottoming tail, and it's not that difficult to find your way into the dip buy on Circle. 230 is the first place I'd look, as it's trending down a little bit here. You know at some point the wind's going to come out for a few days, but until then, buy the dip worked on Friday, as long as you were patient enough to allow it to slow down to the downside. Like, I remember sitting there and we're like, oh, there's no one bidding, there's no one bidding. Don't touch it, don't touch it. And then you take your one shot when it gives you that curl on the trend break. That's what I want out of Circle. I didn't really look too much at Coinbase because I think you got to almost pick one. And if you try to do both, it's a little bit tricky. So I'm going to be focused on Circle if I got to choose one.
Yeah, I think we've talked about this, man. I think like the greatest IPO continues to make IPOs great again. Nice move there. That's funny. I saw Trump tweet something out. He's like, if Iran wants to make Iran great again. Okay, so here we go. I just want to say, let's just find out who's making the money. I mean, whether or not it's Circle or not, this is the top traders here at Real Trading. We had this is from Friday. These are all US dollars, so it really falls off after the top trader. But someone here last week on Friday made 33,000 trading these markets. And then we have a Canadian market here, TSX and the CSE with 13,500. That's US. All these are US dollars. There's NASDAQ, Canada again, Hong Kong. The Mexican, I don't remember the last time I've ever seen the Mexican market on here, but there it goes, man, 6,500 for Mexico coming through again. So big number there, Mexican market coming through for Real Trading. So big time shout out there. Look, it's just a long right there. 3, whatever this high of the pre-market is, because it's probably going to break it. That's 258.50, right? And so Circle continuing to sort of be that, absolute monster of a play as people are scrambling to find shares. CRCL right now, Circle.
We don't have
So, it's not on here.
Short flow's not on
No,
here.
short flow's on here. But I wanted to see what the actual float was, and there it is right there, float. 180 million. So there is enough shares out there. So maybe Circle eventually slows down, but huge move up there for Circle, and just going to continue. It's only up 2%, which makes me think it can go a lot more. The breaking point really is probably like 200 again. So that's going to be quite a move down for Circle. Like, let's just say it breaks 230. Do you really want to go short there? I mean, then you're running into all of this. I don't really, I'm looking always for like gap fills and things like that. So we've already sort of filled that. Like if we were up here, then I would say maybe a break of 252 gets us, and that worked. So when you're looking for fills, you're under VWAP. Yeah, I guess 230 is just a buy zone then, if it comes into there. So I don't know. I'm not super excited about it until it actually makes some moves and starts trading a little bit more. It's making lots of moves, but some more reasonable moves. CoreWeave, again, they might say hold my beer if you want to know a best IPO, because that name just keeps on getting higher as well. CoreWeave looks like it wants to go up there. I mean, we're going to be watching AMD, NVIDIA, names like that, but CoreWeave right there at 180. There are some great dip buy opportunities. Look at a 186 break. We saw it earlier. That's actually 187. You break 187, then you're probably gone on this too. So I don't know. I think both of these names continue to go higher into today. So I still think Circle and CoreWeave, the move isn't done. You're going to need a big flush to get the paper hands out of there. I think people continue to buy dips. I like CoreWeave breaking 187 long.
Friends over at VinFast. Interesting article by Zoltan Ban at Seeking Alpha. VinFast developing market strategy is starting to catch investors' attention. While competition is strong in the US and Europe, they're focusing on fast-growing markets like India, Indonesia, and the Philippines. With rising oil prices, EVs are looking more appealing. Q1 showed major progress. Losses per vehicle dropped from 61,000 to 18,000. NASDAQ ticker VFS. VinFast, definitely one to watch. HIMS, one to maybe close your eyes and not. I don't know.
I was waiting for the segue on that.
In front of this or not. 25% right now. I mean, we seem to be kind of basing out here a little bit in front of 48.50. This went out at $65 on Friday.
Yeah, it's an ugly looking chart there, Brendo. Down and to the right, Novo Nordisk abruptly ending its weight loss drug collaboration with Hims and Hers Health, triggering, as you saw there, that 20+% drop. The partnership had expanded in April, not that long ago, enabling telehealth access to Wegovy, Novo's FDA-approved obesity drug through the Hims platform. The offering included all of Wegovy dose strength bundled with Hims and Hers membership at the very thrifty, Brendo, $5.99 a month, featuring 24/7 care, nutrition support, clinical guidance, all that good stuff. This bundled model was basically the central piece to Hims' push for the fast-growing weight loss market, and Novo Nordisk gave no detailed explanation for the sudden termination, leaving uncertainty around whether the regulatory, strategic, or the supply chain factors were involved here. The lack of transparency here has kind of spooked investors, Brendo, with him sharing shares reflecting that concern, obviously. Down to the right.
Yeah, I was trying to pull up here. They haven't actually reported this, but maybe they have. I'll keep looking. But I was trying to pull up here the percentage of revenue that this product actually makes up for Hims and Hers. But I'll keep digging here. But it's going to be just monstrous because, wow,
Can imagine.
25% downside.
That's exactly why you're seeing the effect be so precipitous to the downside. At this point, you know, you can, when you make your notes and all that kind of good stuff, when these stories come out, like I'm thinking the old standard pull back into prior support, and then fade it, that's 55. Good luck with that. If it goes that far, pretty intense. But there is also, along that same vein, 51 to 52 would be the next battleground zone. It's already at the 50-period moving average. So as far as I'm concerned, like I'm never really shorting something as it's SSR trying to bounce off a level like that. So So yeah, this just does not stand out as something I would want to chase down here on a negative move. It has been relatively strong. Let's see if it gets a relief and pulls back into this level on the daily. That seems like a nice place to look for a continuation short if it pops. Like 51 to 52 would be the zone. Because it's already at that 50 period. I think it's made the move that you would expect. So good luck. I know it's treated a lot of people really well to the long side. Sometimes that's why you want to take profit on these types of runners. It was more than a double up since that consolidation off the 200 period moving average when things got a little feisty here in March. And I would suspect there will be a little bit of a bounce here. I'll look to play the fade into prior support.
I mean, this is why, you know, you got to take profits at some points, right? We talked about Rivian, we talked about Disney. Well, we didn't even talk about Disney. But some of those names, Uber is another one. You know, when you get into levels where you're kind of like, yeah, I've kind of seen that before. Like, how many times are you going to go from 30 to 70, back down to 30, then back down to up to 70 and not cash any out? So I hope that there's a lot of you that did cash it out, but you were just talking, you know, there's lots of traders that were all over this name. I think Steve Tileman was saying that it was like the largest position that he liked the most. And that's fine to like those things. You know, it's just that you got to take something out at some point. Reach up to 100K more users. Yeah, I am promoting that. But there it is right now, 53 short. Look, I was just saying key watch level here is VWAP. You know, and it also failed there. So if you go over, this is just what I'm looking at right now. So this is 53 right here. So that was a key level on the daily, and not really one here this morning as we just cut right through it. So there's 53. We bounced around a little bit, which gave me, you know, some interesting ideas there. That was at 8 o'clock, right? And then we lost 53. And since then, it's written here on the sticky note. So if we do get a pop-up, I was saying VWAP and or 53, but now it looks like VWAP is 52 and change. So anything up into here, I think, is worth a short. But then if it breaks like 55, you can get out. So I think a 53 short into 55 is fine. Still 32% short flow with only 4 minutes to go. We still have AMD to talk about. That's going to be on my list as well as a top trade. NVIDIA right now with the sell, so that's going to give something back. I don't know, man. Maybe by Friday we're not at all-time highs like I thought. We'll wait to see if there's anything going on there. But bids and offers all over the place. HIMS was just a small sell right there. XOM with a buy. We talked about oil already. I don't see AMD on here, but let's go find out the story.
I'm just going through a couple things here. For AMD, back to the upside as we've seen here, 2% right now after a huge move out of the gate back on Friday. I mean, there's not a lot as far as headlines go for AMD. ARC, Kathy was in there buying on Friday. She bought 162,255 shares. Sharif and I were just kind of oohing and awing over this Circle trade. 615,000 shares sold of Circle on Friday, 147.8 million. The projected value, I guess no one knows the actual price, but yeah. That's not bad.
People always talk about her selling NVIDIA before it went to the top. People don't point out enough of these good trades that she has. Let's talk about AMD, guys. So Melius upgrading AMD to buy from hold, I guess, with analyst Ben Wrights is setting a new price target of $175. That's up from 110. That implies basically a 36.5% upside from current levels. Wrights highlights his growing investor optimism around inferencing, guys, inferencing, not training, related GPU growth, especially in 2026 to 2028 timeframe. He says the demand from hyperscalers and sovereign buyers is accelerating, pushing forecasts even higher. And they're basing their analysis here on strong conviction that the street is underestimating the AI GPU monetization. The firm expressed, Brendo, here continued upward earnings revisions and growing institutional interest.
Just a quick note, more people talking about that Google note from earlier. It did make a bit of a downtick there, but if you missed it again, Google cutting their smart TV budget and the staff around that, according to the information, guys.
Ooh, Google. No, not too much movement on Alphabet, but AMD, look, it's super strong. The only cautionary tale I'll have is if we get the pullback like we did on Friday, the obvious buy was right at that 128 level, and it just held it the entirety of the day. It's the only two places I'm looking for the buy are our close price at the 128, and then if we can hold 130 at the open. You got some bad wicks in here, but it's been holding this prior high. Underneath, maybe even like 129.8, but I think this gets tested right away. If you lose VWAP, I'm waiting all the way to $128. This is relatively strong. Just very quickly, I know the imbalances came out. I didn't see NVIDIA, but NVIDIA actually took the low of the day there.
It was a sell.
Oh, it was a sell, okay. Took the low of the day and is right back in. So it must have paired that off a little bit. But it's AMD that I'll be paying more attention to for sure. Only about 30 seconds to go to start this week. We'll look for some Tesla. Oh, by the way, Indo, when I got up to go to the bathroom, decided to break out. I'm going to play this back into the breakout price at that 69.25.
Yeah, we have AMD as our second trade idea on here, 129. So we're going to get a little aggressive here, 129.50 if we can grab that. Tesla will break right off the open, so hopefully we'll get a little bit of shares here to start our day at 328 and then wait to see if there is some dip buy opportunities for Tesla. Apple also, we didn't get enough chance to talk about Apple today. Over $200 right now, so we'll wait to see if Apple can get into that $200 mark. But there it is. The opening bell is brought to you by Origenics, so make sure you go check them out. Origenics. There goes Tesla right now. We did not get the fill, unfortunately, TSLA, as it's gone. We tried to, my order went out. It just was not aggressive enough. So we missed all there. I mean, there goes Tesla. So we'll get in here at 329.60s. It's already $1 right there, but you know, where does Tesla go from here? We'll have to wait. But there goes Tesla. We miss our 328 break. We take 329.50. There it goes, man. It's already a monster trade, but we don't have as many shares as we want or the price that we want. Actually, we have the shares, but we don't have the best price. So right there, we'll take $1 as it goes higher. It's $1.70 now in the money. Tesla, huge trade long, and it looks like it wants to continue to go higher. So there it goes, man. Tesla, we nailed it. It's our #1 trade idea, but we just missed a 328. So we take 329.64, and there it goes, man. It's a big move. Let's put another piece out for 331 and change, but there goes $1 in the money already on our first trade, and we'll just wait for some more, man. We're waiting for AMD now, I guess.
AMD's about to break. Oh, maybe. AMD's trying to break out that high. HIM's just got absolutely smoked, now down to $46. Bye Indo. Indo does not give us. I just canceled the VWAP bid. Indo just won another 10 points. Now up 42%. Sorry, INDO. We'll look to get in on some kind of a dip buy. Congratulations if you took that 6.25 break a little bit earlier. This one absolutely flying, and that's without oil doing anything. It's up 41%. Oil's not even moving.
Tesla's $5 in the money right now. Your #1 trade today, man. We take it and we take it good. Neil, it's $7 now in the money on Tesla, and we missed the price that we wanted. So there it goes, man. Tesla, let's just get some more out, man. It is absolute. There it goes again. Okay, Joe, man, we're here, man. Neil, this is what we're doing every day, man. There it goes, Tesla, nice win over there for anyone trading Tesla. All right, Apple's coming in, though. So we have Apple right now coming in. So we're now long Apple at this price as well. So let's go. This is the price that we wanted for AAPL, in and around 200. It's another play off of the note. So, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, you can either get aggressive, watch stock, or if something breaks, man, you got to try it. I tried 328 for Tesla. We had to pay up for that. We get it. There's Apple 200 long, so that might break out to the downside very, very soon. But it's an oh boy trade here for TSLA, as there it goes, man. We're long at 329.50. We just got out at 336. So good movement here for TSLA. I'm going to take one more piece. I mean, I don't know how long this is going to last for. Let's play the momentum out. Right there it goes again on Tesla. Oh boy, is that a trade or what? There on Tesla. Let's go for Apple as well. There's 40 cents in Apple. So far, man, we've taken about $8 out of this market. Let's see what we can do. More than that, it's only $9.33.
Yeah, it just started. Great look over there. I can't endorse chasing Indo up here. I just had a look at the oil futures. They're absolutely doing almost nothing as Indo flies, but I do like me some AMD. That actually has held the 130 level. There's your bottoming tail holding the 130. Looks like VWAP is going to be in play. If we can grab this at the volume weighted average price with a 130 stop or just underneath 130 stop, I'm going to take that. But I don't mind the breakout play either. Whichever way we get long on AMD is fine. Just keep in mind, the chips are not strong right now. NVIDIA is actually heading back down to the low of the day and about to break it. So this is with NVIDIA testing the lows that we're grabbing the long in front of 130 on advanced micro devices. So let's play it back into the volume weighted average price, see how high this one wants to go. Indo's about to break $8. Maybe I'll play a failed break on Indo. That could be a way to get in.
Okay, we're long AMD here as well. The market is coming back in a little bit, but so far so good, man. I mean, we got some more out of, actually, our best out of 60s there. We did not get 01s on Apple, so we're going to have to go a little bit higher here on Apple, see if we can get that. We'll put some 201s out as well on there. So, all right, so Tesla coming right back in, man. Here it comes. This is why we get some out on Tesla. We're out of 2/3 of this trade, but it is coming back in into a level that we don't mind. But look what the market's doing, man. You want to talk about, like, oh man, what is going on? The market is coming back in pretty decently again. Maybe we do wind up getting something around that 330 mark there for Tesla. We can see if we can put a bid there. I am gonna put a bid there, and then we are still gonna wait for 328. Maybe that comes in again, and we'll see what we can do with that. But it's AMD right now. Look, we wanted to wait. We wrote down 29s, so we'll just start the trade right now. But we got to wait for, well, here it comes back in 129 for AMD. And it looks like Apple's trying to break some backs as well, falling down. I mean, look at the market. The market's coming back in. So, you know, try to take some longs here, see if it can work. We'll punch a little bit more of Apple here, but the market's falling. Let's not get too overly confident on the longs, as some of these levels are right here right now. So my out for Apple, I don't know, that's 199.50 maybe, looking pretty decent there for Apple for an out. So I think that that's probably what we'll wind up doing there. 199.50 to be wrong on Apple. And Tesla still working, man. That's still $4. I think we'll take another piece out here on Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla, well, I mean, the Tesla coming back in a little bit. Indo just pulled back. INDO just pulled back a little bit here, bouncing off of 720. There's a buyer at the quarter level, at least there is for now. If we can play back into 750, going to try to take some out in front of that price. Like I said, oil wasn't really doing a heck of a lot. This is more like a squeeze play. Quickly, for everyone that's out there, well, if you had him short right away, you're good to go. But now at $45, at some point, this is just going to go so far to the downside that I'm looking SSR bounce. Now it's under the 50 on the daily. $42 is the next significant level. If it gets to 42, I'm going to look SSR bounce on on HIMS. INDO is a different stock, obviously.
We're 3 for 3, and it's all as listed. Man, AMD is a huge trade, so we're going to wait to see what winds up happening here. We've got on a decent spot right now. Bitcoin 101.5 right now. Tesla, look at Tesla, $5 in the money. AMD 50 cents in the money. Apple right now, quick little 16 cents. Let's see if we can get a little bit more on all of these plays. What's up, Adara?
Oil and energy names, because we did get a post from President Donald Trump on Truth Social. And I quote in all caps, "Everyone keep oil prices down. I'm watching, exclamation point. You're playing right into the hands of the enemy. Don't do it, exclamation point." So Trump here with this Truth Social post on oil. Keep an eye on some of these oil plays. Here's the chart of OXY or Occidental. Back to you.
2 times goal. Thank you, Adara. Met right there for the day. It's AMD, Neil. It's absolutely monstrous. I don't know what
130
what position you had there, but we had a big position.
130 long, but I got out at 131. By the way, I punched the second I heard Trump said something about keeping oil prices down. I punched out of Indo. I'm not fighting the president. Probably
a good idea.
No, I'm just saying, if you're long an oil stock in that moment, you don't hold on to the long, everybody.
Oh,
it was a great breakout trade, but there's no chance I hear that headline that I'm going to stay in it.
So what kind of, like, were you pretty heavy there on AMD? What was your situation there? Because that was a great call. Neil, what was your position there on AMD?
I had regular size on it.
Regular size?
Regular size. I mean, I'm like everything that I play is basically about the same, unless it's a big time mean reversion play.
Okay.
Those are the ones that I tend to like the best. But one last thing, while that was going on, we did miss an opportunity here in Circle. Load Circle. Speaking of mean reversion play, it did do the move you're looking for, which is that big bottoming tail candle. I was on Indo and AMD. It goes right into 230. But with Circle, if you're not watching that stock in that moment, you have 0% chance of catching it. It's that simple. So yeah, it came down into my level, but I was looking at 2 other stocks at that time. Congratulations. Like right now, if you're looking at it, pretty much everything came into play. AMD 130, Circle 230, and Indo's going to try and hold. But with that news, I almost feel like you should be fading some of those energy names if we get any more pops. So yeah, looking pretty nasty for the energy names. You got to be able to bail when the president says certain things.
All right. Yeah. So right now it's a big one here for AMD. I mean, like we were saying, like when a price comes in that you've been waiting for and that you like, and a stock comes in. I mean, this is why we say it all the time, man. I mean, regardless of how you guys prepare, for me, it's pretty simple. I just look at the names that we like there: Tesla, AMD, Apple. So I'm in all three of these names, and all three of them have, you know, helped sort of get to where we need to get to on the day. And now we just try to figure out, okay, based on what we're seeing, based on how this market's moving around, you know, are there better opportunities and what is the next trade? But look what AMD is doing. We wrote down on AMD 132 break, right? So you're almost right there right now. So let's take a little bit off. It's just a bit, it's a good trade here to start the day. So we want to make sure that we were able to capitalize on that. We did get a dip down in the market, which sort of gave us all of these trades. So there goes AMD. And yeah, good size there. And that's why I was asking Neil, just like what kind of was he taking there? Because I was pretty confident in it, and I wound up taking much more. I took 4 times. Neil was like, most trades are the same size. That's just a different strategy, right? And you guys ask us sometimes about that. So I took 4 times the shares on AMD that I did on Tesla, and same thing on Apple, 4 times the size on AMD than Apple. But Apple looks like that's going to be a great winner as well. Just wish we had a little bit more on Apple, but so far so good. So we wrote down 200 on Apple. We had the AMD trade, and we obviously now have this Tesla trade as well. So far so good, but more to come, man. I'm hoping anyways we're able to find some big winners here as this day goes on. But Tesla, not as big as I'd sort of hoped, wishing that we had got another pump through 337. But right now, Apple moving, Tesla moving, and then we didn't look at HIMS. Well, you looked at HIMS a little bit, but that did not come back up to VWAP. So that would be a good shortish area around 49 to 50 there for HIMS. So another area there to consider a look. But AMD coming back in a little bit here. I'm going to get another piece out of AMD.
Yeah, I just realized, by the way, anyone's asking, what did you say about Indo? I just simply said, I'm getting out of the longs when the president says keep oil prices down. And then the first thing I'm going to do is pay for locates on Indo, because we didn't actually, I was only planning to go long. So I did not even pay for locates. And oh, looks like the page is, I'll have to do that in a couple of minutes. The page is down for me. Anyways, Circle looks like it's trying to pull back a little bit. Every time it dips, I just want to find that bottoming tail candle if we're able to get it. I want to play trend on AMD. I'll leave the Circle chart up because I don't want to get too far away from it. I'm still sitting 130, but VWAP sits at 130.75 on my 3-minute. So with it still kind of rejecting up at that 132, I think VWAP also sits as a level to be able to play into. So once I can get locates on INDO, the ability to go short it, I do want to play short.
Neil doesn't have any positions. People keep saying we don't see your positions.
No, I'm out of my positions. I punched out of Indo. I'm looking to pay for some shorts. If the president says keep the prices on oil down, I want to look to see it close under VWAP. If it closes this under VWAP, I'm going to take the short into 712. But it's not going to be free to do so. So I'm just going to get those right now.
All right. Yeah, that's why, guys. All right, so you can see my positions, I hope, and right now Tesla's, okay, so here goes Tesla, man, $5 in the mun. We'll take a little offer here at 78. Oh no, it just ran away from us. This is why, so there it is. Okay, well, it didn't run away from us that hard. There it goes back up to 335 right now. So here's, the longs will be indicated by our arrows there. So there goes the first long at 329. Unfortunately, we wrote down 328. Our order went out, but we didn't cross enough, only 20 pennies. That was not enough because we put it in the pre-market, and I didn't want to like wipe the level in the pre-market, but there it goes, man. We do have PMI numbers coming out pretty soon as well. You can go find these on X for ourselves as well there. Here it is, just on mine. Let's just review what is coming out right here. There it is. That's Cirque du Soleil. That was fun. Right there, 9:45 global data PMI coming out, 10 o'clock home sales, of course, existing home sales, and then Fed speakers all day. I'm not worried about the Fed at all. I'm worried about news hitting somewhere else, like that oil news that Adara brought us and things like that. So those are what's keeping me awake here, but not really. There goes Apple again. So far so good, man. Every trade we've had today is $1 plus, right? Tesla right now is $7. AMD is $1.50. Apple's $1.40. So far so good here. We're going to go 3 for 3 and be pretty good. But again, with these numbers coming out, might be worth just getting out of a little bit more here of some of these names. So Apple absolutely ripping. Like I said, I wish we had a little bit more on Apple, but for AMD and for the rest of these, let's just get some out. I put some out there at 72. We do have these numbers coming out, so let's go over to Adara and find out what they're all about.
We have a couple numbers here, so we're going to go over them. We've about 22 seconds left. First here, S&P Services PMI, 52.9 is the forecast, 53.7 was the previous print. Then we have the S&P Manufacturing PMI, 51 here versus 52 expected. Last but not least, S&P Composite PMI, 52.2 versus 53 previous. So all of these estimates we're expecting to be a little bit lower than the previous print. And we get them in now. 53.1 is the S&P Services PMI. So that is going to be above the forecast of 52.9, but below the previous print here of 53.7. We have S&P Manufacturing PMI 52 above the forecast of 51 in line with the previous print of 52, and S&P Composite PMI 52.8 also above the forecast. S&P 500 waffling a little bit here, a bit of a topping tail candle starting to form. Let's look at the NASDAQ, which might look a little bit similar here. Yeah, basically similar look here to the NASDAQ. These ran up here off the open. Right now, maybe struggling a little bit after that print. Again, higher than expected across the board for that S&P Manufacturing Composite and Services PMI, and back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair. Appreciate it. So not really that much movement on the PMI number, but what you do have, very quickly, I did get into Indo. It was pretty cheap to locate. Think of it as free here at Real Trading, but right underneath the volume weighted average price. First bid's going to be right at the open 660. But on the NASDAQ, we're looking at a pretty good bottoming tail candle. The only thing left is to break out the top. The problem is we're not really breaking out this top. So until that happens, I'm going to play for some dip buys on anything that I'm bullish on. And as I said, Indo was a flip from favoring the longs into favoring the shorts, just simply 100% based on the president's comments. That's more or less it. We're going to have existing home sales also coming out. So I'm looking dip back into advanced micro devices. Right now, VWAP now sits almost at 131. I haven't canceled 130, but 131 looking like the level that we're going to have to play off of next if we get that stair step to the upside continuing. I have HIMS on the back burner, but until it makes some kind of a fresh low, it's kind of diddling in the middle. I want it breaking down into 42 if we can before I try to play that one. Falling knife on HIMS. So if we get a dip, great on AMD. The other place that I'm looking here is, of course, INDO, flip to the short side.
All right, guys. There's Bitcoin. We called it 102. So if you didn't buy that dip, then yeah, I didn't. But there it goes. All right. We talk about it. The show is not, about nets or anything like that. It's about trading and your ideas. But so far here today, man, what a day. AMD continues to go right into the levels that we wanted to, right? So that's been really good. Tesla is now absolutely gone. Like, you want to talk about, I've been finding that these markets, like these last little while, have been pretty straightforward, man. I mean, we could just go back and look at most of the sticky notes that we're writing down. The levels are holding and going, and it's just been working. I mean, there hasn't been too much. Palantir can be difficult some days, for sure. But, overall, like, the market's actually printing kind of like prices that make sense. And whenever that happens, we fly out. So we're getting out of a bunch here at 132. I mean, I like the 132 break on AMD, but we had talked about this level a little bit, and we had come in and just not much going on in and around there. So, we'll take some out. We're still going to hold to see if we can get a little bit more spice in this level. But for right now, yeah, it's not looking, huge here for AMD breaking higher. But if we do, we got to get above that 133. So we're trying to hold out a little bit of hope that we can get there. We just spiked into the 30s. I was actually waiting at 132.22 and just got missed there. So we'll see if that can come back up into that upside there for advanced micro devices. Look, love to trade. My style has completely changed. I try to hit the goals that I'm looking for, and we try to do that, as early as possible. And then if something else sets up, then great. So you're asking me about buying AMD. I think you can rebuy it at 131. Yeah, I mean, that's where, VWAP is. But, like I was saying, we're pretty happy with what we've been doing here. And that is waiting for levels and grabbing the ones that we initially had thought about. So I'm still probably going to wait for 130, but the trade's already in. We've already sort of made the day here on AMD. Anything after this is kind of just like, is just kind of like icing on top of the cake right here. So I hope you guys are in some of those plays. Neil's in Indo right now.
It's outdo.
So right now you're in that trade, but
That's Friday.
We'll wait. Indo?
No, because
I gotta read this.
It's a line
here.
from Friday. Indo, outdo.
Oh, Indo. Oh, is it? Okay, yeah, I have to.
My
Damn
bad.
it, I should know. No, I should know that one. You're right by calling me out on that one. All right, Prop X ad read right here. If you want to level up your trading game with Prop XP, you can get up to 1 to 200 leverage up to 1 to 200 leverage and static drawdown. I thought that was saying and no static drawdown. And static drawdown. Scroll the site and pick your challenge at propxp.com. Trade directly on our platform. Sign up, try it for free, and start your trading journey. Enjoy rapid payouts and real human support. There are no bots. Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot, trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, get 50% off with the best code around, code TRADERTV. One word, TRADERTV. Link is in the description. Be the trader, get funded. Join Prop XP today. Visit Prop XP and start your journey with them as AMD pulling back down. What's up, Adara?
I hear an LMND. I couldn't find any news on Lemonade, but this one is a retail favorite. It's getting tons of attention on X right now, like lots of mentions per minute here. And LMND or Lemonade also does have a notable short float. Just under 29% of this is sold short, guys. Keep an eye on LMND, and back to you.
Yeah, who
Tasty treat.
That's
He
a
loves
hefty
the Arnold
short
Palmers. He loves the Arnold Palmers. Oh, how much was the
I
short
love
float?
the Arnold Palmer. It's a tasty beverage. 40-something% short float. Is that what I heard for Lemonade? It's a cool, refreshing drink. Apparently, it's also a squeeze play. So just saw INDO did another fail at VWAP. It's hard to see because the execution covers it up, but it goes right up into VWAP here, breaks 7, comes back in, added at 99. So that's why you'll see, 98, sorry. That's why you'll see my price now 98. It did tag that 660 and bouncing again. So it bounced off that 660 support, so I still have a piece. Stop now, move to that prior high, but I also reloaded on, and this is the thing, whatever, Trump said what he said, so I was long and I wanted the longs initially. 625 was the break that we wanted, we didn't get it, but you gotta be able to pivot when the president says something like that. NVIDIA, AMD just broke VWAP. So I took the bounce off the volume weighted average price. Now we'll wait back for the 130 level on AMD. It did this before. Breakout, fail back in, didn't catch a buy, and it wasn't that much of a buy on Friday at about 129.5. 128's the other. If we cannot hold 130, I wait for 128. Pretty simple. I'll buy VWAP on trend. I'll buy our prior highs, and then I'm looking for that support down at the 128 level for sure. Hamster, you know what? It doesn't matter what you believe. To me, the market has respected sometimes when things like that get said. So I flipped into the short on Indo. It worked. It worked to get out of the long and go short. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day,
Trump, it's going to move or it's not going to move, and sometimes he moves the markets. I feel like when he truths something, you tend to want to go with the flow. That's just me.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're still up on the stock, still up on the stock. I mean, we can all make plays. I mean, we have a lot of plays coming through today. So, yeah, be careful and be patient and only take the names that you want to take, right? I mean, I saw some people in the chat saying they chased Tesla there. I mean, Tesla's still, oh my. Tesla is $10 right now in the money. I don't know, man. This has been quite the run there for TSLA. Let's get something out here in the 50s if we can on this move higher. You might as well do so. Okay, I was gonna say, didn't I have an offer? Yes, we did. And there it is right there. So, I mean, it's a big trade. It's Tesla. It's moving in the right direction, higher right there. And again, it's the #1 trade idea here at Trader TV Live, going long through the opening break of Tesla or dip buys. We just never got any. We could have dip bought VWAP right there. So just to let everybody know, man, right now we are only in... it was 21, about 10% left of this Tesla trade. We should have about 10 outs here, each one being about that 10%. So a little difficult when we're trying to figure out exactly what we have left, but that's what we've got right there on Tesla. So pretty good trade now, $10. We're taking it. It's good. So there it is. Yeah, VWAP, I didn't take any more here on AMD. Remember, you guys had asked about it. Neil took it, got out. That's probably a decent look there. I'm going to wait for 130, as I said, to love to trade, or whomever that was there in the chat. We're just going to wait for a better trade on AMD. And if it comes in, it comes in. We're pretty light on it right now. I still have about 20% or so. AMD is my largest position percentage-wise right now. Apple is absolutely a moonshot. There goes HIMS right now, down 26%. But my best trade probably is Apple. I mean, Apple right here, we didn't even get to it. I tried to get to it real quick, man, off the open. I tried to get to you guys, Apple, and I think we did a good job of it. If you're watching the sticky note, we only have Tesla, AMD, Apple. So this is PL 1, 2, 3 here today. And then neither of us are in HIMS. Neil's still working that Indo, which is a good trade. But right now, this is what we're doing. Right, have these on our watch, take them, and this is a tale of different strategies, right? I mean, me on AMD, I was waiting for those breaks. It went into 132. We were actually long before that, so we didn't have to suffer too much from that break because we didn't take it. And then on Apple, just a key level of 200, something to watch out for. I did want to watch NVO, Novo Nordisk, as well, because that was something that I wanted to check out.
It had its own news as well, to be down.
Oh, they had their own news as well. Okay,
there was something about one of their drugs.
Okay, so about one of their drugs there. Yeah, well, okay, we'll go there in a second. I just want to see like Novo right here coming back into the 50 period moving average. Nice little dip buy opportunity there into $68. So this could be a buy here for NVO. Let's go ask Adair what the news is.
Here, Novo Nordisk, which you can check out on our watch list, our Trader TV Live watch list. It's basically, they had some trial results here from their new weight loss drug, CagriSema, in case you've missed it. In the past, I would say about 6 months here, we have digested some often mixed to negative updates here with how this test is going. But now they're only seeing mostly mild to moderate side effects. Pretty good sign. However, there's a pretty notable rate of serious adverse effects compared to the placebo. So CagriSema, the Novo Nordisk drug, showed 9.8% here, a rate of serious adverse events. The placebo only showed 6.1%. Analysts, including Jefferies, flagged some concerns about this high rate of adverse effects. Back to you.
Just buy Eli Lilly.
See, there's some adverse effects.
Yeah, that's my level of adverse effects. Last time I checked, are bad, but I'm not a doctor, everybody, as is pretty much obvious. Anybody that was in biology class with me in high school then knows that was never going to be in the cards. So I'm out of Indo, INDO. We like to target right back into consolidation. We'll always play support and resistance. That's the way I like to look at it. So I want to take things out when you get to support levels and let it get to the next one. So it goes 7 to 6, in and out. I know I liked it as a long. That's sort of the thing. I had it on the note as a breakout trade, and we long dip buys. All of that changed when the president opened his mouth. President Trump said, keep oil prices down. So I was looking over just to give you guys a little bit more color there. As this was happening, I didn't show you any other oil names. I was only watching Indo. XOM almost went red on the day. So this is absolutely trending down, and that's why you got to get out of Dodge. Indo is more of a squeeze type name anyway. So you take your shots, but you got to be able to reverse sometimes. If you get stubborn about it in the face of like a seed change, you're just going to get yourself into trouble. If you get stubborn, then you're probably shorting Circle, and it's about to break out the high of the day. Well, no, I'm hoping nobody shorts Circle. We talked about this on Friday, a lot on Friday. It doesn't seem like it's going to give us another chance at a dip buy. I was trading Indo and obviously AMD at the moment that this dipped into 230. I don't know that we're going to get a chance to get to that price again. VWAP sits at 250. Seems like a pretty natural place to look for the next trade here on Circle. So I don't know what I probably don't trade Indo again. I think, you get that fail off of VWAP. If it goes back up through VWAP, whatever. If you can get 10, 15% on the move, you just take it. So Circle, I like the 250, also sets up as a volume-weighted average price.
Oh, boy, man. This is now, Circle's great. But, I mean, Tesla here, we're actually in this trade. Tesla right now, $13 right now upside on TSLA. And we talked about XOM, man. I don't know if Trump was watching the show or not. Probably he is. But I, mentioned that we weren't that impressed with the way oil was working. We talked about XOM and its movement coming back down in. We talked about that it wasn't going to get anywhere near 120. That's correct so far. A nice move to the downside right here for XOM. So that's definitely working itself out. Look, man, the fact that we only have 10% left of Tesla, it's not that much, but it's enough. So, yeah, there goes Tesla. Wow. Shout out to Chef Joe. Shout out to everybody. As we approach 10 o'clock, let me just see who's here, man. Who's making money today? Honestly, Palantir, what's up to Anish here? What's up to All Things Trump? Yeah, what's up? All Things Trump loving the show right now. There it is, man. What's up to Dane Generous? Juan Padilla, Skull is here as well. Shorts versus long. Finch, Jane, and everybody there. We'll review this when we get back, but it's number time with Adara.
Better than expected existing home sales coming through. 0.8% to the upside here versus negative 1.25% expected for that existing home sales change. Now the actual existing home sales number coming in at 4.03 million, above the estimate of 3.95 million. Also at 10 a.m., Fed's Bowman to be speaking right now. So keep an eye on comments from Fed's Michelle Bowman. Then at 1:10 p.m., we're going to get comments from Fed's Goolsbee and a double whammy of Fed's Williams and Kugler, both at 2:30 p.m. Market just pushing higher here. A little bit of rejection of 529, similar reaction that we had to the last economic number. But let's see if we're able to continue this push to the upside. S&P 500 looking almost identical to the NASDAQ in this regard. Let's keep an eye on oil because not only do we have geopolitical tensions to be aware of, we also have a slew of comments from President Donald Trump on Truth Social about oil starting around 9:30 this morning, around when the markets opened. First, we had Trump saying that he wants, quote, everybody to keep oil prices down. Then he called for the Department of Energy to drill, baby, drill. And Department of Energy leader Chris Wright already responded and said, quote, we're on it. So keep an eye on oil. We also have CRCL. This one's still on watch here. It's only been about 15 to 16 calendar days since its IPO. Great look here for CRCL as this one made new intraday highs above 260 for the first time. Keep an eye on this one. Still stablecoin excitement abounds. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Delicate situation. Thank you very much, Adara. Apparently, Meta's also really going, but my focus is going to be right back into the names that we've been trading before and the ones that we wanted. Circle is trying to play back off the highs. So if you took the breakout trade, it gave you, like, this actually went $3 or $4, so you can't call it an unsuccessful break if you took it. I still want to play the pullback off of the breakout. I think the dip buys have been a little bit better. If you see what happened on Friday when it broke out the pre-market high, it eventually gave you multiple dips that were a little bit easier to take instead of holding it on the way back in. So playing into that, it gives you Friday's highs as well, that 250 to play the dip into. Indo couldn't get back into VWAP here. Looks like it's making another lower high at 660. I'm just going to try to be patient with this. Like when we flipped short, it was basically on the news and the volume weighted average price. So I'll wait to see if we can retest VWAP or set up another trend. If it's a hit and quit, then fair enough. Let's go back to Adara, apparently.
We're here. Comments coming through from Fed's Michelle Bowman. As I mentioned earlier, she started speaking at 10 a.m. She said that she's open to cutting rates as soon as the July FOMC meeting if inflation pressures stay contained. So this makes her the second Fed speaker in a couple weeks here to mention that they're open to cutting rates as early as July. She also said that tariffs are likely to have a small impact in inflation, but that progress on trade has actually lowered some uncertainty over the economic outlook going forward. She added, though, that, of course, this current Middle East strife, as she put it, could pressure some commodity prices. But either way, worth noting, now we have two Fed speakers that have openly and vocally stated that they're open to lowering the rates as of the July meeting. Back to you.
All right. Thanks, Adara, for all of that. Shout out here in the chat. What's up to everybody that's doing Good stuff today. What's up to conservative movement there? 1K today. Thank you all. Thank you for watching, man. I mean, and that's what I'm saying. Like, this is why I was saying to you guys, like at 9:40, that was a wrap. It's like sometimes if you're hitting certain levels and, you know, you're making the trades and they're working out for you, that's a wrap. You know, you don't need to keep on going and going and going, looking for trades after trades after trades, right? I mean, our job is to sit here, find good trades, make good money, and hopefully entertain you guys. So I think we're doing all of that. So I want to hit the like and the subscribe to everybody. Thank you so much for your continuous support on the show. We only have 1,000 likes right now, though. Let's see if we can get that upside a little bit more than where we are right now. With over 10,000 watching, I think that we should probably have a few more on the like side. So hit the like and subscribe. If you're green today, hit the like button, and let's get going, because today's been a pretty monumental day for some of the ideas that's been spitting out. But the thing about this Tesla is, you know, we were talking the other day about it getting back to 360. Yeah, well, that'll just have to be tomorrow now. Here comes Tesla making that move. This is, I just want to bring it out, like 350 is great. Like right now, this is $15 in the money, but it's just like, you got to wait to see what's the next sort of pull, because the next one could be down. We only have 10% left. I was thinking about, like, where do we want to get out? There's nowhere really. We're just going to let this continue to work out. Each one of these trades, again, those are $2, $3 right there. That was $5. We just kept going up. Our best out right there is $10. So we only have 10% left, and there goes 345 again. So look, man, everything is at, you're out of Indo, so that's fine. But everything right now, like I've just been long everything, which is why I looked over there at oil with Neil, but
it's still going down, though.
Yeah, still going down. Okay,
the oil is.
Anyway. Yeah. Well, yeah, we sort of thought that oil. When Randy came here, I was like, oil. I was like, no, bro. But there it is right there. AMD right back up to its highs. So yeah, man, we're at our highs here too. So as the market keeps going, man, we've been sitting on these three longs the whole morning, and just took the trades that we wanted to take when we wanted to take them, and we took them with size enough to have us chilling, right? And so these are the kind of plays that you're looking to do when they come into your levels. Apple 200, come on. But then there's a level right there as well. Like I said, like, you know, I'm only here to trade, like, you know, and when these levels are there, I take them. There's 200, here's support, or resistance. So guess what I'm going to do right there. Get some out because we're just coming right there. It is. So we're taking out right there. Just hit on the offer, take it. So we're just getting out again, 94, I guess, right there. Good out for Apple as we approach again some of these highs. So you're going to go $2 there on Apple. So I know Neil's only had AMD and Indo so far today. I've had Apple, AMD, Tesla so far. And yeah, we're doing pretty good. And remember we talked about Bitcoin? I'm like, it's going to be probably something to look at. And on a rip today, look at Bitcoin and IBIT start to go back up to the upside. So again, this is the one negative about trading IBIT as opposed to actual coin themselves. We always hear people say,
bounce right off 100.
Why would I? Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, exactly. So people were, why do you want to trade IBIT or Bitcoin instead? Well, you could have got 98 change yesterday, but you never know, right? I mean, you get 98 change, then you come in today and it's 96 and you get a better price on IBIT. So, but just those are the advantages right now. All right, $2 on AMD as we now break the highs on AMD. And even if you took our 132 break, it's now breaking now. So now we just let this thing go, man. It's a monster trade for AMD. I told you it was my largest piece left. So there it goes, man. AMD, take us to the moon right now. Advance, well, they all are. We're over $20 in the money now. We have 17 on Tesla. We have 2 on AMD and 2 on Apple. And SPTN, a new entry, I don't even know what that is, into the market. We'll hear about that in a minute, but let's go over to, I think, was it Adara? Yes, Adara.
Here on SANA, this is Sana Biotechnology. This is a small cap order that we've certainly talked about in the past, about a almost 33% short float here, $678 million market cap. Announcing here, I guess, some positive results here for the 6-month follow-up from their first in-human study transplanting, I guess, one of their cell therapies. So good look here for SANA. I also must mention Circle, CRCL here. This pushing to new all-time intraday highs above 276. So CRCL, which IPO just a couple weeks ago with an opening price of $69, now well above 270. And back to you.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Circle is absolutely going nuts. There was no dip into the volume weighted average price. What's weird to me, though, is Coinbase, for whatever reason, has somebody holding it underneath 310. This is where it rejected 3 times Friday, and it seems like it still can. If this wants to follow suit, it's going to have to break the 311. I think this is a grip and rip as long as Circle's still flying, as that one goes absolutely ham. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a swing and a miss, man. I only had AMD long and Indo. Indo was a long. We flipped into a short. It was a great trade, but Circle's the one that's gotten away from us at this particular point. Again, I'm not chasing these moves. I only played dip buys on Friday. It was my best stock doing it that way, so I don't want to change. That was the pattern that worked for me. So if we can pull back prior highs, 265 would be the next place I look. It's that or the volume weighted average price on Circle. Congrats if you played that 230 level or maybe even the 250 on a breakout. I'm now going to throw up coin on the side. I said I'd play Circle and not Coinbase because we liked it a little bit better. But if Circle is going to go this far, it makes no sense to me. It can go 14%, and Coin is literally flat on the session. Coin breaks Friday's high. I'm going to take that one long, so long as Circle's still going up. If Circle's pulling back, I wouldn't do it, though.
Okay. Yeah. Are there any other names you guys want me to look at right here? Because AMD, like all of these trades that we have are absolutely gone. So let me look at Uber. I was actually thinking about Uber right here and to sell my position. I may just do that. I don't know. It's been such a huge run for Uber and really happy with it. You know, we're long in the mid to, I think it's mid. I was gonna say mid to low, but I think it's probably more closer to mid there on Uber. So mid 60s, sorry. So that, you know, that we're out to the 200 period moving, or sorry, the 50 period moving average. Obviously, I'm a little bit nervous about everything with Uber because of that robo taxi. You know, Elon, he could definitely, I mean, we saw that with that 420 price, you know, I just took some more out of AMD, by the way. I mean, too much up here at 133. We're going to get another piece out. I don't even really want to look. I mean, I think this name is gone. Yeah, we can look at Webull as well. Oh, yeah, that's another new position of mine. Oh, yeah, and Marvell was a new position. But Uber, I just don't know. I think that, like, now that we've seen what the robo-taxi is capable of, and I know there was only 35 taxis out there, I don't consider that, you know, like that's the threat, but it's the idea behind it all. And remember what the stock market does. A, the stock market watches the sticky note. B, the stock market trades based on future performances, right? Not like what Uber's already done. So you got to think like, what does this do for Uber now? I don't think it's great. I really don't. I could see some downgrades maybe coming for Uber, but I still like the stock. Let's maybe get out of half of our Uber when we're done after this. Look, we bought Webull at $11. We had talked about this. This is not going to be a trade, and I'm just calling it up now. I didn't even know what the price was before we talked about this. This is just a play on, you know, fintech and what we've seen with Robinhood and SoFi and some of these other plays. So we're just going to hold this for a while. It's kind of like what we're doing with Big Bear AI, just playing an AI name that I think that eventually, and you know, although being 29, I know I don't have that much time on my side, but there is, you know, like time on my side here. So I am waiting for Big Bear AI and some of these other plays, you know, to get going. So if that can happen, great. And we'll wait for it. We don't need to, most of my money is in now, not most of it, but my largest holding are now the indexes. So we've really done a good job sort of switching into those. So, you know, right now we do have some names that are on, you know, watch for hot plays, including Bitcoin. You know, we've been buying some Bitcoin dips. You guys know about that. And then names like Marvell, Big Bear AI, Webull, Robinhood. We talked about that in the 30s. Now this is almost $80. So there's lots of stuff, man. I still like Oscar Health as well. Right now, waiting for a little bit of a pullback in this name as I'm not in this yet, but I do like this name there. And then, you know, the big hitter that's really changed, you know, not my mind, but, you know, how I think is, you know, the amount of gains you can get from being right on some of these stocks. It's nice to hold indexes and stuff. You know, it's nice to trade apples and the Googles and all those sort of indexy names. But at the end of the day, you want to have something in your portfolio like a Palantir, SoFi, Robinhood, HIMS, before today, things like that can actually, Uber, that'll have stories about them, right? And so, that's what I've been doing, and that's the Webull look at 11 is where I'm stuck. I really am not buying more until we get, into 850-ish.
I think it needs a quarter.
If that happens. 8 quarters? Yeah.
No, a quarter. Like, wait a quarter.
Oh, wait a quarter. Yeah. Well, at least.
Yeah, there's zero rush on that. Let's go to Adair. We'll come back and talk a little bit about Coinbase.
But I hear on Teladoc, TDOC, this one here, 13, almost 14% short float. No news on this, but another name with a decent short float that's running today. Keep an eye on some of these nuclear plays as well. Here is SMR, but you could also look at Oklo, OKLO, or NNE, Nano Nuclear. Wall Street Journal reporting that New York today apparently announced plans to build a large nuclear power facility, the first major new U.S. power plant undertaken in more than 15 years. So keep an eye on some of these nuclear plays, and TDOC, back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Just very quickly before we tell you who this is brought to you by, HIMS, VWAP, 48. This is a level. I feel like if we take a shot at this, it's a long side. It's still waiting for the 42 level, but 48 and the volume weighted average price, if you're looking for a flip, that looks pretty good. Coin broke through the top. Let me know if we're good. Coin broke through the top very quickly and got to that 312 level. I'm now on the bid trying to catch it back into the 310 as it has joined the party to the upside. But I want to let you guys know that this segment is brought to you by 3D Capital. Invest in every sector you love, all in one stock. 3D Capital, that's IDK on the CSE, IDKFF in the US. It's a risk-diversified basket of 60-plus vetted investments. Get founder-level exposure, the kind most investors can't access, in some of the hottest sectors: blockchain, AI, IoT, biotech, and natural resources. Led by a CEO whose last venture returned 150x, 3D is currently trading at a discount to its asset value per share, and they're actively buying back and deleting shares. The world's highest returning investments usually come from founder-level access. Think of 3D as your ETF for early-stage disruptive information. Scan the QR code in front of you for more information on that. Shout out to 3D. By the way, Coinbase just retook the high of the day, grabbed a breakout. We took a long trade on the initial break, came back under 310, took the break of the 3. Actually, it wasn't a 312. It looks like it wasn't a 312 break, as I got 311.99 somehow when it retook the high. Not that that makes, maybe it was like a dark pool print in there or something like that. I want to play this back, give it some room into the prior high, which is $310 effectively. So I want to be long this as long as we're front of 310. Man. We weren't able to get Circle off of that 2 VWAP or anything like it. So we'll see if we can play this as a bit of a catch-up play. What's up?
No, I just ended the Tesla trade. So we'll put that out right now. 346 right there. So what's up, Neil? Is $17 right there on the win. So we'll take that. So there we go. Nice move there for Tesla all the way up. Now we'll just wait, man. I mean, I don't know. I wanted to get flat. We had seen it come back in. I actually, when I put the offer, like I only put it a couple minutes ago, it was at 343. So it ends up to 346. And I was like, I didn't even think we were going to get it. And we did. So monster right there, man. And again, thank you everybody for all the support. And we kind of got cut off from doing it again. Let's just say hi to everybody that's here, man. We started this roll call years and years and years ago when we were doing the after show. And I wanted to whoopsies, and I wanted to thank everybody for being here every day with us. So that's what we're going to do right now. I just got to get it back up because I did close it right there. Let me get the, oh, here it is right here. Let's get going now again. Say hi to some people here. Hi. Hey, Sean. Hey, Just Living. Right there. Let me just go a little bit bigger screen right here to say hi to who's here right now. It's Anthony's here. Gonzo Trader. What's up to Bobby Axelrod? Brian Thompson right there. What am I doing for my 30th birthday? I'll let you know about that really soon. I might have to have a time machine to tell you. But right there, TSM. What's up to TD Baker? Love. Kristen's here. I haven't seen you before, Kristen. What's up, Tyler Smith? Huge. guy. What's up? Yo, Sebastian. What's up, Sebastian? You're still here as well. Oh, I remember you from last week, Tylerverse. It's him. It's him. Yeah, it's you. How are you doing? All love from Mr. Love Shack there today as well, man. That's one of my mother's favorite songs from the B-52s. It's a Love Shack. The Love Shack, baby. Yeah. All right. There's 350 now coming in. Oh, my God, Neil.
Oh, my God.
This trade now, off of the sticky note, now $20 in the money. We missed it. The thing is, if you like a trade, get in the trade. Like, we missed this at 328. And I was like, you know what? I just basically marketed it in when we were going to the upside. I was like, forget this, man. Like, either I wait for 330 break or I just take it now. We just got out, but we got 329.40s. Here comes 350 again. I could see like a fake and break at 350 for Tesla, but up 8% is no surprise to this dog. We had been here all morning. We had put the order in the pre-market to take the pre-market break. Like, this is the kind of confidence that you have to have if you're going to do anything. You have to take your trades when you see them. And, I'm glad that we paid up for Tesla today. Like, it didn't hit our level, but who cares? When you like it, you like it. AMD does not hit my level either. It actually breaks through 132, and I didn't do a damn thing about it because we were already long. It gave us the gift right there 3 times. That's what we're talking about. Have confidence like Brendo. That's 3 fills down there. We kept buying more and more and more when it was coming back into that area. We liked the trade. Whether or not it was going to get to the 200 period or not, I don't know. But we liked the trade. The only thing that we're upset right now about is getting out of Tesla. But again, you can't be upset when your trades hit and that hit. So, we'll tweet that out again. And for those of you that are like, maybe it was a fluky trade, I don't know. I mean, here's the trade right here. It's the number one idea. We talked about it. We had our pre-market high break. We had the dip buy at 324. Obviously, that doesn't come in. But I'm always going to put break levels and dip levels because you never know how the market's going to go. And we talked about why we liked it. It's robo taxi. It's all of that. And there you go, man. It's your trade of the day. It's Tesla. I don't know which one I like more, Tesla, AMD, or Apple. But at the end of the day, they all came into key levels and printed. So, yeah. And then HIMS we didn't get. We didn't get VWAP. If HIMS does come back to VWAP at some point.
I don't know.
It's actually not doing anything right now. So
it went to VWAP once.
Yeah, well, yeah, right there. Oh, in the pre-market? Yeah, it kind of got close right there.
Only in the pre-market.
Yeah, 48 and change there for him. So, all right, it's 10:20, but there goes Tesla right now. We're out of it, but it looks like 350 incoming on Tesla. Adara?
Here's the IWM here, the Russell 2000, green on the day nicely at day's highs, up 0.71%. Beautiful bottoming tail candle here with a low just above that 207.50 level, currently trading around 210.70. So if you got that off the low, nice 3 points in the money. Here's DHAI. Could not see a catalyst here for DIH Holdings, but about a 5% short float. This is also penny stock currently trading around that 30-cent level. Here's SANA. Mentioned this one earlier. Sana Biotechnology. This one's a previous small cap runner with about a $670 million market cap at a 33% short float. Now it's saying, some positive results here from the 6-month follow-up for one of its, cell therapy studies. And last but not least, TDOC, another one we mentioned earlier today. This one at high of day. Teladoc Health, about a 13.5% short float. I could not find any news on this one, but keep an eye on TDOC. As we send you back to the guys, make sure to like and subscribe.
Yeah, Teladoc, another Kathy Wood special. Though she'll be happy. She'll probably be happy today because she bought some Circle. Circle, you'll see why we jumped into Coinbase when Circle was going. Coinbase wasn't. It broke out Friday's high. Jumped back into it and it broke 12s. When it failed this last time, Circle here at 275 and is showing signs of breaking trend, I hopped out that moment when we failed underneath 313. So that was a scalp trade. I'm watching this like a hawk. I feel as if we break this trend to the upside, we're going back into VWAP, and I can't see a reason why Coinbase wouldn't follow this to the downside. So we jumped out of the long because of what was happening in Circle. I'm not shorting Circle here, paid for locates, but I'm only ever taking a shot at this short if it does some kind of a ridiculous parabolic stupidity candle or halts and something like that. It has to be extreme to try to revert it, not just a regular trend break. I'd rather try to find something on a trend break to buy that dip. So got out of Coinbase because of what I see over there in Circle, and then it's just going to be on to the next. I've really only traded Indo, AMD. I thought it would be Circle, but it ended up being Coinbase because Circle broke out first. And just to swing back onto the energy names, I said we might be done with INDO. It's still off the lows. We're able to get almost the bottom because it bounced off 6, but it's just not doing anything anymore. I think, we had the move in oil, and maybe it's just going to slow down and not do much of anything at this point. So I'm going to have to throw that one onto the back burner. I think the next trade for me, now that Circle has pulled back a little bit, could be this VWAP play. Ideally, we get back into the volume-weighted average price, or look at that pre-market high at about 260 and all this consolidation. That's the place I'll look for some kind of a bottoming tail to jump into the long. So coin was a scalp trade based on chasing Circle, but you get out once Circle started pulling back.
All right, Tesla right now breaks through 350, but we got 349.99. So I'm not sure if it did break through or not when I was in it. I think it temporarily broke. Now it officially broke. Okay. I don't know, man. We did, so there goes Tesla upside again. So as we continue to move now on Tesla, let's just see where it goes. We had some decent outs up there on Tesla, so let's just keep on waiting to see. 350.34 right now. I don't know. It's not going, though, here on Tesla. So I'm going to put something else out in the 20s. Maybe we do get one more little. I mean, I don't want to take a 20, Phil. All right. But anyways, so let's just wait to see what winds up happening now with Tesla. Hopefully we can break through. There we go. We get a 20. That doesn't really matter. Remember, we're long at 99s here. We're going to wait to see if it can go higher. I was going to stop out if it breaks 348 and change on this one. So we're did not take a very big position there. I mean, if you would have told me earlier that our trade was going to be Tesla 328 and it would be at 350, I mean, we already exited there at 346 and thought we were doing pretty good. But there it is again. Wow, Neil, there's another dollar right there as Tesla now trying to get through 351 right now. Wow, bye-bye Tesla. There it goes. Wow, another dollar right there. Guys, you have to be on this. You have to be looking over here at Tesla, man. I mean, it's been a big trade with momentum and with the most obvious catalyst out. Basically, it was so easy. I saw Obi at the counter there today. We were getting coffees this morning, and he was like, "Have you seen Hims?" I'm like, "Whatever. I'm all about Tesla." And there it goes, man. Tesla by far lighting the torch upside there today. But if you want to get behind the scenes, we've had a look at Trade the Pool. The dashboard tracks your progress in real time. Oh boy, it's now $2 that Tesla tracks your practice real time, live stats, profit, and more. You can break down every trade, see your entry, see your exit, how it's played out on the chat. Oh man, check the certificates page for your full summary, achievements, and payouts. In this clip, Michael T, amazing man, amazing trader Michael T, this Michael T guy is. He's already earned over $75,000 in total payouts. Trade the Pool gives you the tools and the capital to go further. Ready to level up? Trade the Pool. Scan the QR code on your screen. Get involved. Stat. There it is, man. It's another $2 right there, man. Yeah, you don't want to be doing too much of that, but there it is. Shout out to DJ Khalid. Again, there goes, I mean, we're in it again, man. Neil's in Qubit over here. We're in Apple. AMD is now $3. Tesla's now another $2 and change. The market is live today, man. It's been live for a while. This has been a great trading market. If you are a day trader, you guys know what we're talking about, man. I mean, this has been a wild ride over the last 8 months. I don't know, since on November, I guess, when we re-elected there. So, or I guess not re-elected, but had that new president come through. I forget his name.
I think you can say
huge move.
You can say re-elected.
Yeah. I mean, basically say whatever, but there it goes, man. Tesla. Hey, when you got the goods, you got the goods, and we've got them over here with TSLA.
So you'll see me in QUBT, sorry, not QBTS. But we're also jumping back into coin when this happened on Circle. So I see Circle break $280, just got to $283. It just continues to go and go and go. I take the local break on coin, kind of the similar move as before. Hold it into the prior high. As long as this is above 310, I'm going to like it. But QUBT, quantum computing, not D-Wave, everybody, apologies. I'll mix them up every now and then. This just trended all morning long to the upside. I saw this. I like trend breaks. It's a bit of a chase because the trend broke about here, and I'm getting it at 17.2. I'd like to catch it. Ideally, price would be 17.3 on this instead of 17.10. So unless I get some kind of a push back higher, I doubt I'm able to add to this position as it's a bit of a chase. But I like to play into VWAP, maybe even further down into the 16 even. They priced an offering. It was like a private placement. And that's the reason they're down so far. So I'm going to play this one back into the volume weighted average price here on QUBT. If I can get something in the 17.30 range, that's where I'd like to be adding to it, and then giving it about a 17.50-ish stop. I don't like even dollar stops, just a few shekels above that 50 level. We're going to go and go ahead and get out of that one. So the only new position, QUBT, and we're back into Coinbase. As long as Circle stays on trend, I'm going to keep trying to follow along with the circle move here in coin. Every time it makes a fresh high, we'll try to take these bounces here on Coinbase, which hasn't been as strong. It's only up 1% to 16, which feels like it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I think Coinbase should be headed to 350 in its own right. We'll see what happens. But if Circle reverses, everybody, just like last time, I jump out if Circle loses trend.
So Tesla up, Sharif, 9.5%. Right now, 353. So as we get the cackle from Sharif, because no one expected this, but we did expect it as a long, and we took it again. We took it twice. One time at 328, right down there, and well, it was 329 break. And then we took it again at 350 break, and we just got some more out at 353. So just on this reload, we only have now 20% left. I wish we had held it forever and forever and forever. The worst Disney Pixar release of all time happened by Elio, whatever that is. I remember seeing this ad when we were watching, I think it was Minecraft and all that, and I even just looked to my wife. I was like,
is that the one where he's the kid with the alien thing?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that looks terrible.
Well, apparently it's very terrible. So, or I don't know if it's terrible, but it didn't do great there. Pixar, a big swing and a miss, which is why Disney was getting hit pretty violently there early. And I meant to talk about it, and we just got sidetracked with. But you know, we'll that happens around here sometimes. But Disney right there, nice move back up, trying to break out now, breaking through VWAP, breaking through the 50, breaking through the 200. So remember, I mean, what happens at the box office is not the end of the world for a Disney. It hasn't been successful there
for a while.
Trying to think of a name for a while, but anyways, there it goes, upside there. Disney is what's been a great name. This is one of those other names though that we had talked about that, you know, we double topping. It's already broke through, but you're right into here again. So this 118, 119, something like that, definitely in play here at some point for Disney. So I think there is something about all of this, and you know, getting out when profits are there. So Disney could be another one of those plays, especially if you're worried about world travel or something like that, and people losing confidence in that. Disney has big cruise lines. We just got it another piece. There we go, two more pieces. One more at 352. Remember, if we break lower, so we're getting lighter and lighter, man. Now we have about 8% left of Tesla as it comes back in. So there it is right there, 350. I got you, Andre, man. We ain't in no rush. There it is, 350 breaking. I think we'll get out if it breaks 350, and we will reassess our Tesla trade, man. We've taken about $25 out of this name today. All right, 349.74. If that breaks, let's fly out of Tesla. And before Andre has a heart attack, it's crypto at the desk with Adara.
This is the daily chart here for BTC, and it does not, I mean, it certainly could look better, right? We have a lower high here, decisively lower high, that all-time high around 112,000. Then we get a lower high of 110,000. We actually broke below key recent support of 100,000 as of Sunday, as I guess traders addressed or assessed here news of Donald Trump, or President Donald Trump, announcing strikes here from the U.S. to Iran. We got a low here around 98,000. We've recovered since then, right now staying above 100,000, and that seems to be level for BTC. So let's see if we're able to continue to hold that 100K, or if we break below. Right now, we're trading around 101.6. Ethereum also took a little bit of a hit over the weekend, but trading higher today, up about 4.5% and knocking on the door of 2,300. XRP up about 3.7% here, hanging on to that $2 level. BNP and Solana about 1.7% and 5% respectively. So it seems like some of these altcoins are doing a little bit better than Bitcoin and Ethereum, though. Again, Ethereum pretty strong today. Back to you.
Which is a little bit surprising. I actually didn't think, I thought if Bitcoin bounced off 100, it would be good, but I didn't think it would be even better for some of those alts. So good luck for them, although I'm a Bitcoin guy almost exclusively, like the ridiculous and whatever. My cryptos turned into, it was supposed to be 5%, but now it's like 7 point something percent of my portfolio, and it's almost all Bitcoin. At least 80% of it's going to be Bitcoin, but that's just myself. I try to keep it really simple. I'm not an expert. QUBT is now going sideways a little bit. I added at the same price. If we don't get a full position, I kind of backed up the other offer into the mid 30s from just in front of the 30. So I'd still, if it breaks 50, I'd still end up with the same average price. But if it's not going to go and pull me back in front of 17.5, we'll just have to take this consolidation back into the volume weighted average price. Scotty H in the chat. So this universe, what is this? IBO? I don't know what this IBO is that everyone keeps talking about. It's, yeah, you can't, that's a venture stock. What is IBO? Oh, on the Amex, that's where it is. IBO is on the Amex. I'm wondering where this stock is. I just had a halt and came back in. I haven't done any work on this. I know a lot of people have been playing this small cap name. The only small cap I was looking at was Indo this morning. IBO, it's going to do at least 500 million shares at this particular rate, but there's already been a couple of halts. The last halt, look what happened for that halt price. It was at the highs, and then it started respecting the halt price 120 for support. So if it can start closing above the halt price, maybe that gives you some cover. I just hate chasing moves like this at 10:30. It's just a little bit late in the day for a small cap breakers for me. So yeah, good luck if you've already got it, but watch out for that halt price. That can always be a little bit of trouble. So here comes QUBT, trying to pull back into VWAP here. Let me just actually sit on the bit of it and see if we can't get a fill back into the volume weighted average price. They priced direct or private placement was the type of offering. And then nice little bounce on QUBT. I think I missed it at a better price, catching 1730 or 1740, but we joined it back into VWAP here. Just trying to take a little sniper entry.
Like I say, big congrats there. Yeah, good move. Always trying to be snipers, that's for sure. What's up to Chef Joe, man? Thank you for your messages on X as well. But there it is, man. Congrats to Chef Joe. We, again, the only trader that I've had on as guest trader of the day in the last 4 years. Shout out to Chef Joe. Yeah, we were talking about Tesla with you on the show, and you always talk about Tesla. So there it is, man. Good move up there today for TSLA. We just got another piece out there again at 52.15s. So remember, if it breaks, we're out. And I realize I've gotten too complacent here with the profits that we've had and let some of them slip down a little bit. So I do have to, we have such a small piece, like it's not trading against my net or anything like that. That's part of the problem. Like I'm just seeing it dip very small portions, and I'm just kind of was watching Tesla, and then I realized, oh my gosh, AMD has fallen back in right into VWAP again. I'm only buying the 200 period, so 130.50. I'm actually going to wait still for 130s. Still for that to come in there. So there it is. Yeah, thank you, Chef Joe, man. We appreciate you as well. Shout out there to Chef Joe. Again, doing great work, and thanks for coming on the show that one day, and thank you for continuously watching us and all your positive comments for sure. All right, so JP Morgan falling back into the 200 period. That's not great. The NASDAQ has been upside today, as has the ES. You can see that the S&P up 0.5. And again, this is like on the backdrop of like a lot of issues right now in the world, and the market's up today. So I don't think anybody was really expecting that to have come through, but it is. And JP Morgan dropping back only up 0.12. So looking at some of the banks, like, and again, if they're not going to cut rates, that's going to be a problem, I would think. I think banks can do better on their net interest loans if they do drop those rates. So interest margin, we'll find out through XLF and through some of those other names if the banks want to work. But XLF up 0.4, JP Morgan actually down against XLF there today. As I
don't like
wonder
XLF.
If there's, yeah, I know, because they have a Visa and MasterCard and all that. So I've never been in XLF, but I don't know. I think there's a lot overplay there with Visa and stuff. So 370 down to 340 there. Visa's probably at a spot where you can look to pick some up. I don't know exactly where the 200 period moving average is, but that was quite a nice drop on such a solid American business. AXP, I feel like they'll figure it all out. I mean, even if you're going to buy stable coins, how are you going to fund those stable coins? Some people will fund them through credit cards and things like that. So Visa still getting money if that happens. So I like the move down there for Visa. Maybe pick something up. MasterCard has been tippy toppy as well. But it looks like IBIT right there has fallen back in a little bit as Bitcoin gets to that 58.3 marker. If you're just looking at a longer frame, this is 5 minutes. We kind of get right back to where we were on Friday. That kind of Friday low there bounced off of that. So I'm guessing that's around 102. So it looks like for right now, 102 could be the top there for IBIT and crypto names. So, all right, that's about it, man. Tesla, what a great hold again for us on Tesla. It does not break below that level. So let's just continue the money train here, man. AMD is my number 1 stock today. Tesla number 2, then Apple, the lower one there, number 3. But there it goes, right back up to highs again. Let's take one more piece out up here because, as my kids say, why not? 353, another $3 winner. So we had about 20 the first time on Tesla, add another $3 to that. It's about 24 straight to the upside there on TSLA. Neil Wood says Tesla held the 9 period SMA. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't use that.
Well, that's the thing about indicators. If it works for you, then use it. We talked about this we had a good question about this on Friday in the aftermarket show. Well, we always get questions like that. What indicators? What do you like? What do you not like? And I just try to say, you'll never hear me say, oh, this indicator is stupid. Don't use that. I can just say whether I've used it or tried it. I'm aware that I think it's like the 9 and the 21 are popular for day traders. I've never used them, but hey, if you find a stock that's holding a trend on something, it gives you maybe somewhere to put a trailing stop, somewhere to buy the dips, which is all very important, especially when you have markets like these where you're trending. There's no red candles yet on the NASDAQ. Just one quick, all right, we'll go back in a quick little second to Adair, I believe, but AMD's pulling back into view. If it's underneath the volume weighted average price, last time we took it here on the front end, you don't want the front end. I want the back end of the trade. Let it make the bottoming tail candle and then hold higher. So this time a little bit more patient, but it still needs to reclaim VWAP. Let's go to Adair.
Very interesting sector board here. A lot of it is going to be green. We're going to start here with transportation, bit of a mixed look. Uber, a little bit flat, but DoorDash up 4%, getting an upgrade this morning from Raymond James. Covered that one in the upgrades and downgrades. And this Uber being flat might have something to do with Tesla, up a whopping 9.5% here after its robo-taxi launch on Sunday. Then we have consumer non-durables performing fairly well. Health technology a little bit mixed, but Eli Lilly bouncing nicely here, up 1% and trying to lead this group to the upside. Then we have finance a little bit mixed, as mentioned earlier by Sean. We're going to, of course, have these finance names on watch, given these stablecoin related catalysts that have actually led to nice upside in tickers like COIN and CRCL. Retail trade a bit mixed here. Costco looking pretty strong, as is Home Depot and Lowe's. And then let's get to electronic technology. Broadcom down, Nvidia slightly down here, and a lot of these semiconductor names flat. We did have a story here suggesting that South Korea might delay U.S. trade deals here over threats to its China-based chip makers, so that's something that could be on watch. We also just had comments coming through from Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang, apparently saying the UK's AI system is, quote, perfect for takeoff. So bit of an interesting note there for sure. Technology service faring slightly better. Netflix up 1%. Palantir up almost 3%. Back to you.
Oh, man.
There's a name that we didn't really talk too much about in the pre-market, but the cover you get with Palantir is both it's a growth stock and it's a defense stock. So when things go a little bit haywire, it's almost like you get I don't want to call it a free pass to go into the long on it, but it certainly gives it a little bit of cover. And obviously it's having a very, very strong day. Friday was a bit of a different story for Palantir at 142. This was a real candle off the open, by the way. 142 got a huge rejection. I saw this at the open. It was heavy selling on a lot of the breakout moves to the upside. this feels like it could be a bit of a squeeze play if we can hold past where that selling was on Friday. Remember, it was witching on Friday, so you get a lot of these crazy reverses, and those levels can come in and try to mean something. All right, Indo is bouncing at the wrong level. VWAP is a line on a chart, but somebody saw it, well, not Indo, sorry, QUBT. Somebody's deciding that it's just going to hold at 16.8. So it's a brick wall at 16.8 for the last 10 minutes now, holding 17.10 into that. Like I said, VWAP is a line on a chart. If we break this trend back out, pretty simple. There's your top, connected on the 3-minute, you close above, I just get out. So now all of a sudden, because there's a wall here at 16.8, I'll hold through the break and see how far it goes. But the trailing stop just becomes the trend line here, which means it can't turn into a loser. That'll be just above 17 bucks on that name. Indo, which I accidentally showed, I still want to look for more opportunities here, but it's not doing a lot. You've got 6 to about 660, a good 10%, good 10% move either direction. This might be the level, not VWAP. But like I said, VWAP's a line on a chart. If the selling is somewhere else, maybe you just join instead of hoping you'll get the line on your chart like we always like to look for. I love VWAP, but if we don't get there, I got to find a short somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly part of almost all of trading is the intuition and the actions that you take when you see something. It's reaction. Like I didn't have 350 marked down for Tesla. Okay, but when it starts to go back up to the upside like that and it breaks it through 350, we take the long and now it's $5. You know, we didn't have AMD written down here at 130. We had it at 128. But when we saw that it was resisting this and I liked the trade, saw the market come back down, thought it was a great opportunity to get some long there on AMD, took it, right? Apple was 200. I mean, that came in perfectly. Actually, Apple's at a spot where we should probably be thinking about getting some out there as well. So, you know, to me, it's just about getting bigger and better. And to me, that's why we talk about getting bigger. It's like if you see the trade that you like, you know, you kind of need to think about taking them I mean, you're here to make some money, right? And so if you like the trade, join the trade, but don't get FOMO. If you miss it and maybe your levels don't hit, you don't need it. Like we only went long on Tesla right now, up 10% there on the robo taxi debut. We knew we liked the trade. It came in, so we took it, right? We took it twice. Look at DraftKings. This is again one that you could trade DraftKings long. You know, we had it on the upgrade sheet. Look at this move that we have on DraftKings. I'm long in the mid 30s there. I think it's 36 and change. So it's a good move up there for DraftKings. You know, we like the dip buy. We talked about, you know, the first mover advantage there with DraftKings. Like customer acquisition, as long as you're in their book, you're probably going to stay there. So, you know, I like DraftKings upside. Not a tariff name, nothing like that. Boom goes the dynamite, huge move up. But I didn't have it written on here. I wasn't looking at it. So is it a missed opportunity? Yes, but you know, there's so many stocks out there that you have to play with the momentum that you're looking for. I saw in the chat there, Voyager is actually a play that I don't mind making. Like I kind of like this name, Voyager. I mean, from what I know, I got to get into it and I got to dig in and find out. Because this is a space name, air defense, space defense, things like that. Like, if it's not working now, then maybe, I don't want to say it's not going to work, but maybe there's a lot more downside. So we talked about Circle being the greatest IPO to trade, I think, of all time. I've sort of coined that. This might be the opposite. This one does not want to go. We don't really have a retake here on Voyager of any major key levels. I mean, it tried to take 50 right there last days and didn't happen. So, yeah, I don't know. I would say this move down. Up 2% is nice. But, yeah, this is, you know, the fact that we opened at 70 or something like that.
4 weeks.
60 up to 70, down to 45. Yeah, what does CoreWeave?
Well, not all IPOs do what Circle did. CoreWeave, the only difference between Voyager and CoreWeave is CoreWeave actually did have an initial push, but look what it did after. It basically...
CoreWeave doesn't look like Voyager.
No, I know it doesn't, but it's this downward move back into the low that I'm basically looking at here. Sometimes it's... the hype goes out of it after the IPO as everyone's focused on something else, and just when you forget about the stock, that's when it happens. And this is exactly, if it failed the low and the second
Oh my
started
God,
holding
Tesla.
higher, there's your 40 breakout. So I think you could see something like that in the Voyager. Like I said, you can always try to sniper in and out of some of these things. So the second I saw, we talked about the trailing stop over there in QUBT. That one is going to come right out at the 17 level. Again, somebody was buying at 16.8. So we'll just take it there. We got 17.10 into 16.8. We take the rest out at 17 even. It couldn't get to the volume weighted average price, but it's now broken that trend line. So I'm out of that sucker. The only thing I'm looking for right now is either Circle or Indo back to square one. Circle seems to be stalling out. It has not even sniffed the volume weighted average price. I think it's in a bit of a pullback mode. Seems like the volume's no longer as crazy as it was earlier in the morning. So I think the dip could be coming in. This is about the time that it did it did a dip underneath VWAP at about 11 o'clock when we were able to catch it on Friday. So it's about that same time that we'll look for this next available dip here on Circle. 15 points, not too bad. And we haven't traded HIMS, I know, but I think that was probably a good decision because HIMS, while it was on my list, you can say coming into prices or not, but it didn't actually get to VWAP cleanly, and it never got to 52, which is 52 or 55, but it is very close to $42, which if you zoom it out, come back here, 42 is the next significant level on the daily. So I'm still looking for an SSR bounce off of 42, down 30%. I don't think it falls forever. Looking to catch a bid in a couple of bucks. It's already bounced off 43, but still a very big downtrend here for him. He's taking it on the chin. You just got to play with the trend or wait for the trend to break here. I'm waiting at 42.
All right, guys. And I think today's a good example of like, no matter, what style of trading you're doing, you could be profitable. You see, Neil and I almost complete opposite here. Like this is $6. We've taken $26 on Tesla today, and trying to hold out like AMD, Apple, Tesla. Meanwhile, you have, smaller symbols as well being able to trade. This is why we talk like find your groove and find what you're doing. And as long as, you look down and you're like, okay, this is working out for me, that's all that matters. The trade style has to be your own. And if it's not, then, you don't ever want to copycat anybody because it's not, you can copycat the trades. It's literally why we put out, and I hope you did, but it's the entries and the exits and all that kind of stuff. You got to be very, very careful with them. And like I was telling you, I have less than 5% left of Apple. Oh yeah, by the way, Tesla, as Neil was talking, we just got basically our last piece out. So now we again have 10% left of our Tesla trade. That's the 350 break. We had 329 already for Tesla, right? So that's like and again, this is what I'm talking about, different style. You could have somebody, maybe Joe's still long down here at 330. Like could be some traders that are still holding this and don't scalp out. There's going to be other traders that ride these waves. There's going to be other traders that put on trades and they'll lose small, win small, whatever. It's about like finding the style, getting comfortable in your own skin and making those trades, right? And so, that's what we're doing right there. Yeah, I was waiting for some people to ask, but I'll attend this in the chat here. This is the Myrtle Beach Pelicans single A team. Right here. So this is a hat from my brother who we went to Myrtle Beach. Neil was there for my bachelor party. So he actually got me this hat. So shout out to South Carolina. Stand up right here. We're repping South Carolina and Myrtle Beach.
South Carolina.
Right there today. So yeah, man, this is what we're doing, man. Shout out to everybody at Myrtle Beach. Myrtle Beach Pelicans, single A team. All right, it is Adara.
What franchise?
We're going to go, I think it's the Chicago Cubs, Neil.
There you go.
How dare you not know that?
It's look, I know some affiliates, but I'm a baseball fan, but it's hardcore to know all of the affiliates. I know a few out there.
Yeah.
I can't think of anybody big at that level right now.
Shout out to my bro for hooking up the hat. That's
What
for
up,
sure.
Mike?
Okay, let's go back over to Adara, then we'll have our favorite segment, and we'll find out, Joe, what's for lunch.
Now, usually we look at the US dollar on the daily chart for this segment, but I wanted to use the 3-minute today because of this steep drop to the downside. I want to contextualize that. Now, why did we make this move at 10 a.m.? Well, that's because we have Fed's Michelle Bowman coming out and saying that she's open to cutting rates as soon as the July FOMC meeting. if inflation pressures stay contained. So this could be potentially a good look. Now, Michelle Bowman is the second Fed speaker suggesting that they're open to cutting rates as early as July. Now, how did that impact these Fed futures? Because I can tell you it certainly did. What I like to do here is not only look at the percentages, but also how much they've changed in the past day, week, month. So right now, 77% of participants expecting that we're going to hold rates steady. So still overwhelmingly not pricing a cut for July. But if you look here at the bottom, on Friday, 85.5% of participants were expecting that these were going to be held. So we actually now have a decrease in participants expecting a hold in July and a slight uptick in participants that are expecting a July cut. Now, what about September? 64.3% of participants now are expecting a 25 basis point cut in September. That is up from 60.3 participants on Friday. So basically, after these comments from Fed Michelle Bowman, we get an increase here in people expecting a July cut and an even sharper increase in that September cut. Right now, though, the only cut priced in here by the Fed futures is a cut in September. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Thank you to Big Smile for the super chat. Shout out to PB Pablo. A good song, still North Carolina, but appreciate you right there. We're not taking our shirts off and spinning it around our heads like a helicopter.
Only Sharif.
Well, Sharif might.
Only Sharif.
Joey Options, yeah, he might feel it, but no, we ain't doing that around here, but we can have a little bit of fun. Big shout out to, we appreciate
Only
you
on
for
Instagram.
sure. On the Insta,
Yeah, Sharif was.
or watch others do.
If you guys want to go get your fill of Sharif, you can
I
go
thought
see
he's
him
more
on
of a
Instagram.
TikTok guy.
No, he posted
No, I know,
on
I know,
Instagram.
I know.
Yeah, this man. So I can show it. I can show it up here soon if he wants me to. Oh, it's gone. It's a story, he said.
Oh, it's okay.
All right.
It's all right.
Yeah, but here it is right here. Go find him on Instagram. Here he is right here. Here's Sharif coming through. Yeah, I can't click on the story. My account's already watched the story. So, I just kept on pausing it and checking it out and all that. But, there's something similar.
Pause is the right
Something
word.
similar. Here it is right here. This is 82 weeks ago. So Sharif obviously is, he's a lot better than he was here. I mean, I don't know what he's even doing here. Sharif, you should start working out a little bit more.
Clearly, you got to put in more work.
Put in more work.
Or at least eat a few more
Sharif.
eggs. Maybe.
Right there. So shout out to Sharif. We can. Oh, there he is again. Take your shirt off there, Sharif. Come on, man. But anyways, yeah, there it is. Having lots of fun on Instagram. Go check it out. All of us. Well, I think it's just really Sharif and I posting stuff over there. So go have a look. We're doing the best with the most. But right now, we do have everybody. What's for lunch? Yeah, man, you'll see me posting about, I post stuff about, we were Minecraft with the family the other day, right there. Okay, what's for lunch? Let's go, right here. What is for lunch today? What we already saw was cheese omelets for breakfast. That was pretty good. And today, I don't know, I'm not super excited about this, but it does kind of go in touch with what we've been doing here today. Oh, by the way, I did average in a little bit more of AMD right here, but we have lemon and herb chicken with vegetable pilaf. Charred Brussels sprouts, which we had last week, so I don't know if those are coming back again. Red peppers, and again, the chef's choice salad. So not bad. That's what's for lunch. We had it. There it is, man, with only 4 minutes to go. Just real quickly here, those of you looking for trades that I've been doing, we're back into AMD right now. It comes into the 200 period moving average. We're going to take that. If this breaks 130.50, we're gone. I just don't want to give too much back. If it does, start to feel a little heavy, we're going to get out at 130.50. We're going to watch out for 130 right there coming through again. So AMD 130, 130.50 is my stop on that. So we'll wait, and that's about it, man. Tesla's been huge. I'm still up more on AMD than we are on Tesla.
Shout out to both trades for sure. I wanted to highlight something in the chat. Someone was talking about X. There we go. SOX, SMH pulling back in. Frank Jones, Intel, Micron, AMD pulling back. There have been some chip names that have been going the other direction. First off, I did reload about the same price on QUBT. I want to play it back into the same level, but we also want to give big shout out to OGEN. Important work being done there because each year 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there's still no FDA-approved treatment. OGEN is changing that. Oragenics has the first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access, with the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027. Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Scan the QR code you see in front of you. That's OGEN on the NYSE. Adara?
Keep an eye here on the market. NASDAQ here with a little bit of a drop. We have comments coming from the chief of staff of Iran's armed forces saying that, quote, our response to U.S. attacks will be proportionate. So Iran here responding to the U.S. Keep an eye on this market. A little bit of a push to the downside, bit of a double top here for the NASDAQ. Back to you.
All right. Yeah.
How exactly?
We only have.
Proportionate.
I wasn't paying too much.
No, it just said Iran saying they'll do proportionate.
Well, that's in their
and
opinion.
it's just something that they say, literally impossible.
Yeah, they can't. They
Literally
can't drop.
impossible.
They don't drop those B-52s, but we don't know. We don't know what's going on with even the damage that was done there. I mean, we're just taking their word for it that it was
That they got what they
said. If those things don't go down that deep, it's like 61 meters or something. So I'm not. Possible not that much damage done really at all. I'm sure there was. If this breaks 350, we're out. I have less than 5% left of Tesla. I mean, we talked about having 10%, then it came up to 356. We got out of half. Now we have that 5% left. AMD, we said we're not going to be married to this, so this comes out in a minute if it breaks through 131. We are going to average in a little bit more down here in like the 80s, like into here somewhere, if we're able to get AMD on a dip. I'm not sure we're going to. And then Apple, I'm not reloading this at all. Again, we have such a small piece left of all of this. Let's just get out of Apple right here. It doesn't really even affect me, so might as well get out so we don't have to worry about it. We're gonna go for a walk here this after this. I actually forgot my stuff. We were washing the gym stuff and it's still at home there.
Lots of water.
So we gotta go get that. Yeah, we're gonna go for a walk. We'll see everybody around Queen's Park. Yeah, with only 30 seconds left. Apple, that did not come out there actually, but we are gonna try to get some Apple out around $200.50. So if that comes out, that's gonna be what hits next. That'll be a small winner on our last, there it is, on our last couple percentage points. But Apple, big trade, man. Good trades all around there today. And hey, what's up, Nimrod? Tipping here. Yeah, we can do better than this, but I don't know. I'm not a graphics guy. So if anybody has a what's for lunch thing, yeah, we should have a better graphic for it and we'll work on it. These guys are busy over here doing other random things. So shout out to all of that. And when they have some more time, we appreciate that, Nimrod. We'll work on a better graphic for you.
Look, man, that's what gets done. I mean, Fabian's always hard at work. We got that new symbol battle that we're doing here. Just want to quickly, I'll put one thing before we go over. Frank Jones, you were asking about SMH, and we went into the ad read there. Just wanted to point out for SMH, it's at VWAP as some chips are stronger than others, so it's a bit of a mixed board. But look at Friday's resistance on SMH. This is holding up as support. So this is actually still a little bit bullish overall if you're looking at the individual groups. And just not to pick on them, but similar thing happening, like Intel's actually falling almost exactly. We've got Marvell looking a little bit weak with AMD relatively strong and NVIDIA kind of in the middle here. NVIDIA is the one. It's weird. It's underneath that prior high, but this could be the one to go. That's a bull flag on NVIDIA. And with SMH at VWAP and some of the chip names looking a little bit weak, I think a break away from 144.5 sets up really, really nicely here for NVDA. Just remember 146 has been a sell zone if you take a shot at it. Let's go to the midday, boys. It is Joey Options. It is Sharif. We'll be back at 2 o'clock, everybody.
AMD reload.
Get him, Donald.
You are fake news.
Boom! Greetings and salutations. Beautiful people. This guy's flexing on everybody already. Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy Joey Options. They flipped see what they just did there? Assassino's playing with us right now. He's blocking me. He flipped it to the other side. Shout out to everybody, guys. We're playing around. All right, let's shout out everybody. What do we got? We got Jenny. We got Bobby. We got Ali as well. Shout out to Farm Trader and All Class Adam Deluce, baby. ADL, let's get it, baby. We got Dangerous. We got Parabolic. How about Susie Fox, Jacques, we got Benton. Come on, you Gunners. We got Bora, Pio, all things Trump and Nick. Shout out to Marcin N and Rev Boost. We got Jay Haas and Pillsbury. Bonkzilla's bonking his way into the chat. We got Blue Arrow and Juan Padilla, the OG, Jake Roberts, Snake, like that one. Boom, right back at you, baby. We got Derek F, God, Emperor, Almighty Forefather Trump. Bro, that is a mouthful right there. But it's fake news. I'm playing. We got, oh, come on now. I'm going to read that again. Aaron Edrogan, Johnny Fishbone, 70 Mustang. I like that. The Roaring Griffin. We got Adrian Diaz, Alex, Mr. Immortal. One more here. Steven Duran. Shout out to everybody. Good morning. Joseph, how was your weekend, brother?
Duran, it was good, man. It was a really good weekend. You know, your boy likes the heat wave, so we were enjoying that most definitely. Other than that, how was your weekend? How was that nice?
It's good. Weaseled out to Calgary. Dealt with that side entrance that we talked about there. That's all done in gravy. So hopefully we can start getting some positive cash flow because we've been running at a loss for a long time.
Hey, man, it takes some time. You know how
it does, yes, sir.
Right. So eventually things will turn around. Yeah, guys. I mean, a pretty solid start this morning. Tesla was definitely the play of the day, so really good look there. Robo fleet coming up there yesterday, so some positive stuff. But we were long Bitcoin, guys, so enter right there. Boom, we add to the position, and then we slowly piece them out. And then I was just free rolling here. You guys know my methodology. I like to use my unrealized to add more shares into the position for a continuation of strength. But then it came against me, and unfortunately I did just get stopped out, break even there. But we're back in this, and this is slowly starting to cook up for us right here, guys. Maybe I'll take some off so you can see what I got going on from the position board, but I'm not going to take too much because I want to go and aim towards that high of the day. Bitcoin did tap below 100,000 over the weekend. I seen it was like 99,000. I'm like, what kind of BS is this? But it is.
Tell them real, Joe.
Yeah, exactly. But it is what it is, guys. Yeah. Lots of things in play today. We got HIMS, Tesla, NVDA. We're going to talk about those strike prices later on in the day. But this is what we're cooking up so far, and that's going to be IBIT, looking for potential add opportunity at the retest of VWAP, and then maybe we can head towards that high of the day. We are still down about 1 1/4 there, Sharif.
All right, let's get to the trade that we've got on right now. It goes by IBO. So initially got in here at $1.43, wet the beak all the way up to 160. Alas, it is having trouble decidedly staying above that $1.50. Here it goes again with that $1.50. Now, it's got a $1.75 HOD, fantastic. Where is it relative to the pre-market high? Above pre-market high, check, fantastic. Is it above VWAP? Check on that one as well, fantastic. The issue is we don't always put in higher highs and higher lows. So right now we have a higher low without a higher high. So I'm out of, I want to say, I think 80% of the position. I don't know. I didn't do the percentage, but I've moved up my stop. Initially, we had that stop below the volume weighted average price. I've moved it up to a couple of cents above break even. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. It's got a topping tail into $1.60, which displeases me because the current candle has a lower high. But we'll see what we get, and we won't get upset. New position alert. Shout out to Katina. We're involved now in SY, okay? This one also kind of a small cap gapper. At the moment, it's got about 38, 39% greenery here. We got, I think, 60s on right now. We just took 63s, layering at 64s. Same amount of shares we had with IBO. We're taking more shares now. I don't want to say large shares, because it's not large, but it's more than I'm typically taking. So we'll have many more outs on this bad boy, and we'll be able to manage the positions in the same way. So SY, small cap gapper, got a nice move up here, very respectful of the 10 exponential. I don't even see one breach, guys, of that 10 EMA on the 5 right now. This is what I'm looking at on my charts. Let me just weasel that in. Yeah, so this is the chart on SY. So if you can see a breach of the 10 there, let me know. I don't see a breach of the 10. Obviously, I don't like the topping tail into 175. Kind of the same thing we have with IBO. It topping tails into 175. So they both have a 175 HOD. Both IBO and SY, both $1.75 HOD. We'll see which one ends up doing a little bit better on the day. Shout out to the IBO champion.
Shout out to, ooh.
You know, that's exactly what I saw right there, IBO.
Did you see your
I didn't
boy,
watch anything.
Did you see your boy Canelo shoved
So I saw that there was a lot of heat going on there.
He gave him a little shove.
He gave him a little shove.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah, I think.
Good. I want to get it heated.
To be honest with you, I think Crawford exposes Canelo. I don't know.
In a heartbeat, dude. Are you kidding me? Like we've talked about this.
Yeah,
It's not like I love Canelo, and shout out to all my Mexican American fans, and shout out to the Mexican fans who love Canelo. Your boy's gonna get destroyed.
Yeah, he's gonna get.
Your boy is gonna get destroyed. T. Crawford is the truth, man.
Yeah, he's the real truth. Yeah, seriously, guys, love fight game. But for side note, so my favorite Mexican fighter is Julio Cesar Martinez. That guy's a beast. Yeah. Okay, guys, let's take a look at some of the top performing sectors this morning. Interesting one that we got going on. So consumer discretionary sitting in first. I think being led by the likes of Tesla. We can take a look at Amazon here momentarily as well. Communications service up about 0.5%, and then we got the tech sector as a whole up about 0.5% as well. Too there, guys. Consumer staples sitting in that third last. We're down about 0.2, just a little bit below that. Healthcare sector, we're down about 0.4, and then the energy sector, we're down about 1.15%. So yeah, taking a hit on the nose there is the energy sector. So yeah, really good look. Let's see what we got going on with IBIT. We're starting to slowly piece them out. I had actually two names on my list, and that was Tesla and Coin, but I seen that Bitcoin was setting up, and I like what I was seeing from a daily standpoint. So maybe we can get a continuation in strength. We did kind of form that double top, neck and shoulder, head and shoulder, type pattern. But we breached the neckline, but then we got a nice solid bounce, which was right around that $100,000 target. But now we're starting to get that rebound. Still negative on the day, but let's see what we got going on. We're seeing more adoption into Bitcoin, and I mentioned, you guys know where I stand on that. I'm curious as to why we're not consistently appreciating, considering everyone's buying this stuff hand over fist. But who knows? Only time will tell. I was listening to some analysts yesterday, and I can't pronounce his name correctly, but he said his top 40 performers leading up into 2030, and leading the way was going to be some of the Mag 7, with the exception of Google, Bitcoin hanging around some of the big boys. So a really good look on that front.
Bro, we're doing it freaking live. Look at the exits on this. I love SY. Go, SY, go. All right, Joseph, we're doing it freaking live. Up to $1.75 we go. This is the high of the day on SY. So a print above $1.75 takes us obviously into the new high of day. Let's go ahead and set up. We still got a couple of shares on, not exactly the biggest position in the world, but we'll manage it. Up into 177, 178, finding obviously some selling to be expected. When you weasel into that HOD, there's going to be umpteen amount of people looking to take profits. Get the hell out of there, ring the profit bell.
You are fake news.
We'll keep an eye out on that one. We'll see if it wants to take out that $1.75. It's maintaining itself as the high of the day, but a nice move up here for your boy SY trading on the NQ. This one, though, is not trading on the NQ, so you got to have Amex permissions in order to weasel a trade on IBO. So this one just popped up again into that $1.60. Now I'm observing this one a little bit more. It looks like it is that $1.60 here that is preventing us from continuing to ascend. Alas, we take out that level as soon as I say it. Up 162 we go. We don't get filled. We're waiting, I believe, at 63. So we'll have to continue to pack our patience here. We've got 4 higher lows in a row. Since we moved into the 20 exponential on the 5 on IBO, that was a 1055 print. We've been putting in higher low, higher low, higher low. That's been uninterrupted for 4 5-minute candles in a row. Alas, we still haven't tested that $1.75 level on IBO. So packing my patience on this one, looking for a bigger move up. Let's talk about some other small cap gappers that have got on the watch list today. I don't want to say it's sparse in small cap gapper world, but fact of the matter is it's not exactly quadruple digit winner, triple digit winner day. There's only one triple digit winner, and you're looking right at her, baby. It's IBO. So we'll keep an eye on this one. It's the only one that I think is up over 100%. SY, as I mentioned, I was keeping an eye on LAB, but that just lost the volume weighted average price, so it's of no longer of interest to me. I've been looking a lot more at these ones that trade below VWAP to pick them up off key technical levels, but I just don't want to break my rules. That's the thing. LAB I like at $1.30, but It's below VWAP, so that would be breaking my rules. AIRO. This one's a bit more expensive, so you're going to have to ante up a little bit more here in order to weasel into AIRO, Joseph. But this thing closed out at $22.25 on Friday with a high today of give or take 27.5. It's been insanely respectful of the 10 EMA on the 5. When it pulled in here on a 2-candle basis at 11.05, it basically popped up $1.50 off that level. So a bit more expensive, but we'll keep tabs on it. Skin, SKIN as well, lightly traded today. Not exactly your volume winner. It's got a couple of bull flags under its belt. Looks like bull flag starting at 9:30. You've got a consolidation here from 10:15 to about 10:35. And then bull flag number 2 breaks out 10:35 with a high of 188. Looks like we are in the middle of the consolidation right now on your skin. No, not your skin. On skin. SKYE as well. This is another small cap gapper-ish stock up 40.25%. The only problem with this one is it's trading below the pre-market high. So that 825 pop got us into about 3 1/3. The best we could do during regular market hours is 318. I have a rule. I don't trade these below the pre-market high. Take it or leave it. So it's going to have to get above 335. For me to get involved. Last but not least, before we send you back to Joseph Wilson, GEOS. A little bit more expensive as well, 15, 16 bucks for small cap gappers. It's got a good pattern under its belt, mostly respectful of the 10 EMA on the 5. I will not be basing anything off the volume weighted average price. It did not respect it as a level of technical support on the way down. That means if it didn't do it once, why would I think it's going to do it the second time? So GEOS, I'll weasel in if it's warranted, but not off VWAP. Joseph, IBO is taking out all the levels over here. We are close to the high of the day. Let's wet the beak. Only 2 more outs on IBO, Joseph, so let's select them wisely.
Really good look there, Sharif. All right, guys, let's talk about this NVDA options chain activity. We were talking about it a lot last week, especially with how on Friday's expiration cycle and the concentration of open interest that we were seeing through certain strike prices. Now let's take a look. So this is my X post here that I posted on the 18th, guys, and I just want you to focus on the size at 145 and then the size at 150, and then I want to pull up the current cycle for this week, and I just wanted to show you guys, and what I explained multiple times is that now look at 145. It's relatively small. So what can this tell us? And then look at 150 as well too. So what can this tell us? Now we have more of the ability to follow the path of least resistance. That's why last week we had a really tough time cracking through 140 and then holding it and then trading higher. We kept rejecting 145. We did have a couple volatility spikes that allow us to absorb some, but then the hedgies just kept pushing price down because they don't want those short calls to finish in the money. That is bad, right? Because eventually you get assigned it, and that's not your objective for the market makers, right? You want to have those short calls expiring out of the money so you collect the premium. But now look at the concentration. It has now lifted a couple strike prices higher. So we've seen a high amount at 145. Now we're starting to see it around 147. And then max pain on the week might be around 155. What does this tell me? I'm bullish on NVDA this week, and we can see it throughout today's price action. It's holding up relatively well. We're starting to knock on the door of high 144s. Now I think at some point we are going to break 145, and then hopefully we get that magnet effect within NVDA that leads us to 155. Well, guess what? Where is 155 on NVDA? All-time highs, right? 153.50, roughly around those all-time highs. 155 would put us there, and what the options expiration cycle is telling us, there's a potential that we can head in that specific direction, Sharif. So I'm really interested to see what we get from NVDA this week. Potential add opportunity here on IBIT, guys. You can see that we're just trading within this range. What do you want to do? You want to try to catch the lower end of the range, and that's going to help your risk to reward vastly, especially if you're adding into the position. So that's why I was patient. I did get stopped out break even on this trade because I was free rolling, just using unrealized gains to add more shares into the position. But now I was patient, wanted to catch the bottom of the range, allowed the underlying asset to form a base. You get in at the lower end of the range, and therefore therefore your risk profile is defined, and you can take that move towards the top of the range, and if you get more, then that's bonus money, that's bonus cash. If you break through, sit on the backside of the downtrend, and then slowly start to appreciate in price. So that's what we got going on with NVDA. Before we send it back to my guy Sharif, let's take a look at, I don't know, I might call it Tesla. Tesla's on fire today. This might be the chosen one for the week here. This is going to be an in-play stock. I think when we see this types of strength, we've seen it in the likes of Coin last week, and then how Tesla started off Monday morning. I'm going to be looking for continuation and strength throughout this whole week on Tesla. But here it is. What do we see from an open interest standpoint? Where are those high concentrations? And to be honest with you, as we go up the options chain on the call side, there is nothing that doesn't have the ability to be absorbed. So I think that is an extremely bullish sign here in Tesla. And our guy, Danny Ives, said that Tesla can double in the next 10 days.
And you got to see all the finance bros that are short Tesla on Twitter panicking right now, putting all the videos of like the one video that I've seen where like the FSD actually made a bit of a mistake. It went in the left lane. Yeah, bro. They're like, trust me, bro. This technology's not ready. It's like, shut up and cover your shorts, bro. Just shut your mouth, man. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. In any event, Joseph, we're caught in a halt right now to the upside, baby, on IBO. This thing is up 386%. The halt time, 1:14:27. The current time on my atomic clock, 1:18:29. So we're a minute from the open over here. I got one out left right now on IBO. Going to pack my patience, see where this one wants to go. Maybe we get 500-600%. Shout out to my man, Nimrod.
I'm really rich.
You're really rich, Nimrod. 150 shekels, my man, from Israel. Covered small cap trading and time cycles. Noticed wild moves in the first 2 hours. Trends settle midday. Breakouts or reversals around 1:30 or 2. You're bang on with that, Nimrod. I'll get to that in a second. Heavy sell-off late day, then bounce near close. Post-market, absolutely accurate, Nimrod. You trade pre-market or just 1 hour, any timing tips? So I don't trade in the pre-market. The only time you see me trade is from 11 to 2. Those are my only trading hours. So that's number one. Number two, you're absolutely accurate, Nimrod, when you talk about the, okay, so I just have to pause for a second here because IBO is open. It is now a 182 high a day. Let's see, can we weasel up a little bit more? I'm going to pack my patience. Let's see where we can get. Maybe we can get into the 90s. If we dip down into 43s, I'll flatten out. But to cover your point, Nimrod, I have this trade for small cap gappers called a VWAP day high. A VWAP hold high of daybreak. Essentially, it comes down to this: a big mover during regular trading hours or even in the pre-market, and then it kind of does bupkis, nothing. In other words, for a couple of hours during the less liquid time of the day. I'm talking about 12 o'clock to about 2 o'clock, maybe even 1:30, and then at 1:30. 2 o'clock, when the volume starts picking back up, when people are back from their lunch times and the algos get turned back on, then you have a move off VWAP into the high of the day. So essentially what you do, you make a big move up, you straddle VWAP, you don't lose VWAP during that less liquid time of the day, and then as the liquidity picks up again during or towards the end of the trading day, you get an approach to the high of the day, maybe even a break. So your point very well taken there, my friend. I do agree with you on that. Now, there are different times of the day where you can trade these small cap gappers. For example, the pre-market, very well known for these small cap gappers, but as you mentioned, the aftermarket as well. Well, how come? Why is the aftermarket such an attractive time for these small cap gappers? It has to do with the halt parameters, volatility halt parameters, or lack thereof. What do I mean? What am I talking about? Well, if you move up 10%, I'm flattening out over here on IBO as we get into 190. Good, I'm happy with this trade. So as you get into that, what's it called? What was I saying? What was I saying? Oh, yeah. The 10%. If you move up 10% within 5 minutes, or move down for that matter, you get a volatility halt. Those volatility halts do not happen in the pre-market, aka before 9:30, and in the aftermarket, aka after 4 o'clock. Therefore, a lot of small cap traders who want to take advantage of these monster move prefer to trade the small caps in the pre-market. And then the ones that were running strong into the close during regular trading hours will continue to trade into the aftermarket, but they'll even have more outsized moves, again, because of the lack of the halt parameter. So you bring up a really good point. Good observation from you, my man. Shout out to Nimrod. All right, we got another print here on SY. So we've got 2 more outs now. We're done our trade on IBO. Very happy with that trade. And I've got a couple of more beak wetters here on SY. Let's see how high we can get there. Joseph, we just tested the high day again at 178. So pack in my patience there. Shout out to the Roaring Griffin. This is for you, bro. Joseph, thank you, number one, obviously, for the Canadian money there, $5 Canadian. Joseph, you had mentioned in the past you had read roughly about 25 books. Yeah. Could you please recommend a good book on technical analysis? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll always recommend the For Dummies series. I think they're fantastic, and they're like textbooks too, right? You get multiple examples, and not only is it going to teach you a little bit about price action and market structure, but it'll bring you through a whole slew of indicators as well too. And we know when you're first starting off your trading journey, you experiment with indicators, and I think it's a good start, right? And as you get more experience, you'll realize that traders use less and less, but it's great to have a good understanding of what they are. So that's a really good one. Technical Analysis for Dummies is really good. And then we talk about Volume Price Analysis by Anna Cooling is a really, really good book. I suggest all traders to read that book. Again, Anna Cooling, very, very good read. It's interesting. It tells you a lot about volume price analysis, which is the correlation between volume and price. And from the point of me reading that book, and that was in the earlier stages of my trading career, I use that methodology every single day. There is not a trading session where I don't look at the correlation between volume and price. I think that is number one. But if you go with those two, you're going to be well on your way, and you're going to be heading in that right direction, especially if you continuously put in that work. But Adara, what do you got for us?
Keep an eye here on the futures. Here's the NASDAQ. Iranian media reporting that a senior Iranian political source is saying that Iran is likely to attack U.S. military facilities in the coming hours. So more retaliation here as these ongoing geopolitical tensions unfortunately continue to heat up. Back to you.
Thank you very much. I just want to cover the super chat
absolutely.
From your boy Nimrod again, dropping shekels in the chat. 30 shekels again. Thank you, Nimrod. Sharif, thanks. But my Semitic bro, you're the only one that pronounced my name right. Don't be affected by the North Americans. It's closer to Nimrod Road than Nimrod. Ah, thank you. So Nimrod. Perfect, man. That's easy for me to. The road part, I think, is probably where I find it easiest, the best. Again, sorry about that, but thank you very much again for the super chat. Kind words from the OG Nimrod. All right, Joseph, we got one more out on your friend SY over here. This one took out the high of the day, so it's $1.79 high now. Keep your eye out on this one. We're going to set up likely in the 90s or high 80s on my friend SY. It's now up over 50%, zigging and zagging with that area. I'm done my trade on IBO. We're keeping a little bit in the tank here for SY. So the question is, Sharif, this is a 3-hour trading show. What's next? Well, that's a good question because I'm not seeing anything that fits my narrative right now, or that fits my style. I'm looking at WAI. It's a little light on volume. There's all those. Also, this one as well. GEOS. I mentioned it momentarily. It's right back at that 10 exponential. The only thing I don't like about GEOS is it's a little light on volume. So while we mull that over, we're going to send you to Dara, who's got more updates.
Fortunately, Sharif, I don't have a small cap gapper for you, but I do have one parabolic mover in its circle, CRCL. That is right. This name just made new all-time highs, just below $300 again. Just a few weeks ago here on June 5th, 2025, it did have its market debut via IPO, which was priced at, I guess, open there at $69. So from 69 to 300 in a matter of weeks. Current high a day, as far as I'm seeing here on e-signal, 298.78. One less expensive name, though, the Sharif, that might, I guess, tickle your fancy here. MBLY, pushing you to the upside. Mobileye, name trading around here, $16. I'm not seeing any news on this, but could be one to watch. Back to you.
mobilize a sympathy play with Tesla because of the robo-taxi. It kind of only makes the only reason. Adara, does it have its own independent headline? They don't have anything, confirms Adara. So I mean, I don't know. I'm just making the assumption it has something to do with the Tesla. Yeah. So did you watch any of those videos yesterday? Because they started coming out last night.
The robo taxi. I read a little bit about it, but I didn't see any.
You didn't see any of the videos?
No.
Yeah, people were taking like 15, 20-minute rides. Yeah. They're trying to engage the safety driver in conversations, maybe to get something out of it. The safety drivers are just super dry. You could tell they were kind of instructed, I'm just assuming, by Tesla not to really say anything. And a lot of them have their hand on the door. They're holding the door handle, so it's led to all these conspiracy theories that they're controlling the car from the door handle. It's like, guys, these things drive themselves anyway. They don't need the guy to sit there and keep his hand on the door. People will do anything once they're caught short.
Exactly.
Just cover your shorts.
That's the thing, right? I mean, Sharif, it's going to be interesting. Looking forward to the coming days, especially with this robo fleet. But you can see the market starting to slowly react to maybe this Iran headline here. We're starting to pull in towards the volume weighted average price, double top on the Qs as well here too, guys. So keep that in mind. I'm all out of IBIT as it came back in. We couldn't crack that 58. With that being said, we'll take a look at that 58 strike price momentarily to see what we got going on. If there is a call wall and where are we going to be able to find a potential base there. But you can see 530 and change on the Qs bouncing right off of that, now heading towards the volume weighted average price in the coming hour. So we're going to get it here. If we get that news that Iran has hit some missiles on the U.S. base,
oh boy,
then yeah, the market is most definitely going to be tanked, guys. So be prepared for that. It's not going to be a good news whatsoever. So we're going to monitor that. Adara's going to bring us that as soon as she gets the ability or that headline drops there, guys. But let's take a look at the Qs and on IBIT to see what we got going on. Why are we continuously knocking on the door of 530? And why can't we breach that? I mean, if we were to look at everything from an open interest standpoint, nothing substantial there, right? So only about 6,600 current open contracts. But I mean, we have to roll out. Oh, this is 0 DTE. Sorry, guys. Let me switch this up. For this here, what is the June 26? What happened?
I almost punched into a position, and now it's 50 pennies higher.
Oh, no.
That's frustrating.
So there you go, 530, higher than what we're relatively seeing. You can see we only have a couple hundred here, a couple thousand here. So, yeah, there it is. Oh, sorry, I was looking at volume, but still 4,300, nothing substantial. 533 is where we have the most on this week's expiration cycle. I do expect that to slightly grow throughout the week, so keep an eye out on that. Bitcoin selling aggressively here. Risk off on this name, it's seeming to be the case. But there you go, Gorev. You're starting to get that indecision at the lows on AMD. So there it is. We like these hammer prints, Gorev. Nice look there. Let's see if you can get a bounce running into the opening price here of the session. So you can see right around that 129.50 level bouncing, potential double bottom. Let's see if these hammer candles hold up, and then you can get a bounce maybe back to VWAP. But just be cautious, because if that headline comes out, missiles have been now deployed, and now they've struck the U.S. military bases. Bad news for the market.
Yeah, that won't be a good look there.
No, at all.
Are you going to talk about the Russia comment, Adara?
Yeah, but I'm not going to read the whole thing.
Yeah, okay. Send it to Adara.
We done?
Trump here, I believe this is what Sharif is referring to by the Russian comment. We do have Donald Trump posting on Truth Social as we get a bit of a drop here in the market that I guess the former president of Russia is casually throwing around the world nuclear. Here said Donald Trump, he basically said that he wants to know if that happens immediately. He just also here talking about how powerful U.S. military equipment is. It's a wide-ranging post here from President Donald Trump on Truth Social, just letting you guys know he did post. We did get a little bit of a push down here in the Qs, trying to bounce right now just below 528.50s, but not really able to reclaim 529 as of right now. Another post from Trump. Back to you.
Yeah, so that Medvedev guy, he had a quick stint as the Russian president before Vladimir Putin says, I want my job back.
Yeah.
And then just, change the constitution. And like, yeah, well, I'm going to stay here. So,
see you later.
yeah,
he's not going anywhere.
He's not going anywhere. Yeah. So this guy was, I think, president for a minute, 2, 3, whatever it was. I think they're allies. I'm pretty sure Medvedev and Putin are, cut from the same cloth kind of thing. You can fact check me on that, chat. Maybe I'm wrong. In any event, I'm keeping my eye here on GEOS. This is the one I was telling Joseph kind of on the side there that I was looking at punching in at the 10 exponential, which was $15.50. And now it's gotten back up to 16. It feels like it might be a flat top break. There seems to be quite a bit of selling at 16 and has been for the better part now of half an hour. Since it worked its way up into around 16. High of the day, though, is this double top that we have just shy of 16 and a half, 16 OS. Yeah, I see it, Carney. Shout out to my man Carbon Tax Carney in the ring in the chat over there. Even though I'm pumped about Carney, but I'll leave that for the midday rant. In any event, yeah, this is what you're talking about here, Carney. GEOS. It feels good. The only issue with GEOS, to me anyway, I don't know how you feel, Carney, but it is a little bit light on volume. I'm seeing about 1 million shares on a $16-ish name, and now we're almost half an hour to lunch. So we should be doing a little bit more, but it's okay. If the technical pattern continues to hold up, which is a defend of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, then light volume or not, we're going to try it. We're going to give this one the old college try. But it's dipping down right back into that level that I want to punch in at, which was $15.50. So it's not really giving you that $16 flat top break. I can give this the old college try here. Maybe give it to the break of 40s. Put your stop at $15.39. I don't know. I just feel like 16 is a bit of a thick level there, Joseph. I don't know. What are you looking at over there, my man?
Yeah, I'm still looking at this IBIT trade here, guys. We got an indecision print at the lows. So that's a nice hammer candle on the 1 minute, but just keep in mind, due to how volatile Bitcoin is, sometimes they're not as heavily respected. Even though we are getting a bounce, there is some selling pressure there that leaves me a little bit cautious on what's going on. So I'm going to be patient on that. Could be a liquidity grab. You can see that we have that big time base at 57.74, right? Liquidity grab, you get that whipsaw move, and then now you're slowly getting that rebound. But again, this base is really important. Let's see what we got going on from an open interest at 58 on IBIT, because we didn't get to take a look at that just yet. So I think this is going to be really important. So on this week's expiration cycle, there's nothing substantial there, guys. So this is a quite cool options activity. And the at-the-money IV is around only 38%. So, I mean, that's not horrible considering we've had a couple of down days in Bitcoin. So just keep that in mind. But what I'm saying from a high level of OI is at that 60 strike price with only 9,200 contracts. That's nothing. Okay, I'll eat those words relatively quick because right at 65, we have 22,000. But 65 we'll take. And it's funny because that's where my strike prices are. I was going to exit the position this morning, especially because we broke that neckline, but we're starting to get that bounce. Maybe I'll add one more contract, but I also don't want to be too heavy because we are now dealing with options. And with that being said, we always have to monitor and be cautious of volatility, time decay, sorry. Steve Thielman and I were talking about it on Friday. It was actually really great to talk to him about some options. And he's like, just buy the time. And that's what I always kind of tell you guys is it's fun. The options premiums are attractive when you go a week out, a month out. You're like, wow, I can have the rights to 100 shares of X amount of stock for $1,000, for $1,700. But there's always a catch to that, all right? Just keep that in mind. You're already leveraging your system, and this is what I mentioned to Steve as well, too, and he agreed with me, is that you already have the ability of leveraging your system using your options because the premiums are going to be substantially less than just owning the shares. So you may as well spend that extra $500, $1,000 to buy the time because it's going to be well worth it instead of buying these 2 weeks out, 1 week out. If you don't get that move relatively quick, then the decay in your contracts is rapidly going to excel as you get closer to that expiration cycle. So that's why I'll always kind of be an advocate for someone who buy the time because you're already leveraging and it's worth it. So take the true advantage of options and just buy more time, spend those extra couple of dollars, and you're going to be well off in the long run there. Much better off in the long run, I should say, Sharif.
You're one of my old friends over here, IBO. It giveth and it also taketh away. Double top, boys and girls, at $1.95 right now. We are halted to the downside this time at $1.76. The theoretical auction price, the top. Now, this will not be accurate. Why? Remember we mentioned at the very top that IBO trades on the Amex. AM is the two-letter symbol there. So we won't have the theoretical auction price in the same way that we do for the NASDAQ stocks. We also suffer from the same affliction on the NYSE stocks and New York stocks. So this is showing $1.76. We'll have to see when, or sorry, not when, what this opens up at. The halt time, guys, 134.54. My atomic clock shows 136.40. So we're still a few minutes away from IBO opening. But I have found a new small cap gapper. It might not be the best of the bunch over here, but at least it gives us something to talk about and to possibly look at, excuse me. TPET. Not the biggest volume mover, guys. I think we've got about 5.5 million shares on a $2 name. Not bad, not bad. It didn't really respect VWAP. So I don't really want to base anything off the volume weighted average price, but where I do see respect with TPET is either at the 10 or the 20 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. You'll see the outlying prints over here when it was trading below VWAP. It found support at the 20. Once it caught its footing under it, it's been finding support what seems to be at the 10. So in case you're a newer viewer, the 20 EMA will always be yellow on my charts, and the 10 EMA will always be green. So it's finding some support there at around the 10 EMA, above $2 as we speak, 206, 207, with a high of the day at 220. So number one, can this hold up above $2? It doesn't seem to be, though, upon further analysis, at $2 trade, where, you know, $2 is that psychological support and resistance level. It doesn't seem to be interacting with 2 in that way. What it does seem to be interacting with are the exponential moving averages. So if that's my observation, that's what I'm going to base my trade on. Now, how do I weasel in? Well, the simplest way is to try to shadow where the 10 EMA is and try to pick it up off the bottom. Easier said than done, because these are dynamic levels, are constantly changing. So your price levels have to change along with them. So that's what I think I'm going to do right now. But look at SY Joseph Wilson. Boom!
Right on the top.
Into the top we go on your friend SY. 194 out there. Big boy move here on SY, taking out levels. We're just south of that $2 area. Keep your eye out on this one. This has got now about 67% greenery today, so we'll keep an eye out on that in the same way we're keeping an eye out on IBO, sir.
Good look there, and nice out there on that trade. So yeah, there you go, nice one. I'm glad that you're still holding that. I was referring to that whipsaw move and maybe just a liquidity grab here in IBIT. So yeah, let's see what we got going on. I think it's going to be a patient grind. I'm just cautious of this news now, because if we hear about these strikes, the market's going to tank. So I want to be on that side of this. So maybe we can get into something before then. I mentioned that the market did double top, so just keep an eye out on that as well too. I was looking at HIMS, so a big move to the downside in HIMS, almost 30%. So really tough look. But if we pull it up here, more of a slow grind, and you can see that the volatility is most definitely kicked into this underlying. So you can see we're trading around 48, and then around these lows is a $5 move, right? So you got to be cautious. Be prepared that now that the average true range of the stock has vastly expanded, you need to just size accordingly and make sure you don't get too large, because you can get a $2, $3, $4 move against you just like that, all right? So just keep that in mind. Still south of the volume weighted average price, positive sign. Can it break through this key pivot? That's an isolated volume print right here outside of the opening drive. So again, you crack through that, then maybe there might be some more potential downside on HIMS. Let's take a look at it from a daily perspective as well too here, guys. So, oh my days, what a massive gap down. So yeah, I hope Steve Thielman got out of that, because he was using HIMS Z, which is 2x leverage. So if you're seeing a 30% drawdown in HIMS itself, that's 60% to the downside in those 2x leverage. So just be cautious, guys. Make sure you have stops in place, and hopefully you have the ability to get out of these trades when you're supposed to. Man, I think I messed up this morning a little bit. I took Tylenol. I took a Tylenol this morning, but I think I took Tylenol the PMs. So it gives you the drowsy. I'm like, man, I'm struggling here for some reason, and that's what it was.
How would, like, they usually brand it, do they not, between AM and PM? So like, did you?
So
I'm curious to what happened here.
No, so I had 2 of them in the cupboard. I'm pretty sure I grabbed the wrong one. boom, threw it back, and then, yeah.
Were you
Okay,
still
that
getting
makes
out of bed at that point? Were you
Yeah,
still sleeping?
yeah. So I took them before I went to the gym this morning, and then they started really hitting me early. I'm like, what the
Adara,
hell is going on here?
Do they?
Hi.
What they just put the Benadryl in those ones, right? It's just
Well,
Benadryl.
I don't know what the difference is. I like the Dayquil, NyQuil, and ZQuil. I like that, but I'm more into that family. And really fun fact, if you want to go to sleep well, but then also wake up early without drowsiness, not doctor recommended, I'm sure, but if you take ZQuil, which is like the non-medicinal one for not sick, if you take 3/4, half dose of ZQuil before bed, you're going to wake up early. You're going to feel refreshed. Don't do it a lot because you're not getting that much sleep. But fun fact.
All right.
All right, fun fact. Yeah, now
I appreciate that. No, and she knows what she's talking about too because, well,
exactly.
Yeah. So keeping an eye on that.
Yeah, exactly. What do you got going on?
I was just about to punch into IBO like a psycho, Joe, because we just dropped aggressively from 195 high a day that we just printed in 1 second ago, and now we are halted down on my friend IBO. But I gotta tell you, I've seen this story before on IBO. And the story is it's been holding the 20 exponential moving average and has been basically since the morning, since 7:45. I don't see one closing print south of that yellow line on my black chart today on IBO. And that's exactly where it's halted right now. So just to give exact numbers here, the 20 exponential on the 5 is at 158. We are halted at 159 to the downside. So I'm gonna pack my patience. Now, if this opens up and gaps obscenely high and gets away from that $1.60, $1.59, well then, obviously I didn't execute properly punching in before it halted. But if it hangs around that 20 exponential for a few seconds, gives me an opportunity to punch in at around the 20, I'm gonna get long IBO again. On this one, it's a $1.95 high a day. Now, obviously, not obviously, but let me make my case here. So this is a bit of an issue. If I'm basing my entries and exits on these technical levels, specifically the moving averages, it gets to be pretty precarious for me when the 20 and the 10, for that matter, start getting away or moving away, getting farther away from the volume weighted average price. I say that for a couple of reasons. One, I use VWAP or the price action relative to VWAP to kind of gauge whether we're extended or we're trading within an appropriate range. But also for my outs, if we lose the 20, there's a large chasm between where the 20 is on the 5 and where VWAP is. So I really don't have any technical areas to put my stop. It's going to have to be willy-nilly. Now, having said that, let me caveat my statement by making this observation that we seem to have an area trough over here that I can use as a technical level. So if that, say, for example, $1.60, $1.59, whatever, where the 20 is, it gives up, and then I have to give this all the way down to $1.25 where VWAP is, well, not necessarily. I have another price action area over here that was formerly support, which could act again as support. So this $1.39, maybe $1.40, could be my area out, and that gives me about a 20 penny risk, maybe a little bit less on IBO. So we'll keep tabs on IBO and see what this one does. TPET continuing to put in higher highs and higher lows. You're not getting that parabolic kind of effect on TPET like we may be getting on some others. Let me give you the information on this one since we have a hot second. It's about 7.1 million share float, and this is not bad, ladies and gentlemen. The short float here, 9.69er.
You are fake news.
Percent float is board short here, Joseph. So about a little bit less than 10% of TEPET borrowed for short. Again, you got both things working for you here in the sense that you have a smaller float, 7.1 million shares, and then you have a bit of a larger-ish short float just south of 10%. So TPET got some of the ingredients over here to get parabolic. Speaking of ingredients, you're going to be happy to know that the ingredients for my very, I don't know, I guess they were popular at one point, my protein snacks. I've given you one of those.
Yeah, where those been at, man?
I just got the ingredients.
Okay.
Shopping yesterday.
All right, so bang,
they're
let's
going to
go
get
fire
made
that up.
tonight.
All right,
And they will be distributed equitably, as they always have. We'll bring
go.
some for yourself, for my boy Neil.
good, those are
Bring some
good.
for Adara. We won't bring any for Ram, of course,
no,
but
none for Ram Ram.
Assassino will get some because we want to protect ourselves.
Look, you can see Ramin's. Yeah, we want to protect ourselves. You see Ramin's booster juice right there. I had
Is that Mark's or Ramin?
I think it's Ramin's.
Is that yours, Ram? Booster juice? It's not good?
Why-
I don't know.
She doesn't know what it is.
Oh, Dara got it for you, right?
Someone just gave it to you off the street randomly?
I didn't know. I didn't know we
You
were
heard that,
moving, like,
Joseph?
I didn't know we were just handing out booster. I didn't know we were just handing out booster juice like that.
Well, she didn't seem to, have any qualms with random strangers giving her booster juice on
Hey
the
man,
street.
take it. Yeah, be careful. You don't know what booster. You
Her
don't know
friends
what.
hate it when she
You don't know what. You don't know what boosters in there, I mean. So
Oh!
just yeah.
Is it illegal on this side of the border?
Probably, but maybe not in the over there in our good friend, our good friendly province of British Columbia.
Well, everything's legal over there.
You know what I mean? So shout out to all the West Coast folks. There we go, guys. Fun talks as always. Holding up here. We're holding up this level relatively well. The thing is, though, we're forming those consistent lower highs. You can see the downtrend on the 5-minute. So that's something that we have to be cautious about and keep an eye out on it. Are we going to break through this? Until otherwise, suspect that we're going to continue this downward movement here in Bitcoin. So that's the look there. We still got Tesla hovering around the highs, which is holding up relatively strong, guys. So a big time move. I heard Katina Man was $20 in the money at one point.
Ridiculous.
We're up 10%. I mentioned earlier that our guy Danny Ives thinks that Tesla can double within a span of 2 trading weeks, which is absolutely insane. That's some big boy stuff there. And you heard, we always talk about it all the time. The market is forward looking. So if this is really big, if this is a massive catalyst here for Tesla, can they catch up to Waymo? I mean, I think so. I think that just the ability for growth and to expand is in Tesla's favor. But the rollout, they're slightly behind, but I think they do have the ability to catch up. So that's going to be very interesting to see. But here we go. Heading towards, this is going to be a massive pivot that we're going to experience at 366 on Tesla. But with this momentum, we've seen it in the likes of coin on that with the stable coin news, right? USDC. Now that we have a massive strong day here in Tesla up 10%, I'm going to be looking for the continuation in strength throughout the week, and that's going to be the game plan. It may not come into play tomorrow, but just keep an eye on it because at some point I do believe that Tesla is going to continue this this trajectory and this upward momentum there, Sharif.
Joseph, I missed it. IBO, so as I kind of mentioned, it holds like a glove at the 20. I should have put a market on open order for this one or a limit on open. I don't have to have market. It was you could use limit on open. What we're talking about there, guys, and I think Joseph and I have used these terms before, especially with IPO season. So when you're looking at trading something that isn't trading at the moment, whether it's because it's an IPO and it still hasn't launched or whether it's a halted stock like the ones that I trade all the time, you can use these types of orders. Now, your brokerage has to have them. They're called market on open or limit on open or market on close or limit on close. The point of this is to tell you or to tell the computer when the stock opens up, get in. So, for example, right now, when IBO was halted, if I was to sign a regular order using our platform, it wouldn't allow the order in. I need to use a special type of order to tell the computer, to tell the broker, when the stock is open, pay up to this or market in. So the market on open here tells the computer, pay whatever the market price is, just get me the hell in. And the limit on open says, once the stock is open, pay up to this price. I personally would use a limit on open so I can limit the price so you don't get marketed in for something ridiculous. But that's basically what we're talking about when we say market on open or limit on open or anything like that. That's kind of what we're talking about there. So IBIO, this one, it holds up right at the 20 as it had before and pops back up, another 15 pennies, and we'll see whether this is going to continue to go. It's a $1.95 high. We have a higher low on this current candle, so we'll pack our patience and see what we get there. Now, I weaseled in also to SY, got in at 80, went the beak at 83, but it's dipping down into 75. So I've given this a super tight stop here on SY. It's going to have to hold the 10. Otherwise, I want no smoke with this one. So we'll see if we can kind of move up as this one got right back into the 10 as well. Scott H., small cap gapper trader extraordinaire, bring into my attention one that Neil had brought to our attention this morning, INDO. Makes absolute sense why someone would be looking on or at INDO on the day. Reason is, this is an oil name. Obviously, with the Iranian parliament approving the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. This should be on watch. Now, whether they follow through on that or whether, other countries respond and put pressure, whatever, bro. The point is, this is in focus today, and it gapped up quite aggressively there at 4 a.m., got to about 7.25, and then it popped up even more. Right at 9:30, the implied balance high is the actual high of the day. That's 795, but it lost. It lost the bid quite aggressively and quite quickly. As quickly as we made that 795 high, as quickly as we found ourselves down trying to defend $6. But $6 was the pre-market area high, and it has been used during regular trading hours as a good area low. Alas, we held 6. 6 is a distant dream. We're at 680 right now. Now, what's the move here? We're at the volume weighted average price. We got a couple of candles that have weaseled above VWAP, but this one to me might be a thick trade. I don't know if I'm going to get into this one. I want to point it out for you guys. INDO's up 35%, a little bit less. It's a small cap gapper. It's under 100 million market cap. So done about 25 million shares on the day, give or take. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. It still hasn't earned its way onto the side chart, but Lab is breaking down. So INDO will replace LAB on that one, and we will replace it on the watch list as well, Joseph, because, well, Lab was doing bupkis. So we'll keep tabs on that. Still involved here in SY. Very small position. Look at IBO go. This was absolute money off the 20. I didn't get into that. I feel very silly having called it out and not punched back in. But the 20 exponential moving average is absolute money today on IBO, as this one works right back in close to the high day. About 9 pennies off that HOD right now. IBO looking to take that 195 high of day. I see you, Tisha. What a curl it was. And Tisha, I mean, I'm sure you use these moving averages as well. Most small cap traders do. But what a hold off the 20 there. I don't know if you were looking at the same thing I was looking at, Tisha, but shout out to you. Absolutely big move today on IBO.
Big time, Sharif. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of these bigger names. We know what happened with Google and the likes of Friday, security breach. Not a good sign there. Neil and I were talking about this. You essentially want to buy the dip here at some point, but just be patient, wait for some indecision at these lows, and then you might have the ability to hop in. But right now, bearish price action, not something that you want to necessarily be grabbing just yet. Slowly start to allocate if you're looking to get involved in some of these names, right? You don't want to go 100% at a time. You go 15%, all right, we grab a little bit more. Okay, it looks a little bit better. We add another 20% of what we're looking to risk totally, and then slowly start to allocate and then build into the position that you want to and size that you want to. But I'm looking at Google and Amazon as well too, guys. So keep an eye out on these couple names. See, that's the thing. I wanted to grab some around 197, but now we're trading around 209. So I want to wait for a pullback, a nice healthy pullback here, and then maybe we can get involved in this, just start grabbing some shares. So that's the look on Amazon and on Google. So we'll pull up IBIT here, even though this isn't necessarily the best way to gauge it, but you can see that we have now breached this neckline and holding below this. This is kind of what I'm worried about here, guys, is just this double top. But again, you just go on such a nice run from these lows all the way up to these highs here. So around 47%. It's a big time move. And this is what I'm referring to. You want to see more healthy pullbacks. This can be one of them, and then we start to appreciate in price once again. So wait for any forms of indecision around these lows, and then you can start to grab some. And it's the same thing with the likes with the overall market, right? Again, to me, this PA is so suspect. It's not even funny. At some point, we are going to get that pullback, maybe 5 or 10% near the highs here. We were only about 1.5% off of the previous all-time highs. So at some point we do get a pullback. They're not going to allow it to be that easy, but we will get that push. Open interest on NVDA promising. We have the 145 strikes now being lifted from an OI standpoint to 147 and to 155, opposed to where it was sitting before around 145 and then 150. So some positive sentiment there coming from the options market. Just have to be patient to see what price action is telling telling you, and maybe you can look to participate on that front. But with Tesla still consolidating around these highs, very important here, guys, because if you're looking for the continuation of this intraday trend, you don't want to be punching at the top end of the range. Wait to get in at those lows where we're currently trading at, and then maybe you'll get that continuation and that big time second leg here in Tesla. It's looking like it right now. They're holding 351 relatively steady here, so there might be an opportunity to get involved with Tesla for that push of the high of the day and the breach of it there, brother. So that's my look on some of those big names. I like Tesla, I like NVDA, and I want to see what the overall market is doing.
What a big move here for INDO. Shout out to Scott H for calling this out, man. Not only did it take out VWAP and by extension of that 6 3/4, but it just whooped through 7. Double top though, Scott. Here it looks like there's a seller at 707. Kind of a random area to have a seller, but you have 2 candles, both on the 5-minute chart, that do reject that 707 area. Let's see if it comes back down VWAP, Scott, and then holds VWAP here. I want to say it's been marginally respectful of VWAP on the day. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell what the price action has been, whether it's been, you know, psychological area like that 6 hold that we talked about, 6 as a resistance in the pre-market, then as support after the bell, or whether it's going to respect these indicators. So I'm going to keep my eye here on INDO. It's one that we've traded before and one that has a theme that's certainly in play today with oil. Again, this one, like IBO, trades on the MX. So if you don't have permissions or data access to the to .am, you got to weasel some of that access before you get in. But there are certain nuances with these ones, sometimes there can be bamboozling price action on the MX. In addition to the bamboozling price action, you don't also get the TAP, the theoretical auction price, on any volatility hold. So you need to just know some of the nuances that with trading different gateways, different exchanges. This one certainly is got that as well. So keep your eye out on that. I'm watching Indo here on the trading screen, trying to decide whether I want to take a dip below 7 for a move above that 707 previous area high, or whether I want to wait for that volume weighted average price to get retested again. Currently on my chart, it's showing me around 680. I don't really know how to enter this trade. I got to tell you the truth. I always struggle when a stock has been trading below VWAP for a prolonged time, gets back above VWAP, and I'm having trouble deciding whether it's a failed break through a technical lever or whether this is a big move up. I always struggle with these ones, so I'm gonna pack my patience. And if that means I miss out on the trade, I miss out on the trade.
Yeah, exactly. Just wait for your setup there, right? Don't get that FOMO or anything or chase. And I think that's big. And that's really important to trading as well, too, guys. So we talk about it all the time. It's just be patient, don't chase, don't feel FOMO. There's always going to be another opportunity, and you don't want to waste all your ammunition on something that isn't your 100% setup and just trying to force something that may not work, because unfortunately we have no control over what the stock market does. But yeah, Tesla, I really want to get involved at these lows here, so I got to wait for another pullback. This consolidation is looking really intriguing to me. So
it's lunchtime, Joe. It's time to shut down.
We got to shut it down. It is lunchtime, so yeah, I'm looking forward to that chicken there.
Oh.
But hey, we're gonna fire that down. Hit the barbecue nice yesterday. It was a every day,
So
brother. Every
annoying,
day
bro.
we're cooking. Every day we're chefing up on the.
He's got a barbecue allowance at his condo. The dinosaurs at my condo, they don't want any of that smoke.
Yeah.
Brendo's got one as well.
Brendo's
right?
got one,
He's
yeah,
got
so
a gas line.
He's
You
got
guys,
the gas line. I'm on the probe though.
You're on the pro. Okay, well at least you get that.
Yeah.
They'll just basically kill you.
Oh yeah, we were chefing up yesterday.
Oh,
Good
my
stuff.
God.
I love cooking on the barbecue. Nothing better than some nice grilled.
Who's going to
steak,
complain about that?
burgers, and everything.
Guys, just to throw some context, we're going to go to that Darren happening now in a second, but it's 36 degrees today, right, in Celsius. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit, but it's not about the headline number, Joseph. Just like that inflation print, bro. The headline number is not all the story. You got to look at the core.
Got to look at the core.
Humidity is prohibitive. It's going to feel over 40-something degrees today. I just went out for a walk, and I went out for a walk
It was leaking.
Bro, I'm sweating in my work clothes. This is embarrassing.
Saturday morning, I went to the outdoor workout gym, 8:30, 29 degrees.
Crazy.
Already, and I'm just stepped outside and I was already dripping sweat. I'm like, yeah, this is my territory.
He loves it. All right, Adara, thumbs up or thumbs down to this weather?
It will be a massive thumbs down for me, Sharif. I am from Winnipeg. I do not love this humidity, and I also do not love the heating cooling situation at my place. Let's take a look here at this market, but first let's take a look at TSLA. We actually just got kind of an odd comment from the company. Tesla saying that, I guess apparently their answers to questions about safety of the robotaxi deployment in Texas to U.S. regulators should not be made public. So they're basically arguing that for whatever reason, it's kind of unclear at this time, I guess their answers to questions regarding how safe this robotaxi deployment is should not be made public. We're going to have to wait and see what happens there. We've already previously heard that they do not want to publicize their responses to the NHTSA. So I guess that's quickly an update on that. Let's take a look here at the market here. NASDAQ, a little bit of a double top here around 529, pushing lower. And as I speak, we're pushing into low of day. Tons of updates here in the geopolitical situation. Iran said they're looking to retaliate here against the U.S. Right now, though, let's see if we actually get this push into the low or a bit of a double bottom, because right now we're trying to bounce. Here is Coinbase, COIN. This one pushing here below 305 is actually below VWAP as Circle, which is, I guess, sort of its pal in the stablecoin catalyst, tries to break lower a bit as well. It double tops just below $300 and cracks below. Could this be the end of Circle's parabolic rally? Only time will tell. Circle is still above VWAP. Back to you. Neil in his lesson of the day.
Is it though? Lesson of the day, everybody. Sometimes you just got to flip the script and switch things up. And it's more art than science, because a lot of times you're just flat out as a trader going to have a bias in a certain direction. Maybe it's a news story. Like if you like robotaxi, you're long in Tesla. But if you look in the geopolitical news, you were probably like me thinking long on Indo. And ultimately, it was a good breakout, no questions asked. I mean, I didn't have the breakout, so once it happened, I was looking for the dip buy. But something interesting happened when President Trump basically said, keep oil prices down. It flipped things in a minute. And you have to consider, like, if my bias is to the long side, if we can come to the chart, like I missed the break. I didn't put the order in there. I'll let you guys know. I mean, candidly speaking, when we were doing the morning show before the open, we try to go to the bathroom before the open. Then I canceled my breakout trade, came back, sat down, and we'd already broken out. So at that point, I'm looking for the after the open trade, and I play the dip back into VWAP, but I'm out before it even breaks the prior high. Now, usually, if I'm taking this long, anyone that watches the show knows wholeheartedly that I'm either getting it under VWAP or underneath the prior high. That's just how I roll. But this out was a flat out punch out because of what President Trump said. And whether or not it moves the stock, it doesn't really matter. I just know that something has changed. It's on the back end anyways, and now I want to flip. And in all that time, these are 3-minute candles. There's a 3-minute candle rejecting the volume weighted average price. I saw this, realized I didn't have locates, went ahead and paid for my locates, still had time, got it under VWAP, saw it wick VWAP again, so it tried to run the volume weighted average price, doesn't break my stop, which oddly enough, this is where I got out punching out. Love that it's the same price. Gave me that other ad into VWAP, and then you get the flush. Now here's where it gets a little bit tricky, because I should be long this right now. It plays both ways, everybody. You just had news about possible retaliations and what that might look like. You've had more negative stories coming out of the Middle East, and Indo pulls will move back to the upside. Now, it clearly broke trend a long time ago, and this consolidation off VWAP is another place to flip. And the crazy thing about this is where we get out on the news. We short to the same level. Look where the breakout happens above VWAP, at the same price. Now, that's what we call confluence. That's why I'm saying I should be in it. It's not only that it reversed, it's also at the same price. And you have to have that ability to go in the other direction. If you just only have a bias into one way, things can change and you'll find yourself in trouble. I'll give you an example, Coinbase. I have one Circle trade, but I was basically playing this weird catch-up game with Coinbase. The Circle was going up. So I'd watch Circle break, and if Circle broke, I'd punch in long and scalp Coinbase. Some muted success, like in, out, and then the last one a loser. But Circle loses, Coinbase loses VWAP, not Circle, as Circle is playing off the 300 high. So what do? I see Circle pulling back, Coinbase under VWAP, I take the breakdown. I was bullish on it, but it's been trending down since the high, and I see Circle pulling back a bit. It's relatively weak compared to Circle. It was down on the day, relative to Circle being up a bajillion. So I went into the short. Be willing to flip things up. Maybe it's news that caused you to change your opinion on something, or you could just be listening to the price action, see something is relatively weak, see that it's not behaving the way that it used to relative to maybe an index, or in this case, coin and Circle not being correlated that well today, making coin relatively weak. Could just be technical, breaking down under VWAP. Whatever it might be, you got to listen to the price action. That said, and I'm going to go back over to INDO, a lot of traders be like, oh, you can't go from long to short to long. It's going to do 30 million shares. It's done almost 30 million shares. We're halfway through the day. This is a particular case where I think if you're an active trader, yeah, it was a long early, it was a short, and then it was back to a long. The only reason why you can't just flip willy-nilly is you've got to find a good entry point and a rule to do so. I'm not mad that I'm not long here. Not even mad that I'm not long here. This is the place where I know I should be when it's breaking out the level that I was already interested in. And it confirmed a flip at my price level. That gives you that extra confidence, that extra oomph, knowing that above that price is significant and underneath it would be showing some weakness. So it's not about finding every single place to flip. But if you have a good reason like news and you've got a good level, then it should be in your repertoire to get out one direction and go in the other. You never want to get completely trapped by your bias as a trader because the price action is always right, not you. And you know what? There's a good quote. I'm going to end it with this. Your lesson of the day will be ended by a quote from Luca. Do you want to be right or do you want to make money? It's that simple. Good luck, everybody.
Don't be. I'm really rich.
Shout out to Luca, man. Shout out to you guys know us as the Bash Bros. They used to call us the Spro Bros. Because, you know, he's Italian. He needs a Spro halfway through the show, guys. You know, because that's kind of what they do over there.
Ramin's got a lot going on back there.
You all right there, Ram Ram?
You're channeling.
You hit your head?
Yeah, you're channeling your inner mechanic.
I don't know, bro. I don't know what she's doing.
Is that your chocolate bar in the fridge, Ramin?
I told you, bro, any chocolate bars with Arabic writing, you go right to Ram Ram, bro.
Ramin, yeah. Just watch out for those in there.
All right, guys. What's going on over here? INDO is on that good stuff, taking out levels. It has exceeded that 7.5. I'm like a schmuck over here waiting at 7-Eleven, literally at the price 7-Eleven. Yeah, I know, Dara, not the SEV the way you know it, but the actual price action or the price level, excuse me, 7-Eleven. I was looking for a 707 dip because that's where we had initial resistance. This thing is really getting away now. INDO is on that good stuff, above 50%. It's still south though of that intraday high, which was 795. That's the high of the day, excuse me. It was a topping tail candle, I want to say right at the open, right at 930. So that is the implied balance high as well as being the day high. So right now it took out 7.5. I was of the opinion and of the bias that we would have trouble with 7.5, only because look at this double top over here right at the open. Sure, we got the closing prints do go above 7.5. They go 753. But the closing print and the opening print are like 1 or 2 pennies away from that 7.5 for both these candles over here. So I just had a bias that 7.5 was a technical area of resistance. It doesn't seem that way though. It seems like the buyers are really pushing this one higher, and this could be a squeeze. INDO, we gave you before we went the short float about 5.8%. It's not the biggest in the world, but it's got a smaller float as well as having, you know, a decent short float, about 11.13 million shares. So I'm not really sure how to execute on this. You know, I was telling Joseph while Neil was doing his lesson of the day, I struggle with trying to identify micro pullbacks on breakouts as versus all-out reversals. That's where I struggle, and I think I struggle with that because I don't have objective criteria off which to analyze it. That's what I'm lacking. And I need something there objective. So even if it's wrong, at least it sets a standard for me off which I can base my data. And that's what I'm lacking right now. Watching the price action pull back, I don't have objective criteria to kind of discern whether it's a micro pullback or a larger retracement in general. So that's my issue, not yours. We'll keep an eye out here on INDOs. Zigs and zags just got to about 7, just a little bit less than 7 3/4, pulling back into about 7 and 2/3 right now. Let's see what it does with 7.5. As we mentioned, I had a bit of a bias that 7.5 was resistance. We're well above it right now, so we'll keep tabs on that. Scott H. telling me to keep an eye out on HUSA as well, HUSA. Let's just look at that quickly on the side chart. Yeah, it's still below the high though, 25.56. But shout out to Scott, another name there that's a former runner, and another name that's obviously energy related. Houston American Energy is the name of the ticker, HUSA. Joseph.
Good look there. All right, guys. So Bitcoin is starting to continue to, is continuing to the downside. So not the best look that we're experiencing. I see we popped into 58, but now we're about close to $1 south of that. So not a good look here in Bitcoin, especially if it cracks through this low of the this low of the day. Then not a good look, especially for your boys' contract. So what do you say? I gotta read this first. I'm happy. Okay.
Fake news.
Set up for
Fake news.
Come
on, Big Spile.
Lex is going over big. Some comments on doing some.
What's he doing now, man?
I don't know if I can read this.
Well, what is it? It's unbelievable. We need someone to read all his messages
I don't know.
before
I need confirmation from production to make sure I can read this aloud. So, but yeah, thank you as always. There.
Get it, Big Spile.
Okay, I'll read some of it. I'm happy to report that the something page I set up for Sharif from IG Story Thirst Trap Pictures now has many likes. It is going over big some comments. I'm doing some leg work. There you go.
Oh, bro, trust me. Are you trying to insinuate the legs? Is that what's going on over there?
Don't get it twisted.
Yo, bro. You know, you don't even want me standing up there.
Ooh, we don't want the quad. We the Quadzilla.
It's like literally my strongest feature.
Quadzilla.
Literally. Like, I'm far away. But yeah, that's neither here nor there.
Funny stuff. All right, guys, Tesla, it's on its own warpath today, guys, moving up towards that high of the day, up 10.5% here. You can see that it held those base lows relatively well. If you had the ability to catch the lower end of the range, that's what you're looking for, opposed to just catching the breakout up here when we're slightly extended, but a really good look. 357.50 is going to be that key pivot. I'm curious to know if Katina Man's still
What's
sitting
he doing
in this,
over there?
and if he's reloaded. But yeah, really good look. Potential second leg that we're experiencing here in TSLA. But also we're seeing a bull flag pattern being formed on NVDA as well too here, guys. So this is a nice consolidation, and you can see around that 143.50 level. Excuse me, we're holding that base nice and strong. So that's some key support right above the volume weighted average price. I'm going to be looking to get in on the lower end of the range, and then hopefully you can get that move back towards the top end of the range. And if you breach the high of the day, then that's bonus cash. All right. So lower end of the range, look for the top end of the range. Take some off, leave a little bit of a runner for the breach of the high of the day, and then boom, you're sitting on some nice cash. Haven't hit this one in a while, potential money storm. But today's been decent for us. Bitcoin's move earlier in the day, really nice, so keeping us nice and steady green.
Sorry, just give me a second, brother.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So Gorb and I were talking in the chat. I'm waiting for this news too, just in case it does come out extremely negative and tank the market. But again, holding VWAP, the SPY is south of the volume weighted average price. XLE relatively weak. But let's take a look at XLF to see what I got. I heard Katina Man talking about JPM, probably one of my favorite stocks here. But XLF slightly weak here on the day. I mean, this is nothing crazy. 50, 51, and then we're now down at like 50. So we won't cry home about that or anything. Let's see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. Ooh, consistent lower highs. Not something that we want to see necessarily, but be patient. Base is holding up well. If you do break through some of these support levels, look for the indecision. It's the same narrative all the time. This is our job. Find a system that's repeatable. Look at price action prints, pattern recognition, and then continuously hammer those trades when they display themselves, all right? Sometimes you need to be more patient, especially in the likes of swing trading. I'm more than happy sitting on cash or sitting in some holding positions longer in my swing trading just to look for those higher quality setups. Is Bitcoin working out how I want it to? Absolutely not, but I have no issues getting out when I'm supposed to. And that's what's going to happen, all right? So that's what we got going on. Wait for these pullback, wait for the break of the lows, and then indecision south of that. I think you'll find good bounce opportunity.
All right, Indo is at a critical moment right now, I think, in the intraday price action. Huge move up into 775 and another huge move right back down into 7. It's at the 10 exponential now with the volume weighted average price not much lower at around 688. I've put my out below the VWAP. I won't trade this below VWAP. We got 15s right now. It's showing me 7s. So this is either going to make or break to the upside or the downside. I don't think we consolidate right now on INDO, not given how we've been trading with today's price action. So let's see if it does dip down and stop me out at 688. It's having trouble, though, clearing above 7. It was above 7 briefly, got up to about 711, 710, and then was met with even more aggressive selling. So right now, above the 10 EM, above VWAP, but that's not really a glowing endorsement for a long at the moment. Right back into 704. The shorts are coming out in spades right now. Look at that seller at 704. Anteing up and adding more to their selling position. You can see that reflected on the gateway as more lottage comes on the posted gateway. And that's only what we can see. It's about what we can't see that sometimes gets us into trouble. 707 now, so we've worked our way back above 7 for the moment. Still out of the money. We got 15s on. Can we go back in and maybe test that 795 high? Right back below 7 we go. So INDO, all sorts of insane price action right now. Let's see which way this cookie crumbles. I'm also keeping an eye out on SKIN, but that one is a bit more dead for the moment. It's TPET. Do I have this loaded up on a trading screen here? TPET is the one I'm talking about. I do not actually have it on a trading screen, so let me show it to you on my side chart over here. Fantastic look for TPET. It was a little light on volume, especially during, the earlier part of the show, and that had me a little bit suspicious about this one, but the volume, as you can see there, started increasing, nicely, about 500,000, maybe 300,000 shares per 5-minute candle. Not a bad look. We just printed the high of the day at 225 right now on TPET. So this one's continuing to go. If I really had to take my guess, the 10 exponential's been absolute money, with the money fills being somewhere between the 10 and the 20. So TPET will certainly be in focus for me if it continues to trade in this fashion. But the one that I'm involved in right now, INDO, holding up at 7. But yeah, I'm a little concerned about this one. And your stop placement goes where it goes, right? I mean, if you get stop hunted, you get stop hunted. But I'm not going to keep DCAing to no end into this name and then, maybe catch a move back up, maybe not, and then ends up, giving back the entire day. So I'd rather just get stopped out, take a bit of a loss on this one if it continues to head down. But it's so indecisive right now. A little above 7, a little bit below 7. INDO is what I'm talking about. Scott H says, INDO, perfect cup and handle on the 3-minute chart. We'll see, Scott. I see what you're saying. I just don't like that monster retracement off that 775 high. We do seem to be getting some buying at 7, but for how long? Right? It feels like maybe the shorts could be in control at the moment. I'm going to pack my patience. If we can get above 7, maybe into that 7.25, we'll wet the beak at around 7.25 for a 10-penny winner. We got 15 on right now, so we're 10 pennies out of the money on INDL. I'll keep my eye out on that. GEOS, I tried to punch into this, but it doesn't actually allow me in on GEOS, so we won't be trading that one. And then NINE. This one was one that I think we talked about on Friday. I kept calling it 9-inch nails. Yeah, this is a really good one at the moment. NINE. It's got a lot of upper wicks there. I'm not sure if these are actual prints or bubkit or bogus prints, but it got a $154 high day. It's at a $154 right now. It's had a good couple of days here, higher highs and higher lows, and NINE up another 45% today, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there, guys. All right, I want us to see this real time. We were talking about VPA, and this is a signal that Gaurav and I lost. Polios, a lot of traders in the chat are looking for these specific signals in the market. I mentioned that each individual candle tells its own story. So now, what are we talking about here? Let's just refer to a hammer candle. We look for them at extreme highs, extreme lows, and around the volume-weighted average price. And I think we're experiencing that right now. So you can see the volume really start to kick in here, guys, on IBIT. Now, if we close as a hammer, boom, there you go. You see, you get that hammer print with a big-time isolated pivot. So I think there might be a potential bounce. And then note, If it does break it to the downside, be prepared to see some more movement, some more depreciation in price there, guys. So this could be a nice bounce, maybe back towards the volume-weighted average price, considering that we've been forming those consistent lower highs. We'll just readjust our trend. So you see we had a base, it cracked it to the downside. We had that ascending wedge. Couldn't hold the backside of the trend when it went for the retest. Boom, you break through the support and you see some more. Now we're at the previous low a day. You do get that slight whipsaw move here. Now what is going to happen? That is some big time volume. I think this is going to tell us a lot in what is to potentially come in Bitcoin. We break lower, we break the bottom wick here. Not a good sign. We have the ability to hold it. Maybe you get that retracement back towards the volume weighted average price. So this is exactly what we're looking for here, guys. I'm glad that we had the ability to see the print live. And now let's see what happens after this. Let's see if we can get the continuation. But Adair, what do you got for us?
Just keep an eye here on the market. We're seeing reports, Axios reporting, citing a U.S. official, that apparently the Trump admin is preparing for an Iran attack on U.S. Gulf bases. So looks like here, according to Axios, the Trump admin is preparing for a potential attack here in U.S. from Iran, or I guess U.S. Gulf bases here from Iran. So keep an eye here on the market, dropping lower again. Reported, I guess, planned attacks here on U.S. Gulf bases coming from Iran. And before we send you back to the guys, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Prop XP, because you can level up your trading game with Prop XP. Up to 1 to 200 leverage and static drawdown. So scroll the site and pick your challenge at propxp.com. Trade directly on our platform. Sign up, try it for free, and start your trading journey. Enjoy rapid payouts and real human support. No bots. Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot, trusted by traders worldwide. And right now, you can get 50% off with code TraderTV. Links in the description. Be the trader, get funded, join Prop XP today. Prop XP, your edge starts here. Visit propxp.com. Back to you.
One thing before I send it back to you there, Sharif. So yeah, people are saying that they missed the train on Tesla. I don't think so, right? Because we just cracked 352. Sorry, there's a nice support level there. Now we're heading back towards that volume-weighted, volume-weighted average price. The Qs are south of that there now, guys. So be cautious. USO is starting to trade higher. If you're looking for the longs, you want to see that oil play, and I'm glad that you mentioned that there, Sharif.
All right, man. I'm just keeping my eye here on INDO. We're taking prints. I just took a bunch of prints up into the third of $1 there. It's having a lot of trouble holding this level. I feel like this is a false breakout just to lure me in, but I'm just too stubborn to want to give this up, especially if it starts moving back up to the upside. I'll feel really bad about it. So we've taken out the majority of the position. I've layered my orders into the 30s, 40s, and 50s. Let's see what comes of INDO. We're going back to Adara.
Yes, we are. And it's actually not geopolitical this time. Keep an eye on DIS. This is Josh Brown's latest pick here, or his latest long idea on CNBC. Not a huge pump, more of a chop, but DIS on watch. This ticker was actually mentioned earlier today during the morning show. Now Josh Brown is saying that he likes it as a long on CNBC. Back to you.
You think your boy Nelson Peltz
You are fake news.
Think your boy Nelson Peltz is happy that he's off the old Disney board there?
Yeah, it's a good one. I don't know, man. My understanding was it's been a minute since that story broke, so the details of the story are starting to get a little bit fuzzy. But apparently it was another dude's money. Nelson was the face, and it was another guy's money. Nelson had his own money in there, but the majority of the money was another guy's money. So just do that. We'll get to that story in 1 second. Joseph. All right, guys. Prop X, baby. Trade the pool, excuse me. We got a bit behind the scenes look at Trade the Pool. The dashboard, it tracks your progress in real time, guys. You get live stats, you get your profits, and you get to see everything you're doing. You can break down every trade. You see your entry, you see your exit, you see how you played it out on the chart. Check out the certificate page for your full summary, achievements, and your payouts, baby. In this clip, that's Michael T right there. He's already earned $75,000, guys, in total payouts. It's Trade the Pool, baby. They give you the tools and the capital to go further. So if you're ready to level up, and I hope that you are, visit tradethepool.com or scan that QR code on the screen. Go, IND, frickin' go. We're taking out levels, Joseph Wilson. Here come, we're as long 7-11. I actually meant for this to happen. There, Adara. 7-Eleven. It was not by accident. I told you we would get it. We got it. Shout out to Sev. We're keeping an eye here on my friend INDO. It's got a seller at 45, Joseph. We're showing 47s now. Can we weasel up to about the 50? Boom! Let's set up a little bit higher now. You know where we're going to set up. If we're in the 60s,
Wow.
you already know where we're going to set up. 769er. So let's see if we can clear 50 decisively. Got a couple of more shares on this bad boy. And then we're going to Adara LePage.
Yes, we are, Sharif. Yeah, you guys are talking here about the Nelson Peltz deal. Who funded the situation? So I looked into it pretty quickly. I have more details. We're going to start here. This is an individual by the name of Nelson Peltz. Now, of course, he headed that pretty intense, I guess, activism or activist investor attempt here into Disney. That was in April 2024. He ended up losing the proxy fight. Now, the thing is, though, he was not the only person involved here. As Sharif alluded to, his claim was helped to be backed here by a man by the name of Ike Perlmutter. Now, why did Ike Perlmutter get involved? Because this is where things get really fascinating. Ike Perlmutter was no stranger to Disney. He was actually involved in Marvel as early as 1993. Now, Marvel, of course, owned by Disney. He was the CEO of Marvel for a while as well, even after it was acquired by Disney. But then they started trying to push him out of the Marvel studio aspect of things as early as September 2015 because Disney wanted Kevin Feige, who was the head of Marvel, to report to them directly. There was a bit of a disagreement. Perlmutter gets ousted, but then he was actually laid off officially from his position in March 2023. So then later that year, he starts backing Nelson Peltz. We get this activist investor attempt. After he and Peltz lose, he sold all 25.6 million of his shares in the ensuing months. So that is the very long-winded explanation of how this man and the man I just showed you tried to, I guess, get involved here in Disney via activist investment. It didn't work, and back to you.
Dara, that was fantastic. Yeah, that was actually really good. You give us the exact story with the timeline, who the guy was. I had completely forgotten his name. But I know you didn't forget this.
What? Ooh. Oh, it's me. Okay, I thought you were. All right, we're firing it up, guys. I definitely didn't forget this, Sharif. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NISE-listed Oragenics OGEN is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach about $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today with Oragenics. Yeah, so there you go. Yeah, thanks for that story there, Adara, much appreciated. And the Peltz and your friends, the Beckhams, are kind of clashing there. I don't know if you know who. You wouldn't know who the daughter and the son.
I know they have that whole show.
Yeah, so
I never watched
Peltz's
it.
daughter is married to
Adara told me this. Adara's told me this. Yeah. Adara, just weasel in.
The Peltz are calling the Beckhams tight these days. Tight
Really?
Yeah, here you go, Adara.
Take a look here at the market. It's dropping. Apparently, a Western diplomat told Reuters that there has been a credible Iranian threat against the U.S.-run Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar since noon today. So I guess if this is noon Eastern, I don't know what time it is. If it is noon Eastern, I guess for about half an hour, according to this Western diplomat, there has been a credible Iranian threat against the U.S.-run Al Udeid base. That's the latest news I'm seeing here with regards to the Middle East. If I see anything else, I will let you guys know post-haste. Back to you.
Oh, that's sick. We can throw stuff at you so easily now.
Yeah, we can totally
it's going to be direct access to, just harass Ram
right in the line of fire there.
Yeah, I don't know. Over here was okay because we could just kind of point to you and involve you in the dialogue a little bit. But that's where Ram's setting up. That's Neil. That's the makeup. Neil, say hi to everybody, baby. You're on camera. Because, Neil, you know what this new place is going to be like. There's not going to be an area over here where we're not on camera. Why are you doing that, Joseph? Why are you doing that, Joseph?
Angle. I didn't know it was that bad. Get off
this angle.
We can't do that angle anymore. That's
You're killing me, bro. I don't know. I'm just gonna keep saying it to you. Finasteride.
I can't take that. Yeah, I know you keep telling me.
Bro, you're driving me crazy when you say that.
I'm not risking it.
It's not the same
I'm
thing.
not risking it, man.
I got you.
All right, I'm long USO. I'm long USO. Let's see if we can get a proper see. As you can see, we're slowly starting to climb higher right here.
I was like, what's happening
What
back
did
there?
Neil
I love
just
it.
do?
He's stunning, man.
Oh, I thought did he just, were you poking fun at me? Look, he's hiding now. I know he did something. All right, there's video evidence. I will go back and see. Because remember that one time? It was Ramin who I found out it was Ramin who did the flashback of when Obi and Adara all caught us red-handed talking about your thing there. So
I love Adara, like, and the fact of the matter is, like, there's levels of culpability, right? Like, if you negligently, walk into something, you can be reckless, which is more culpable. You can be willfully blind, which is a little bit more culpable. And then you can have direct knowledge of something. Adara's level of culpability was, like, all the way at the top. She was in the shot.
that was crazy.
All right, we're going back to Adara.
Going to Adara.
We're still talking about my culpability. Awesome. Let's take a look here, though, all jokes aside, at this market, which is unfortunately still dropping. Wall Street Journal reporting that Iran is moving launchers for a possible attack on U.S. forces. We've now heard reports that Iran is maybe considering, I guess, targeting either these U.S. Gulf bases or, I guess, their base in Al Udeid. So we're going to have to keep an eye here on the market. As we get reports from Wall Street Journal, Iran is apparently preparing for possible attacks on U.S. forces. And back to you.
Hold on. Neil is telling me to look at the hooded one over here. Apparently it's moving, so let's have a look at HOOD. What's Robinhood? Wow, Robinhood. Okay, we're looking over here for something on, I'm not seeing anything on my blotter since 9 a.m. Adara on Robinhood. I don't know if you're seeing anything on your end there. Yeah, not seeing anything, guys. Robinhood is selling off quite aggressively right now. Joseph, we closed out 78.50 on Friday. We are down 4.5% right now on Robinhood, taking out $75 as we speak. Down and to the right it goes. Again, guys, I don't have anything on my blotter. It looks like the selling started coming in here at around 11:45. So we're 45 minutes deep here on the selling. There has been no green candles on Robinhood on the 5-minute chart now for 45 minutes. Joseph, we just lost 75 quite aggressively to the downside right now.
Market is tanking.
Yeah, the market in general is tanking right now. Well, your boy Donald over there is having a good time.
And this is what we're referring to. This is what we were like, hey, especially if those attacks are going to be legitimate and come into fruition. There you go. You cracked VU up, and now you're heading towards the south side. So not too good of a look. I don't know if this is the best idea from Iran, to be honest with you. We got to cool this. This situation needs to be cooled off as soon as possible, and we need to reach to some diplomatic conclusion, because I do not want to go down this path. If it does go out into that aspect, I am long-term swing account, everything, liquidation, going full on cash.
That's crazy.
The minute I hear anything bad like that, Sheree.
Really?
Yeah.
I'd be buying.
You have to. You're buying. You need cash to buy. Right?
Yeah,
right.
Of course, no question about it. Yeah.
If you're not sitting on too much cash, then I'd be looking to get in out of these some of these positions, because I don't want to be. If this does escalate, and Donald's not going to be able to so if they do attack these Gulf bases, Donald's probably going to have to retaliate, and then now you're going to go tit for tat. And the worst case scenario, I think, is if other parties, even more parties, start to get involved. So.
And that's the concern, that it spirals, becomes a wider regional conflict. But the thing is, I don't know if the situation in Iran really kind of lends itself to a wider regional conflict. There were, without getting into too much, I don't really see the. Anyway, let's let that one go for now, because we'll get to it when we're in a slower trading time. Right now, Joseph, I'm trying to decide whether I want to punch in more on Indo at the 10 exponential, or I want to get out the entire thing. So I have a few more outs left. Best print I have on this one is 750. We're along 711. It's back down into 715. 715 is the 10 exponential moving average, which is, again, why I was talking about possibly adding here. It's been quite respectful of the 10 exponential moving average, but now we have a lower high on this current candle, right? So it almost looks like it's a bit of a compression pattern with lower highs and higher lows, and you never really know how this cookie is going to crumble. So I'm going to move up my stop from $7 to 707. That way we're risking like 6 pennies, okay? And I can, sorry, not 6 pennies, I can count, I promise, 4 pennies. So we'll continue to keep our position right now on INDO. I think I can definitely stomach the move against me here, given that I've extracted the majority of the position out. And so if it does break my stop, we won't give too much back. So I'm going to keep my eye out here on INDO. There's really nothing that I really like at the moment other than INDO. SY has broken down below the volume weighted average price. Even IBO. It's not below the volume weighted average price, but it lost the 10 and the 20, and both those moving averages are pointing downward when basically they were pointing up the entire day. So IBO, I'm a buyer at 7 1/3. That's the volume weighted average price. We'll see if it works its way down there. Currently, it's still about 20 pennies, maybe a little bit more higher than that. SKIN, as I mentioned, this one also has VWAP at $1.79. We'll keep an eye out on that. And then this one I didn't say anything about. We're going to send it to Adair in 1 second. I think she has breaking news. But NINE, we were kind of joking about this one on Thursday. 9-inch nails, calling it 9-inch nails. This one's got more upside potential today. It's got some higher lows. This one does retrace. It seems to retrace every time it makes an intraday high. It sells off aggressively. Keep that in mind when trading it. Go ahead, Adair.
Keep an eye here on the market, dropping today's lows. Now we have an Axios reporter on X saying that apparently Iran is preparing to fire missiles at American bases in the coming minutes. So now here, I guess these attacks here from Iran on American bases could be coming within the next few minutes. Apparently an Israeli official also saying something to the same effect. Keep an eye on the market. Right now here, low of day on the NASDAQ around 524.50. Back to you.
Yeah, we were just expecting the response at some point in time, like whatever that response ends up being. You just hope, like, look, I'm not taking a position either way on the conflict, and I don't really want to get into that. But the point is, when this happened back in 19, the U.S. Killed an Iranian general called Qasem Soleimani. They assassinated him, and Iran responded by firing some scuds at the U.S. bases in the Middle East. Obviously, nobody died, but a lot of the active service members ended up getting like migraines and stuff like that from the concussive forces of the explosion. The point is to say it ended after that. Soleimani was dead. Iran responded with some missiles, and then the matter ended for about 5 or 6 years. I hope that's how it ends up being this time.
It's like, all right. You guys hit us. Now we're just gonna send a little
we move on.
there. Accept the fact that we got to retaliate. Just don't go. Don't play that tennis match where it's essentially an eye.
Joseph, I got to interrupt.
Go ahead.
INDO's breaking out again, guys. So held on a piece here. We're still holding a few pieces. It's having trouble with 7.5, and that's where it sold off last time. That's my best beak wetter right there. So now we've put in a higher low. That's what's operative to me. We didn't put in a lower area low. So let's see. Can we take out 7.5? Can we take it out decisively? My next beak wetter is going to be in the high 60s. You already know I'm waiting. If I'm waiting in the 60s, I'm waiting at 69. Let's see if we can clear that 7.5. Want to point that out, Joseph, that 7.5 level key on INDO.
Yeah, good look there. All right, guys, I'm going to probably have to hop out of this USO trade right here as the market takes a bounce, and you can see that we're selling aggressively. So there it is. We're now at the lower end of this range. It breaches VWAP, and then I'm going to just have to hop out here. So boom, there's that one. We are all out. Am I out? No, I am not. Okay, let me figure this out here, guys. Why can't we get out of this trade? That is not good. Oh, there we go. All right, so there we go. We're out of that one. No worries. Little harm done on that trade. It's unfortunate that we took that big move to the downside. So yeah, the oil play not really coming into to fruition how I wanted, but that's all right. We'll find something else. Big time indecision at the lows here in the overall market. Potential bounce. I like seeing this as we were selling aggressively, but now look at the volume really start to pick up, guys. Let's take a look at the VIX. I'm assuming that now that we started to head downwards, the VIX is really starting to pick up. With that being said, we were talking about the ability to take advantage of high spikes in the VIX by just buying longer dated puts. And let's take a look at the volatility index here, guys. We don't want to look at the futures. So there it is. Inverse correlation, big time move to the downside in the overall market. VIX spikes trading around 21.30s right now, so not a horrible look. And if you want to zoom out and see what we got going on, we're still not through some of these key resistance zones on the VIX, but any elevated spike, we continue this downward momentum. We get more negative news, more war talk. You're going to see the VIX start to spike, and then with that being said, look for those longer dated puts, all right? So and this is what I was referring to, right? We can zoom out and go back as far as we would like. even though we do stay elevated for some time, look after a couple of days, you get that sell-off right back into the mean. Get that sell-off right back into the average as well right there too, guys. So just keep that in mind. Elevated VIX, I think there's definitely a consistent trade to be had there.
Yeah, INDO is just absolute nonsense right now. Look at the price action on the chart over here. I had to get some out of the mid-30s because we were about to actually go red on this. I've got 7.11. If this loses 7, we're gone. Simple as that. We're already out. We just got stopped out there. It's okay. Still very positive on it. Happy with how I executed on this one. Obviously not happy that I didn't get out a piece at the top. Once it took out 7.5, I was insistent that I'd get my print in the high 60s. I'm assuming this one had a bit of a wild candle there based on the news that we just got out of the Middle East. The low of that candle, guys, was 7.05. The high of the candle was 7.54. So quite needless to say, it had a wide range per candle. So I'm going to keep my eye here out on INDO, looking for more on it, quite frankly. But this current price action, hard to discern what this one is doing. So if that's the case, we'll just stop out and get the hell out of there. That's number one. Number two, IBO. I'm still very interested in getting back into this trade. We are about to take out an area low. This is where I got in last time. I got right in at that local area low, and we took it all the way to $1.90. So we're about to lose that 140. Now, that 140 area was an area low for a reason, because we had 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 minutes rejecting that $1.40 area as resistance. Nothing closing above it until that candle right there at 10.15. Lo and behold, we got up to 175, dropped back down, tested that same area low. So that $1.40 we know is an intraday area of support. Alas, we have such an aggressive down move from $1.95 down into 140. So I want to see, number one, does 140 give way? If it does, I'm a buyer at around 130 for VWAP. That's number one. Number two, if a $1.40 doesn't give way, I'm getting in, on that first 5-minute candle to make a new high. A green one, obviously. So I'm going to pack my patience here on IBO. Certainly interested in getting back into this, but it's got to set up in the right way. Currently showing me a green hammer candle, at least for the moment. So that's what I'm looking at right there. Just load up my side chart over here just to give you guys an idea of what's happening in the Middle East. Yeah, I'm not seeing it quite yet. I was just going to report on it, but I don't have it on my news blotter quite yet there about the issues in the Middle East. Here's what else I'm looking at, guys. These are the small cap gappers we've got on the day. I don't know. Everything is strong except, or everything is kind of selling off, except GEOS. This is the only one where you can kind of say, wow, the trend is just very intact. 20 exponential retracement is absolute money. GEOS up almost 50%. What are you wowing about?
Just the signal and the volume and the big time bounce in the overall market. So yeah,
good bounce.
Yeah, that's a really good bounce there. And this is what I'm referring to when you see the same signal across the board. It's just like and I'm kind of just kicking myself on this here, guys, that I didn't take this trade. But here we go. We'll pull up some charts to see exactly what I'm looking at. So when I mention you see the exact same thing across the board on multiple names, you have to take that trade. And it's my fault, and I apologize for not doing so. But there you go. Qs, look, hammer, IBIT, hammer, SPY, hammer.
Let me guess.
Amazon.
Nail.
Oh, damn it. Almost. We almost
Come on,
got
nail,
it.
hammer, bro. Let's go.
We almost got it. We almost got it close.
You like that one?
Hey,
you ever see that trick about like putting the nail on the other side of the hammer and setting it?
No.
You ever seen that trick?
Yeah, I think I've seen that.
That's a sick one. Shout out to TikTok.
Shout out to TikTok.
Ram, have you been noticing TikTok's a little bit not that great these days? Why do they keep pushing videos that have low amount of views? Are you getting that as well? I don't understand. TikTok's definitely changed the algorithm. Yeah. You ever since that little outage there that we had at the beginning of whenever that ban went into effect?
Yeah.
Ever since that time, dude.
They
TikTok hasn't been.
All right, so it's not.
What's that, Ram? Yeah, people with like 20 followers are like they're all getting their content pushed, which is not a bad thing, but you know, usually
spread the love, man.
Adara, when are you getting on TikTok?
I don't go on TikTok, and sure, you've definitely set me up, but that people will send me TikToks. I do not willingly go on the app. Otherwise, take a look here, though, at the market actually bouncing pretty nicely. Though we're not really seeing any big news here. So these apparently we have some oil majors pulling staff from Iraq amid fears of retaliation by Iran. That's reported by the Financial Times. We also have, I guess, a news here confirmed that Iranian missiles were apparently launched at American bases in Qatar and Iraq. A source familiar with the details has said this, so keep an eye on the market. We did hear reports that we're going to be getting some Iranian missiles launched at American bases. Apparently, those missiles have been launched. Back to you.
Invest in every sector you love, all in one stock. 3D Capital, trading on the Canadian Stock Exchange under IDK and the US IDKFF. It's a risk diversified basket of about 60 plus vetted investments. Get founder level exposure, the kind most investors can't access in some of the hottest sectors. We're talking blockchain, AI, Internet of Things, IoT, biotech, and natural resources. Led by a CEO whose last venture returned 150x, 3D is currently trading at a discount to its assets asset value per share, and they're actively buying back and deleting shares. The world's highest returning investments usually come from founder level access. Think of 3D as your ETF for early stage disruptive innovation. Shout out to 3D. That's actually quite interesting there. We always talk about, having that gatekeeping effect. Have you heard of alt investments? Like like SpaceX.
Okay.
How it doesn't trade on the private markets, on the private market, but a lot of people are invested in SpaceX through the private markets because they're qualified investors. And so in order to be a qualified investor, you have to have a certain license, a certain amount of money. If you don't, you're an idiot. That's why you're not allowed to invest. We need the government to babysit us, Joseph. We can't make our own decisions.
We can't.
It's a pay-to-play game, says Obi. I'm exaggerating for effect, obviously, but that's essentially what it is.
Pay to play, yeah. I wish I could pay to play in SpaceX there. I was watching some video on the guy who thinks it can be a ridiculous, multi-trillion dollar market. So
We're talking about what?
SpaceX.
A
ridiculous amount of money he was referring to. Yeah, all right, guys. Unfortunate that we missed this move on the Qs. Yeah, I'm slightly kicking myself on that one, especially after the loss on USO. Still nicely green on the day, but yeah, unfortunate that we didn't get to take advantage of this candle because I mentioned when it's across the board on multiple names, you have the volume print, you have the indecision hammer, and this is exactly what we were referring to earlier. For those who are asking me about some good technical analysis books, this is what we were talking about. This is A++. So yeah, it's totally my fault for not taking that trade there, guys. You don't want to think about it too much. You just want to just take the swing, right? Uh-oh.
What happened?
Oh, no.
Oh, God. Let it go, and then do it again. Not that fast, bro. There it is. There you go.
Yeah, there we go.
Been there.
Yeah, there we go. So yeah, maybe we'll look for the continuation to the downside here, guys, because the momentum did pick up. But that is a nice hammer candle at the lows. Rejecting VWAP right now relatively aggressively. So maybe a continuation to the downside. Be patient. Wait for that precision entry. Zoom in and see what the lower time frames are telling you as well. And I don't see anything from a inverted hammer standpoint at VWAP. So I'm going to be patient. Wait for the retest of it. If it doesn't break VWAP once again, then that's when I'm going to look to take the shorts there in the overall market. All right, guys. So just keep that in mind. USO tanked heavy on me. That's an absolute bummer. So, and to be honest with you, that was the first time I ever traded this name. But this is what you get out. You don't want to sit in this for like a 2-point move against you, right? So as soon as we headed towards the volume weighted average price, momentum picked up. You get that aggressive bounce in the overall market. See you later to USO there, Sharif. So,
clearly. Yeah. And you know what else see you later to?
What?
Another one that's very oil related. INDO.
Ooh.
I'm really happy that we got out of this. I'm very disappointed that I didn't take the breakout 50 there, but we ended up giving back, I think, about 5 pennies, got stopped out at 707. But look where this went down to, man, 640. So this one really did lose. It lost the trend very aggressively. higher highs and higher lows. In fact, this candle here, the one that I'm disappointed I didn't take the print on, the 1235 candle, that probably bamboozled a lot of people because, you know, a lot of trend following traders, you're looking for those higher highs, and you certainly got the higher high above that double top at 750 there, only to be triggered in maybe at 755, 754, and then have this drop $1.10 on you in a matter of seconds. That's quite frustrating, but that is what small cap trading is all about. Take those smaller losses, guys, on these small cap traders, and then, you know, try to hold for your winners. A lot easier said than done, obviously. INDO, big move down, probably stopped out a lot of people. This is kind of how my trade looked on it. Where is it at? Yeah, right there. So we got in at 711, and then we ended up giving back a little bit there on 707. So a little disappointing. Now, what's okay is look at this area over here, guys. Look at that 6.5. Now, I'm not going to trade this because it's below VWAP, right? But look at that 6.5. 6.5 was acting as a very clear resistance level, basically, since we lost it at around 10 a.m. until we regained it around 11:30. And then lo and behold, it dips all the way back down, finds support at 640, 650, and now it's back up to 680. So this breaks my rules to trade it below the volume weighted average price, but showing you intraday areas of support and resistance are the real deal. Give us more information, Adara.
Gladly, Sharif. Take an eye or keep a something. Look at take a look here at HIMS. A little bit of a bounce. So in case you missed it, this one dropped here pre-market. That continues to drop here after Novo Nordisk reportedly said it would no longer be, I guess, supporting HIMS. You're offering Wegovy, that partnership was not going to be a thing anymore. Now we have HIMS CEO apparently saying in a letter that they will continue to offer Wegovy. I need to look more into this. I don't have many details. I couldn't find much, but just letting you guys know this headline is out there. We are again seeing this circulate on X, a headline suggesting that the CEO of HIMS said the company will still be offering Wegovy. If I've had any more details, I'll let you guys know. Wegovy also, that could be on watch here because it is a different drug here. We have, of course, Ozempic from Novo Nordisk and then Wegovy from Eli Lilly. So I guess this could mean they're still offering the competitor's drug. If I find any details, I'll let you guys know, but that just keep an eye on HIMS. Also, apparently, Iran launching additional ballistics and U.S. jets apparently scrambling over Saudi Arabia. I've seen that headline circulated a little bit here as well. So just be aware. White House and the Department of Defense, according to a senior White House official, said they're aware of and closely monitoring the situation. Back to you.
Anybody in the chat know if the United States deploys like an Iron Dome style missile defense system to protect their U.S. bases in the Middle East? Like they've got plenty. They got one in Qatar. They got plenty in Saudi Arabia, Oman. I know they're in the Sinai in Egypt. I think they may be in Jordan. I'm not sure. Like, do they protect their bases there using an Iron Dome kind of system? I'd love to know if anybody in the chat's former military or has that information. Tag Joseph or I. Let us know, because obviously it makes a big difference there. If you know, I'm not saying you don't have to worry, obviously, but you know, if you've got a system in place there, it gives you a bit more comfort.
Yeah, if any, some
if any, yeah.
There, then yeah, exactly. So, all right, guys, interesting article by Zoltan Ban on Seeking Alpha VinFast developing market strategy, starting to catch investors' attention. While competition's strong in the U.S. and Europe, they're focusing on fast-growing markets like India, Indonesia, and the Philippines. With rising oil prices, EVs are looking more appealing. Q1 showed major progress. Loss per vehicle dropped from $61,000 to $18,000. NASDAQ ticker, VFS, VinFast. Definitely one to watch there, guys. Go check out VinFast. Yeah, let's actually pull it up here because I'm curious to see what we got going on.
Yeah, I got it right here. Everybody's saying THAAD. It's called THAAD. Thermal high altitude area defense. That's what most people were saying. Looks like they're mobile, so you can definitely
zoom in on that.
Yeah. It looks like they're launched off the back of a truck. THAAD was developed after the experience of Iraq's Scud missile attacks during the Gulf War in '91. Thermal high altitude air defense. Thank you guys for that in the chat. I do appreciate that. We're going back to Adara.
Keep an eye on the market. So apparently Tasnim, which is described as a semi-official news agency based in Iran, has reported that the missile operation, which they're calling the, quote, Annunciation of Victory, has launched against U.S. bases in Iraq and Qatar. Apparently, they, according to Axios, Iran launched 10 missiles towards U.S. bases in Qatar. Back to you.
Adara, what do they call it again?
Annunciation of victory is what they're calling it. So I guess they're announcing victory.
Thank you very much for that, Adara.
Yeah, already?
Are you enunciating your victory? Enunciating your victory.
Yeah, I don't know. I would maybe announce it, but
Nobody got that. Fine. What do you got?
I got nothing cooking up right now, apparently, but I want to kind of short this market, so maybe we'll get involved in that there, guys. The TQs here, you can go long SQs or actually just short everything here. Yeah, so you can see we're holding this support level. I would rather get it back towards the volume weighted average price. I think that we have to be slightly more patient on that one. So yeah, there it is. Bearish market. You got to be cautious on what you're trading here today, guys. You can see the volatility most definitely step in. Wait for these pullbacks. Is the tape telling us that we're relatively weak? I think so. You can see countless moves on the bid. Boom, boom. You can see the weakness displayed there, guys. So yeah, just look to follow where the weakness and the strength is. So yeah, there it is. Oh, okay, a big gap down in the overall market. I don't want to chase it at these lows, but it might be a good trade. Okay, yeah, I'm going to pack my patience. I'm going to hold these hands here, Sharif, because I don't want to chase anything down here just yet. But I believe at some point we are going to go and test those lower days, especially on the trajectory that we're currently sitting on. And I'm seeing the weakness displayed in the time of sales. Just need to wait for that right entry price so you're not selling the lows. You want to get in a little bit higher just in case the market does decide that it wants to bounce. Your risk to reward will be vastly skewed if you are chasing it all the way down here, that's for sure.
All right, guys, I want to remind you that super easy way to vote now. We're not doing these polls anymore. You don't have to, exclamation point this or that. It's super simple. It's the $sign, like being on X and Twitter, and then the ticker that you want. We have an automatic system. Shout out to the Chilean nightmare who's feeling under the weather today. Fabian created this system that basically picks it up automatically. It'll tabulate for us at the end. That way, when I get up to the big desk and we do the afternoon rundown, it's all right there for me. So it's just the $sign, just like Neil did right there with Indo. $sign, INDO. Whatever ticker you want, right? We saw the Katina man with the Tesla banger. We saw Neil with the Indo banger this morning. So make sure you are voting for your tickers every day. And we don't have any other requirements other than they be a 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker preceded by the $sign. Thank you, Assassino, for reminding me about that. I do appreciate it there. All right, guys, there is not much, sadly, happening in the world of small cap gappers at the moment, save and except for our friend GEOS. And this one is a bit of a bamboozler as well. So look at this, 788 area high. Boom to the downside. 684 area low. How many people do you think that stopped out? If you had your stop, though, below the 10 EMA, you likely didn't get stopped out. In fact, even better, if you had that buy order waiting at the 10 EMA, you're laughing up a storm because this one popped up right back into 760. Alas, we were putting in higher lows, but we do have also lower highs, so a bit of a compression pattern right now at near the high of the day, I should say, on GEOS. This is up a nice 51%. So certainly, definitely not the best trade for this one is not behind it quite yet because we're very much near the highs. The information on this are as follows. Is it 11.75 million share float? And the short float on this one, kind of, I don't want to say negligible, but not that exciting, 3.17%. It's done a decent amount of volume today, just a little over 1 million shares. It is lightly traded for a $17 name, no question about that, hence why it is spready at times. So GEOS in focus. IBO, this is the #1 gapper in the market, not exactly moving in the same parabolic way that it was to the high side earlier, a $1.95 high. We are holding generally this area a support right now between a $1.40 to a $1.50. We are having trouble staying above a $1.50. In fact, this candle kind of puts everything a little bit in wait and see mode. pops up into 161, then we have 3 candles that make newer lows and newer highs. Sorry, lower lows and lower highs, excuse me. So IBO in focus, but I don't like anything right now, guys. So I'm not in any trades because none of the small cappers are setting up in the right way. I'm keeping my eye up on the top scanner there for any new small cap gappers that could weasel their way onto the scene. And alas, there is really nothing that I'm liking at the moment, but I will let you know as soon as I see anything. For now, I'm going to send it back to Joey while I set up for the news.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, here we go. You can see that we're short the Qs. This is going to be a key area. We got this downtrend. Excuse me. We break through the support, then there might be an add opportunity after retest of that support level. But then now I'm aiming forward towards the low of the day. So yeah, let's see what we got going on. Boom, there we go. We crack it. One thing to note, guys, keep an eye on the volume by time. We are slowly starting to stair step down as we depreciate in price, and that's not necessarily something that we want to see. We want to see it stair step up, but I'm not saying that that volume cannot step in. But there we go. Waiting for those entries, guys. Really, really important. Nice move here on the TQ.
Get it, Joe.
Let's go. Yeah. We're getting that move. Maybe we get the low of the day here, Sharif. That would be prime time. That's Deion Sanders, right? Who is prime?
Prime, yeah.
All right, let's go. Or shout out Optimus Prime, I guess.
Whoa.
Yeah. There we go. Oh, see, that's the thing. A whipsaw move. Now we're starting to bounce back. Let's see if we can crack this 72 level in the overall market. Now that we're trading the Qs, we have to keep an eye on some of the larger names. What is NVDA doing? What is Amazon doing? And what is Tesla doing? Looks like they want to bounce. We need this downtrend to stay intact. 72.20. We had 40 cents there really quick. I'm looking for a little bit more. That low of the day test is that primary target, but we have to be patient and wait and see if we can get there. So yeah, that's what we got going on. We need that weakness to continuously be displayed. Right now we're seeing the defense on the ask, not something I want to see, but keep stepping in, hitting the bid, below the bid. That's going to show us the weakness that we want, and that's going to give us more conviction to stay within this trade. We crack this trend, sit on the backside of it right here is what I'm referring to, then maybe we have to get out and you're going to get that strong aggressive bounce in the market just like that. So yeah, there it is.
Katina man, Silverado Blue wants to know what you're doing over there. Any updates on the positions? Yes. Can we get them? I love the suspense that I have to wait for. Okay, he's coming in.
He's also short the market.
Katina Capital.
Yeah, how's it going? Yeah, I'm also with my mini-me guy over there. Yeah, no, I flipped over to the Qs. So we started shorting right here, right now. So we're short. My average price is 72.75. We're just in it right now. We were starting to short underneath the 50-period moving average. It just popped back up there. Look, I'm not liking, obviously, and I just sat back down, so I don't know. I got to. My son just got awarded the MC position for his for the graduation this year. So that's how. I wonder where he gets talking from. But no,
Baxter?
No, Barron. He's 13-year-old.
Okay.
Yeah. No, Baxter's 23. He moved out. But no. Anyways, good call on that one. So no, I was just thinking that overall, I'm with Joe because I think the market is got to price in some of this. Turmoil, right? And I think we've already done it. Nasdaq looked to turn red there. It did, but we're bouncing right now. So I don't know. My out. I don't know where Joe's is. I'm getting pretty aggressive on this. I'm gonna have to get taken out up here, 73.50. So that's going to be
if it breaks VWAP, I'm out of the short.
Oh, break VWAP. Okay, yeah, I'm getting more at VWAP. So punch me in, Joe. Punch me in. All right, talk to you guys later.
All right, Neil's letting me know that oil stocks are absolutely dropping off a cliff. Oil is down 4%, dude. Look at this.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me right now? Oil is absolutely tanking. Where the hell is my oil futures? There it is, futures. Show yourself. It's the August contract that we want there, Joseph. Look at oil absolutely take a nosedive. 4% and going here, Joseph. So I guess it was a sell the news event.
Yeah.
Wait until they fire the missiles, and then, that's when we sell the news.
Yeah.
So oil all the way, or buy the news in this case, because you're getting out of your shorts. Adara, any more information?
Yes, we do have some more info here. So we're seeing lots of reports of alarms sounding in the area. But we do have comments here coming from Iran on state TV. They said that they've launched a, quote, powerful and devastating strike at the Udeid base. They said they're not leaving any attack in Iran's territory unanswered under any circumstances, and saying that, I guess what's happening here is a response to the U.S. striking over the weekend. And they also said that they will respond to, quote, any repeated U.S. mischief. So definitely issuing a little bit of a warning here to the U.S. The market, though, bouncing pretty nicely. Back to you.
Guys, we're seeing, I'm sure Darren's reported on this, but people are saying explosions heard over the sky in Doha, Qatar, as well as missiles fired from Iran towards U.S. bases in Qatar and Iraq. So obviously the U.S. still has troops in Iraq that are, I guess, going to be a target here for Iran. So we will keep you apprised. I wanted to build on this oil headline over here. I'm showing you the chart. XOM as well down 1.7%. Occidental over 2%. Devon Energy going on 3. You're getting, Schlumberger 4.25. So you're definitely getting a lot of selling right now in the oil names. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Usually it's the opposite. When belligerencies pick up, oil goes up. But in this case, it was sort of a sell the news. Or in this case, again, cover your shorts, sort of situation. Anything you want to go on before we cover the news?
No, I'm still short here. The market's ripping to the top side here. So maybe it's just going to be a liquidity grab or something along those lines. So I'll be as patient as I can. But I don't want to take too big of a hit on this, though. So yeah, that's it. That's all I got.
The Katina man's looking at you, bro. He's giving you a look, bro. He wants
Wait, whipsaw it there. I'm not gonna. I will wait for it to open above it, and then after that, I'll hop out.
No, I'm stuck now too. So
Yeah,
I'm short 7301.
Yeah,
The Katina man short 7301 on the triple Qs, guys. So keep your eye out on that. Katina man keeping his positions in the chat. If you're following what the Katina man is doing, you should be keeping your eye on the chat.
At VWAP, though, I like that.
And we're going to talk a little oil here, Joseph,
All
because
right,
the first
fire it
topic
up,
we
brother.
have is the Strait of Hormuz tensions. So it's a little strip between, well, there's many countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and Iran. It's a little area of water there. And Iran's parliament, apparently yesterday, approved the potential closure of the Strait of Hormuz following the attacks, obviously, Katina man, on the Iranian nuclear sites. The final decision, though, doesn't rest with Iran's parliament. It lies with the National Security Council of Iran. I don't know who makes up that body. Experts view this threat as minimal, though, because of the potential it has for a massive self-inflicted economic harm. Again, Iran relies on this to weasel their oil mostly to China. The biggest buyer of Iranian oil right now, Katina man, is China, believe it or not. Okay? So, Iran ships... I believe it. He believes it. He believes it. Iran's shipping about 1.5 million barrels a day through the strait we're talking about, and a closure could obviously disrupt key exports, especially to China, as I mentioned, its largest oil customer. Analysts say Iran unlikely to want to provoke China or other Gulf countries that use that same strait, give it the potential for blowback and the economic isolation that could ensue. And just to give you an idea, the Strait of Hormuz on its own handles about 20% of the entire world's global oil flow. That's crazy, making the world's most critical energy transit route. Analysts expect, though, Iran to avoid a full disruption, possibly opting for a partial interference of the strait. We'll have to see how that ends up working out. And there are limited alternatives, though. So if it does get blocked, you know what's going to hit the fan. The reason is because there's only about 2.6 million barrels per day that move out of Saudi and the UAE vis-a-vis pipelines. Compare that to the 20 million barrels per day that are transported through the strait. In other words, there's no other feasible short-term alternative mode of transportation for the oil. 2.6 million barrels per day, 20 million barrels per day. So no feasible alternative, putting sustained upward pressure possibly on global energy prices if the conflict escalates. That is not happening at the moment, as I mentioned. Oil a bit down. Catching a bit of a bid, though, so off the low there was about 4%. Now it's 3.25. We're going to pause for a second and send it back to Adair.
Just be aware here, we have a response here from Qatar with regards to this missile attack on one of its bases. They say they reserve the right to respond to this blatant attack. They intercepted the missile barrage here on the Al Udeid Air Base. They said there's no incident or casualties from the attack, via basically saying here that they do reserve the right to respond. That's coming out from Qatar. So might be some more responses here and back and forth in the Middle East. Back to you.
Thank you. And good pronunciation there, Dara, by the way. All right, let's go on and talk a little circle. Stock hasn't been doing too much, Joseph, and we don't need to talk about it.
Circle.
It's only up 83% last week, 200% since the IPO. What is happening here? No, kidding. So it was up about 83 and change last week and has doubled since their IPO earlier this month. The surge follows the U.S. Senate's passage of that Genius Act, which is a bill designated designed, to establish a federal regulatory framework for stablecoins. And that's important for Circle because they're the sole issuer of USDC, the second largest stablecoin on the market, obviously after their friends at Tether there, which have about 2/3. They have about 1/3, give or take. The bill will enable banks, fintechs, and even retailers to basically legally issue and use stablecoins. It includes regulatory oversight and consumer protections, and now moves to the House of Representatives, of course, for reconciliation. Should be noted that they have their own bill there for stablecoin legalization called, I think it's called the Stable Act or something like that. The Genius one is the Senate. Ram. Tripping me up over here. Their Genius one is the Senate. They have their own one there in the House, and then they have to reconcile it before it weasels on to the president's desk to be signed and made into law. The bill will, as I mentioned, it's going to enable banks and retailers and stuff like that to issue stablecoins legally. Despite the excitement, investors are urged here to be cautious with Circle. So the reason is, what's Circle market cap right now? CRCL. Is it going to give me the market cap? It hasn't been given to me because it's too early. Well, $60 billion without today's 12.5% move. Okay? This is old. This is from last week. Okay? $60 billion. On revenue of $1.7 billion last year. They have over a $60 billion market cap, and they don't make $2 billion on the year. Obviously, that's last year. That's not 2025. And the market is obviously forward-looking, not backwards-looking. The point is, it's very oversubscribed at the moment. Whether or not it goes down, that's a different story. The stock's near 200% rise in the weeks post-IPO highlights the speculative interest, but also the potential volatility. There are issues, though, with Circle. Let me give you some of them. It is likely going to be interest rate sensitive, meaning that if the Fed does cut rate, that could eat into their margins. Higher interest rates have been good for Circle. Also, believe it or not, about 50% of their revenue is actually tied to Coinbase, who holds and supports USDC on Coinbase's platform. That's also kind of concerning. And the changes to how much USDC Coinbase supports could significantly impact Circle's financials. So I'm not saying it's going to tank or anything like that, but be on the lookout and have that information ready to go if you want to make an investment decision. Anything you want to cover?
Yeah, I added a little bit more in here, guys. I typically don't do that, but this is why when you crack through that trend, I've mentioned this before, you get out, all right? So there you go. We added up here into these resistance zones. Let's see if we get a bounce, but this market is super strong and looks like it wants to rebound. I mentioned when you're trading the Qs, you're looking to short. What are the big names around it doing? We'll look at NVDA. Doesn't look like it wants to slow down and maybe head towards the high of the day here and break through some of those key levels. We're just going to be patient. Maybe it's just a liquidity grab. Again, not something that I necessarily do, but I have a little bit of conviction in here. Let's see what we can get back to kind of our entry price here, just a break even or south of the volume weighted average price. We crack through this high, then I'll just hop out. That's going to be it. We don't want to hold this too far against us there, Sharif.
Yeah, videos are circulating in right now from Qatar of the missiles in the air. I saw somebody in the chat there saying 3 direct hits. Christopher Jones. I haven't been able to verify that. I haven't been able to verify it. And I haven't seen it on TV either. So we'll keep you guys apprised as things, develop, because it is very much market related, not just with oil, but with everything. Yeah. Let's go on to the next one over here. Tesla in the news. In case you haven't seen, Tesla up 8.5% on the day, almost above 350, Joseph. It feels like every day the volatility on this one doesn't subside. But Tesla has launched a small fleet of driverless robotaxis on yesterday in Austin, marking its first deployment carrying paying passengers. The rollout included, Joseph, about 10 vehicles, not too many, operating in a very limited area with a front seat safety monitor. And the price is, Joseph, a flat rate.
$4.20. That's interesting.
Very interesting. Shout out to our friend Ellen.
Why do you think he did that?
It has nothing to do with 420, Joseph.
Nothing,
I want get
nothing.
that out of your mind, bro. Get it that out of your
he's
mind.
clean. Remember, he's clean. He doesn't do it.
Did he put marijuana? Did he put? He did?
Absolutely.
No, he didn't.
Everything.
That's hilarious. What a joker.
That guy's clean as a whistle.
All right. I told you, get to find out which masking agent he took. I'm playing. Elon Musk called it the culmination of a decade of hard work with, and I like this part a lot, Tesla's own AI chips and software, obviously built in-house, kind of building on that vertical integration that we've always known Tesla for. They invited a lot of influencers, in case you haven't seen the umpteen amount of videos that have found their way onto YouTube, but Tesla invited a select, I beg to differ with that, select group of social media influencers for a controlled pilot, including the ride orders via a dedicated Tesla robo-taxi app. The early footage showed Tesla rides, beginning in South Congress, which is an area of Austin, with clear absence of human drivers. Now, that's all good in there. How are they doing this? What legislative framework are they using? Well, they're using a Texas AV law, and that passed legislation requiring permits for autonomous vehicles. It's going to be basically effective September 1st. The law will allow the state to revoke permits if public safety is at risk and mandates emergency guidance for first responders. Apparently, analysts are calling this Texas AV law easy to get, but also easy to lose. So you're going to have to play nice, I guess. Make sure Greg Abbott doesn't get upset over that.
Ooh, yeah, we don't want that.
Get it, Greg.
Get it, Greg. I'm going to pull up something.
One more thing, and then I'll throw it to you, Joseph. Tesla will limit the service scope initially. They're going to avoid bad weather. They're going to try and avoid complex intersections, and they will not they will not pick up minors under the age of 18. Musk emphasized the company was going to be quote unquote, super paranoid about safety in the early stages of the rollout. And as I mentioned last week, Joseph, they are monitoring these things off site. So even though there's a safety driver in the car, the actual cars themselves are being monitored remotely everywhere.
Yeah, very interesting. So just a couple things too. So I was listening to Danny Ives yesterday, and he said with this robo fleet coming in, there's a possible bull case. The bull case for Tesla would be $2 trillion by the end of 2026. That's a market cap standpoint.
Interesting.
Very interesting. But I also didn't know this, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Have you heard of Amazon Zoox?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I've never personally heard of this. So apparently this is a black horse in this race that we're seeing between Waymo and Tesla as well.
Good call. I know you definitely don't want to write off Amazon.
No,
it's not a good idea.
At 0 point do you ever write off Amazon. So yeah, there it is, guys. I'm gonna hop out of this Q trade. It's unfortunate that it's just continuing to squeeze right now. I'm looking at NVDA, Amazon. I just mentioned that, in some of the bigger names. They look like they want to break through some of the highs of days and some key resistance zones. I don't want to be short the market if NVDA decides that it wants to break the high of the day. Adair, what do you got for us?
Just keep an eye here on the market. We have comments now coming from Fed's Goolsby saying that it's critical to look at soft economic data at the current moment of transition. Nothing huge here, but just letting you guys know that he is talking. Then at 2:30 p.m., we get a double whammy of Fed speakers. That'll be Kugler and Williams, both hitting the podium at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. So in about an hour from now, more or less. We also have, I guess, more commentary here from the Middle East. I'm not going to get into all of it, but one thing that's worth noting, apparently Fox News reporting, citing U.S. sources, that the U.S. military was not surprised by the Iranian attack on its bases. We're going to have that sense anyway. Market trying to recover really nicely here from these lows. And back to you.
All right, videos circulating now of Patriot missiles that are intercepting some of these incoming Iranian ballistic missiles. I'm keeping it close over here. So the social media stuff we're getting, it's always hard to verify whether this is newer video or recycled older video. But apparently some of the missiles were intercepted by, I guess they're not saying THAAD. I don't know if Patriot missiles make up part of the THAAD. You guys are going to have to fact check me. I don't know all that much about these missile systems, guys. But
I don't get it. Why launch the missiles if you know they're going to get intercepted?
They have people as well that they need to basically take account of. Like, I mean, they can't be observed to be weak amongst their own people.
Yeah. That's
so if
fair.
you're not
That's
responding,
fair.
well, then you know what I mean.
Valid point there. Yeah.
Yeah, and like they've done that in the past. We talked about that in 19 when they killed Soleimani.
Yep.
Trump assassinated him basically, and they responded back. So we're going to keep an eye out on that for you. We got Adair at the big desk. We got all the bases covered. And now we're going to talk about Bitcoin and that brief slide. When I say brief here, I'm just going to check it. Below 100,000. Yeah, I watched this one last night. In fact, in the afternoon, Bitcoin was below 100,000, fell below $99,000 actually. Its lowest price since May amid rising tensions over Iran's threats to close the Strait of Hormuz and respond, obviously. Ether plunged 10%. Solana, XRP, Doge, they all posted significant losses, dragging the crypto complex down as a whole. There are inflation worries, and this pisses me off about Bitcoin, that it's still a risk asset. So rising oil prices are reviving concerns that the U.S. inflation could visit a higher figure, maybe 5%, who knows, the headline number, which may cause the Fed to delay or reduce the tariff or the rate cuts that we have planned for the rest of the year. The macro shift has spooked these risk assets, with traders rotating out of speculative names like crypto, and that's what you don't want to see if you're a long-term crypto person like I pretend to be. You want to see this as an inflation hedge, as a flight to safety, not a risk asset. If I want the Qs, I'll buy the Qs. I don't want to buy the Qs and Bitcoin and have them move in tandem. That's not why I'm in it. So the sooner the correlation can get decorrelated, the better for me. Crypto analytics firm Kaiko reports a spike in Bitcoin correlation, with the NASDAQ reversing a multi-month divergence. This reinforces the view that Bitcoin is behaving like a risk asset rather than inflation-insulated risk. And we'll go to Adair in 1 second. Spot ETF saw about $1.04 billion in inflows last week, but that all collapsed towards the end of the week. The net inflows on Thursday were about $6.4 million, by Friday, coinciding with obviously the earlier departure from the G7 by Donald Trump to deal with Iran, and the drop below 99K triggered widespread forced liquidation. Stop buying this thing on margin. On Binance, on Bybit, and other offshore derivative exchanges, over $1 billion in positions were wiped out in 24 hours, with a 95% from long bets. Most people were not short, indicating severe over leverage there. Adara.
Just keep an eye here on this market. Fed's Goolsbee still talking. He's generally lately been a little bit more, I guess, hawkish or cautious here than some of his colleagues. That's still happening as he makes these comments here. He's saying that the current form of uncertainty is disconcerting for the economy, which does vary a little bit from the Fed statements at the Fed meeting last week. They said that uncertainty had actually been, I guess, controlled a little bit. He also said that so far that the impact of tariffs is not as bad as feared. We also have more comments here coming out about the Iranian attack here. Apparently, according to the New York Times, they coordinated the attacks on the U.S. airbase in Qatar with Qatari officials and gave advance notice that the attacks were coming to minimize casualties. We also, there was another comment here as well, I believe, on watch. Yeah, I think that was the main thing here. Just be aware that we do have, I guess, reports that these were actually forewarned, these attacks here from Iran to Qatar. They also, now we have more comments coming from Iran, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, saying that after the U.S. attack on their nuclear facilities, that's what motivated their attack against the U.S. Al Udeid base in Qatar. I have more details. I'll let you know. Back to you.
Thank you, Adair. Anything you want to cover, brother, before I go on?
Yeah. It's unfortunate that I didn't trade this very well here, guys. I'm going to hop all out of this trade here momentarily. As the market's continuing to squeeze, I mentioned time and time again, you don't want to be shorting the market when the big names, especially the Mag 7, NVDA, Amazon, approaching to the high of the day. So, yeah. That's what I got going on. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. We got a nice little whipsaw move. Indecision prints at the lows I was referring to, amazing reversal candles. And sometimes you just got to listen to what the market's telling you, especially when you sit on the backside of this downtrend right here. You just got to get out. So you can see the tape extremely strong. We're not getting those moves to the downside that we want. They just kept getting bid back up. You see the strength on at the ask and above the ask. So let's see how these names react around these levels. But yeah, unfortunately, a really, really bad trade on my behalf, and I apologize.
I don't apologize, man. We all make them.
Yeah, but
part of the deal, man.
Part of the deal. But yeah, I don't like doing those things. So
yeah, well,
I
feel you.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's talk a little SMCI. In case you haven't noticed, SMCI is down 6 2/3 today, so a big down move here, and there's a reason for that. It's launching a $2 billion offering of convertible senior notes that are going to be due in 2030. The notes are intended for qualified institutional buyers, meaning the schmucks like myself and Joseph, we're just not advanced enough to be trusted with this kind of investment. No, I say that because I don't like the rule. Under Rule 144A of the Securities Act of 1933, they also have an additional option, an additional $300 million in notes, which may be offered to the initial purchasers via an option clause that they can later exercise. The notes will be senior unsecured obligations and will pay a semi-annual interest. The maturity date for these bad boys, June 15th, 2030, so essentially in 5 years from now. They intend on using the capital for capped call transactions, which are basically a hedge against potential dilution. The up to as well $200 million in stock purchases of that $2 billion that they raised. They'll use up to maybe $200 million for stock buybacks, as well as general corporate purposes. We've heard this as well from GameStop when they say general corporate purposes and then they go buy Bitcoin on the balance sheet. So we'll keep an eye out on that. But SMCI down 6 2/3%, still above the $42 level. And by the way, SMCI 40% year to date in the green, 38.81. So essentially a decent year for SMCI. I would say one of the best performing microchip semiconductor names. I would say the only one that's done better than SMCI year to date is Micron, up 45 1/3. Nvidia's up 7 3/4, AMD 6 3/4, AVGO 9. So SMCI, man, second best performing one, at least on my watch list. And I've got quite a few names there. So let's talk a little AMD, perfect segue. Your boys at Melius Research gave them the nod today, upgrading AMD from hold to buy, with analyst, I want to say, Ben Reitzes, setting a new price target of $175. It's up from $110. That's obviously a nice little upside implication with that $175 price target from the close on Friday. It would imply a 36.5% upside. I didn't do the math to see where it's at right now. Reitzes highlight, that's the analyst, by the way. He's highlighting growing investor optimism around the inferencing-related GPU growth. Now, if you're a pseudo nerd, at least in AI, you know that different types of chips are better for inferencing, while some other chips are better for training. So this is inferencing-related GPU growth, which is more advanced, from my understanding. They're talking about the window between 2026 and 2028. That's when they see, a really big boom for AMD. At least that's what we're predicting. The demand from hyperscalers as well as sovereign buyers, the Melius goes on to say, is accelerating, pushing those forecasts higher. And the analysts are quite confident in their call. They're saying it's based on strong conviction that the street is underestimating AI GPU monetization, and the firm Melius, that is, expects continued upward earnings revisions, Joseph, and growing institutional interest in the AI hardware trade. AI, never heard of it.
No, never heard of AI, but good on AMD though. I mean, they're working with Anthropic, starting to build the largest supercomputers in the world. I think that's a really big time bullish case here on for AMD, and you're seeing that continue. I'm all out of the TQs, guys. Yeah, unfortunately, I went green to red on that trade. Just bad trade management. You're supposed to get out when you're supposed to, and that's why we draw these trend lines and get out. But it is what it is. We'll just focus. Apple's ripping. IBIT's trading higher. NVDA is now at the new high of the day. Amazon is now heading into some key 210 levels. That's going to be really important. Google is weak, so not a positive sign. Tesla looking relatively, it's moving eastward here, guys, not doing too much. Let's see what Microsoft is up to, but it's looking like the Qs are going to break through this high of the day right here, guys. So yeah, I don't want any of that smoke. It's unfortunate. Yeah, so just a bad trade. So yeah, we'll just put that one behind us and try not to repeat those mistakes. But go Bitcoin, go.
Go Bitcoin.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to see something positive on the day, there it is. Bitcoin continuing to climb higher and high. So high. There it is, a nice move. I think at this pace, the market is going to breach the high of the day. Bitcoin's going to head towards that high of the day. NVDA is on the pace to break that 145 resistance zone. I think we're on that path. So there we go. Nice moves here in the overall market, to the top side, that is.
Trading today for tomorrow. Great call out. I'm going to read your note. Sharif, if you measure SMCI by their forward PE, good one there, forward PE and their PS, they are extremely undervalued in relation to the market. The short report in November 2024 hurt them bad. Yeah, man, I remember that. Obviously, it was a very bad one. But they had this kind of issue before. I mean, SMCI had been delisted, you'll recall, from the NASDAQ. So it was a company that kind of, I don't want to say a repeat offender, but the market got spooked when they saw that short report, given what had happened in the past, whether the market was right and whether the short report was fair and accurate. That's an entirely different story. We're just commenting on the price action. And the fact of the matter is, SMCI, as I mentioned, the second best performing semi-micro name in the entire market on my watch list anyway. That's not saying much, at least from the big names, guys. Second only to Micron, which is up about 46% on the year. Let's go on now to the worst performing Mag 7 name on the year, lovingly known as the dead one, Apple. Let's talk about this one, Joseph. It's down 19.5% year to date. Apple is in last-minute talks with the European regulator to avoid escalating fines tied to the App Store rules. The company has been ordered, as we know, to revise its steering provisions, which prevent users from accessing third-party offers outside the App Store. Apple faces an initial fine, Joseph, of 500 million euros. Tell me that's not a cash grab, bro. With more penalties pending if compliance is delayed. Tell me you're broke without telling me you're broke, Europe. Concessions expected to include adjustments to the App Store and the controversial core technology fee for apps installed beyond the 1 million, that have 1 million installations. So that is the regulatory kind of antitrust angle. There's also another angle. Looks like they're getting into bed over here with Peter Chernan's North Road Studio, which used to work with Netflix. They signed a significant agreement with this dude and his company. This marks a clear move, apparently, by Apple to deepen its investment in the entertainment sector via Apple TV+. North Road, just to give you an idea who this studio is, they've made films like Ford versus Ferrari, Back in Action, and they made shows like The Madness and New Girl. I've heard of New Girl. I've never heard of The Madness, though. I don't know why I've heard of New Girl. The studio has also had prior ties to Apple. They produced C and Truth Be Told for Apple TV+. So that is the Apple headline. Anything you want to add before I go?
Yeah, absolutely. So not necessarily Apple, but I heard over the weekend that Canada implementing the digital tax as well, too, something roughly around 4% on some of these big names.
Yeah. So now they're going to have
not as hefty as the EU and Germany. And
you know what? I hope your boy Carney takes off.
Yeah.
That was that digital market, not digital markets act, but we can't see news stories on our Instagram anymore.
It's a certain one, it's censored.
And explain this to me, bro. We can't see it on Instagram and Facebook, but they come in on X and TikTok.
But you still have access.
Like, how's that even fair for Instagram? It doesn't make any sense, dude.
So
what I'm talking about?
What bill is that?
I forget, but your buddy Trudeau passed it. So your friend Trudeau wanted the big tech companies like Google and Meta to pay the news sites that they were referencing. So for example, if CTV News, just giving you an example, posted something on Instagram, and you clicked it, they wanted the CTV to get paid by Meta. Meta and Google said, no, we're not doing it. Google apparently has some sort of deal with the government. Meta refused to make a deal. So, for example, if you follow any of the news sites on Instagram, like CNN or anything like that, you can't see what they get. You can't see what they're posting. It gives you a message saying, sorry, in your country, this stuff is blocked. So I hope the new prime minister takes that off and gets rid of that legislation. Anything you have before we go on?
No, that was it there. I'm in some Google here off of the lows. It is lagging its peers. I mentioned that NVDA did put in a new high of the day. The market put in a new high of the day. Bitcoin's heading towards that realm as well, too, guys. But the dead one, as we were just referencing, Sharif, a big-time move, starting to pull back here now. So maybe the punch on Google wasn't the best idea, but lagging. Let's see if we can get a bounce all the way back towards the volume-weighted average price. Thesis starts to work out. We're going to add into this position. So there it is. So that's what it is. I mentioned market new high of the day. Bitcoin's approaching that as well, too. And NVDA now breaking through that resistance zone.
Big down move today for Novo Nordisk to the tune of 5 3/4 right now, and it's off the lows. So Cargisema, which is one of their new drugs there for weight loss, delivered 23%, approximately 23% weight loss in obese adults and about 16% loss in overweight type 2 diabetics over a 68-week period. Despite the strong top-line results, the initial data release was disappointing to investors, causing obviously that sell-off there and a CEO shakeup last month. The full phase 3 trial results were revealed on Sunday, yesterday, in the American Diabetes Association meeting and published in the New England Journal of Medicine. The point is, the market didn't like it. It's down 5 3/4. We don't have to go through all the side effects and the safety profiles, but if you want, you can pause there. I'll scroll through it and you can read through it on your own. It's basically a combination of Wegovy and a different one, this one. So Wegovy and this drug right here, which I'm not going to try and pronounce. So it's a combination, and it apparently was well received, not too bad, but the market was expecting more. As a result, we sold off. So I'll just leave that one for you guys. Oklo as well, OKLO. We know Altman was involved in this one. This is the nuclear name that's creating advanced nuclear technology. This one also down aggressively to start, or not to start the day, but on the day, it's actually off the lows. 6.5% was down even more. The low today, we were down about 9.5%. It is SSR. So Oklo is SSR on the day, did trigger 10%. So Craig Hallum analyst Eric Stein downgraded Oklo from a buy to a hold. From buy, despite raising the price target from 43 to 59. The revised rating reflects caution due to what he calls uncharted regulatory and operational road ahead, not immediate valuation concerns. So he's worried about future regulation, not about the valuation of the company currently. He says they're pursuing, Oklo that is pursuing a vertically integrated model. It will be both the nuclear tech provider and the project operator. We know that's good for margins, but this model is untested. The model targets AI data centers and other high-intensity applications. The issue here is Oklo has outlined an ambitious commercial deployment target of late 27 to early 28. The analysts note this time frame is unprecedented. No company has successfully taken this regulatory and operational path before, Joseph, and as a result, he's pricing in some risk.
Ooh, there we go. New traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data. Global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan that QR code or check the link in the description there, guys.
Ooh. All right. Last but not least, do you have anything before I go on?
No.
The market's flying up, guys.
It is
the
really
NQ is now 1%, guys. So the NQ is now above 22,000. We're at 22,068. The buying is aggressive, so be careful. Shorts right now. 22,068, taking out that 22,000 point level on the NQ, which is now 1% in the green. The best performing major average on the day, followed by the ES up 0.75%. Yep. Last but not least here, Joseph, Hims and Hers. Ooh. Where are we at on this one, man? We were ugly to
30%
start.
at one point.
33.33%, Joseph. The blood is in the streets right now. Maybe I shouldn't smile so much when I say that.
Our guy Steve is in there. My guy Steve is, he's the...
Steve-O?
Steve, not Steve-O, no, from Jack.
I just like the look on your face there. I was trying to be all serious and you cracked up.
Not Steve-O, no, our guy Steve Thielman there.
Yeah.
The 2X.
Yeah. It's a tough look today. So apparently, Novo Nordisk, the company we were just talking about there not long ago, abruptly ended their collaboration with Hims and Hers, triggering what was in the pre-market a 20% drop. Add to that 13.75%. The partnership had expanded initially in April, so not that long ago, enabling telehealth access for Wegovy, which is Novo Nordisk's FDA-approved obesity drug, through the Hims platform. The membership, listen to this, man. The membership included all of Wegovy's dose strength, so you weren't pegged to one strength, bundled with the Hims and Hers membership for $600 a month. Now, you got some stuff with that. You got the drug, obviously, but you also got 24/7 care. You got nutrition support. You got clinical guidance, so that $600 a month was inclusive. That's the mother of all SaaSes right there. Just 6 bills for retail. That's not even B2B. That's B2C. That's ridiculous. So the bundled model was a central piece of HIM's push into the fast-growing weight loss market, and that has all been now put on the back burner because of this. So Novo Nordisk, they gave no detailed explanation for the sudden termination of the contract, leaving uncertainty around whether the regulator, strategic or supply chain factors were involved. The lack of transparency also spooked the hell out of investors. You can tell by the price action on the chart, with HIM shares reflecting concern over a weakened revenue pipeline, man. If you can't sell the drug that you're known to be selling, what the hell are you? What good are you? You know what I mean? I just go around you, go to someone else. Like, what's the point? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Exactly. No, valid point, Sharif. And kind of just to branch off it, but speaking of canceling deals, that Meta, Perplexity, very interesting stuff coming out. Yeah,
absolutely,
apparently it was mutual, them both walking away from that deal. So that was interesting to find out. But also the chief technology officer, Andrew Bosworth, has a military background, and we heard the likes of Meta also stepping into
that's crazy. That's a little bit crazy area with
so
Andrew.
the CTO having a military background.
Yeah, I want to see a little bit more details of how they actually execute that.
Yeah.
But let's talk a little Zuck now.
Zucky.
So Zuck's been doing some stuff.
Yeah.
He's been spending a little bit of money too.
Ooh, scale.
Just a little scale. Dude, he's trying to poach everybody. You heard about the 9 digits he's been offering some OpenAI
the executives
to leave,
Yep.
which they, according to Altman, they haven't taken. Yeah, bro, over $100 million. He's offering them as signing bonuses.
Yeah, some big signing bonuses coming up from Zuck.
And he caught a couple of fish too. That Dan Friedman guy, maybe his name is wrong. I forget his name. Daniel something. Fact check me, chat.
SSI.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know those guys. Yeah. Was it Safe Superintelligence?
So he's been making a bunch of acquisitions. We saw him trying to buy Ilya Sutskever's company, and Sutskever kind of gave him a gesture that we can't do on YouTube.
Ooh.
Yeah, Sutskever, you can tell he's not motivated by money here, right? Ilya Sutskever,
right?
yeah. So clearly Zuck is, I don't know what to make of this. Do you think he's in panic mode?
Zuck?
Because Llama 4 ended up being not what he thought it would be, or is he doing what anyone would have done, not in panic mode?
You know what? What I'm hearing, and I kind of agree with it. I think he's too smart. I don't think he's in panic mode, but it's more of a strategic roadmap.
Okay.
Right?
Fair.
I think that it's fair, right? We've seen the likes of the Scale AI deal now with SSI. I think it's more of a strategic roadmap that will eventually lead him to probably being one of the top.
Can I play devil's advocate?
Absolutely.
If this was just a technical move and he was executing in the way that companies should be executing by hiring the best talent, wouldn't he have done that
a long time ago?
Yeah. Before the whole Llama 4 thing came out and was, So that's one side. The other side is he's taken this open source approach to AI as opposed to, what's it called, OpenAI, which is closed source. Funny, the name is OpenAI. But he's kind of given you a bit of a limitation. So what do I mean by that? So if you want to use more than a certain amount of tokens on his Llama 4, you got to pay. So it's capped. It's free. It's open source to an extent. So is he kind of caught between two minds in the sense where you're not fully one thing and you're not fully the other? Maybe that's why you're not executing that well?
Maybe.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, one thing that I was thinking as well, too, Sharif, with these Scale AI, Perplexity, SSI, and all these, I don't want to call them startups anymore, but I think the ball is in their court because we've seen with the likes of Perplexity having talks with Meta and
100%
Apple.
agree.
But now it's okay, the ball being in their court, they can choose who they want to scale with. Whether it be the likes of Microsoft, Apple, Meta, Amazon, etc. So I think the ball is in a lot of these smaller companies.
Yeah, and it's almost like the internet, right when it's very early on, a lot of consolidation between the different service providers and all the different businesses that came with the internet. We got a lot of super chats here. We got to go through. Mark the Realtor, $199, dropping cash in the chat. Carvana, $330. Oh my God, Carvana's still going. That father and son duo is jokes. Let's have a look at CAVNA. Yeah, 323 high. Carvana, has kind of done nothing on the day, 0.87%. Not a bad look, though, on the daily. I'll show you Avana over here, just a little bit off highs. We put in all-time highs not that long ago, 350. Feels like it's just a matter of time until we take out that 350. You got to love that sell and the hold right at the 50 exponential. I mean, like literally on the dot. And that 50 exponential, look at that closing print back from that topping tail candle. That was earnings right there back in February. So the technicals on Carvana, chef's kiss. Let's keep going down over here. Vasil, $10 super chat. Oh yeah, so I'm trying to go through them. Hi guys, can you please check HIMS for me? I bought some this morning. Thank you. That's you right there, because I just went through it.
I mean, you bought some at what point this morning?
That's a good question.
Yeah, at what point did you buy some? See, that's the thing, right? One thing to know is that when you have such a negative catalyst, the market being forward-looking, you've seen that the market was pricing in this deal with Wegovy, and sorry, I was just slipping my mind, slight brain fart, but now it's starting to bake it out, okay? So take that into consideration. Is there going to be any continued strength? I don't know, because the market was moving based off of this catalyst, and then now it's not there anymore, right? So you can see a massive gap down. Like, we go by when there's blood in the streets, but when you remove such a large fundamental aspect of the company, I don't know if that's going to be the precise opportunity to do so. So again, be patient. At some point, this gap will get filled, in my opinion. It's just a matter of when, I guess, and that may take substantially longer than what you suspect. So HIMS, really, really tough look. Not something I'd be looking to dip by personally. It's not my wheelhouse, to be honest with you. I'm looking to dip by the names of like tech, have tons and tons of cash on hand. Google with that security breach, etc. So yeah, a really, really tough look there for HIMS, and be patient. This is a big engulfing candle, extremely bearish. One thing is that if you get an additional gap down, and then this is when I was referring to VPA signals, if you want to play technicals, wait for that, and then maybe you get a potential bounce, and then that's when I would look to take advantage of a bounce here in HIMS. So let's see what else we got. I got to see some, Joe, what do you think? What do I think about what, my friend? I didn't see anything that you posted in the chat. I'll go through some of these super chats here. I know Sharif's went through some. Sorry, I'm focusing on my trades right now. So let's see what we got going on. We went to HIMS. I don't see that anywhere. What do I think? Can you guys please check HIMS? Okay, so there we go. We went over Seals, and then we went CVNA, Carvana, Mark the Realtor, 305. What's up? Shout out FLA, Carvana Rocket Ship. Nice look. Yeah, let's pull up there. I'm pretty sure Sharif was already talking about CVNA. Carvana Rocket Ship. Let's pull this up here and see what we got going on from a 5-minute. I mean, like, what rocket ship is this? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't see much of a rocket ship going on, but if you want to go from a daily standpoint, I remember trading this name when it was a couple dollars. Like, when did I start my journey over here in Deuce, we'll call it January of 22. Was it January 22? I don't even know anymore, man. Time just flies by, but I was trading it through this realm here. $5. Now this thing's $300 and something. Who would have thunk that a car vending machine company would essentially have this type of appreciation? So yeah, crazy stuff. Well, one more super chat there before sending you Aura. We're getting new meme coin. Oh, it's a meme coin. I can't even pull that up right now, but we'll take a look at it momentarily. Adara, what do you got for us?
What I have for you guys is more news coming out of the Middle East. Seeing apparently Donald Trump is monitoring potential Iranian retaliation against multiple U.S. bases in the region, in addition to Qatar, including Bahrain and Iraq, and possibly more locations. That's CNN reporting this, citing 2 White House officials. So again, U.S. apparently aware of and monitoring more potential retaliatory attacks from Iran onto these U.S. bases. Apparently, Kuwait is shutting down its airspace temporarily until further notice. Back to you.
So I have a bit of a theory. I was talking to Adara about it there when we took a break. So you know how oil sold off?
Sorry, repeat it one more time.
You know how oil sold off when we got the news that the United States was attacking?
Yes.
Or that Iran was responding back. So I think that the market, funny enough, believe it or not, like that. and that they fired missiles rather than blocking the Strait of Hormuz, which would have actually had an effect on the amount of oil.
Yeah, absolutely,
right?
absolutely.
Unless you're attacking oil fields, they're going to directly affect the actual output of the oil. I don't think oil goes up.
Yeah.
So I think that we sold off on the news that it was not the blocking of the Strait, rather it was a response via.
Very
yeah.
fair enough, because we know it's a strategic move around.
Absolutely.
That's straight there.
Get it, Ob.
Get it, Obi.
All right, guys. So that's what we're keeping an eye on there. As time goes by, play OT again, Sam. Shout out to Eduardo, man. Eddie R, baby. All right, guys. I know I haven't been in a position for a while. We were doing the news, but I got to tell you, I don't like the look of any of these small cap gappers jib right now. And I'm looking at my new blotter for new ones that are really not coming in. I'm keeping an eye on some over here, but they're not doing enough volume. Just to leave you guys with a couple of good ones here, about 11 minutes left on the show. It's really IBO. It's maintained its level quite well. I mean, it didn't even get to VWAP. It hasn't touched VWAP since 8:10 this morning. It's been very strong. We had a bunch of trades on this one. It didn't quite make it down into that buck 33 where I had a resting order. It's also unable to take out that 195 double top that we put in earlier. The best opportunity we had was a few minutes ago at 181. Be on the lookout for that. It can take out the highs when we get more liquidity in that power hour. So IBO, certainly one to keep on watch. AIRO was another one that's had a decent day, up 25%, give or take. You okay there, girl? You're going to get a herniated disc. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Yeah, you're done? My goodness. All right, guys, we're doing a lot of moving around. As you guys know, Studio 8 is quickly unfolding.
Obi's going back
and
there?
so, we've got a lot
there?
of stuff moving around over here. Yeah, Obi's going to the other side. I don't like that.
No.
But he's going to be with Brenkles and Wainers and stuff, so maybe he'll have a better time over there.
Hello from the other side.
That's what I call him. I call him Brenkles from the other side.
Yeah, hello from the man. Sharif, sorry to interrupt you, but
Yeah,
look at
yeah.
your friend. Look at your boy CrowdStrike
What is it doing?
over here. Yeah, doing big boy things. CrowdStrike.
Why do you have to show me that?
Hey,
Why?
man,
Is Pan-Dub that piece of crap? Where is it? Okay, well, it's at highs as well.
What is
Okay.
Pan-Dub doing?
It's at 203 and change.
We'll compare apples to apples here with Pan-Dub.
Dude, Pan-Dub is up. Hold on. No, pause. Time out.
Time out.
All right. So I'm going to shout out Adara here in a second, but Pan-W is up 11.69% year to date. CrowdStrike, 43.7. Zscaler, Adara, 72% year to date.
Get it, Zscaler.
She says, get it, Zscaler. Tell everybody why you're telling Zscaler.
I will. So, and if you guys do not know, I'm lucky enough to have a financial advisor. And so basically how this occurs is she will hit me up. She'll be like, I sent you some things. Do you like or do you not like? Now, right before, so while I was on my vacation, right before Zscaler earnings, she sends me Zscaler. And I take one look at that chart and I am like, yes, Zscaler 100%. Now Zscaler is up nicely. So shout out to Zscaler. Shout out to financial advisors everywhere, and go cybersecurity. Back to you.
Yeah, Adara's going to put her out of business in a little while.
Yeah, the financial.
Yeah. She's going to lose Adara's business really soon. AIRO, that's the one we were talking about. Let's keep going over here, Joseph, because we have a couple that could be possible good plays going into the afternoon. GEOS, another one. This one just lost the 10 and the 20, but it is holding above the volume weighted average price. It's spready, this one, so be careful with it. It's up a very respectable 43.25%. That's all the good news. The bad news is the volume. I mean, you can barely see a volume bar here, over 100,000 shares per 5-minute candle. So, exactly the amount of volume that we're getting it's a little light, okay? So that's what I'm looking at over here. Not much else is really holding up. INDO broke down, SY broke down, 9-inch nails as well, NINE below VWAP. TPET as well was a really good one. That's also broke down below VWAP. And then SKIN it feels very flat top breaky through $2. So we'll keep taps on that. My man Rafael Hernandez, I think it is there. Your name's cut off. $20 super chat. QBTS long, 1444, up 30 and running. Let's go. Let's have a look at QBTS for the people, man. Shout out to Rafael, by the way, my man. That's money there on your part. Assassino, can we show the chart over here for our friend Rafael? Yeah, it's usually your fault, right, man? But it's okay. QBTS. Wow, Adara. Well, that's all you heard from that exchange, eh, Adara? Okay. Yeah, QBTS.
Yeah, tell him, Adara.
Adara's getting.
Look at
Yeah,
this.
this is where she was last time when she got when she was in the video there. Was Obi was.
So hold on,
enjoying herself.
Adara's tenure over there in the corner wasn't very.
So where are you moving?
Short-lived.
You're moving up there, eh? Okay. Oh, she's right there.
I love my new view,
That's
too.
fantastic.
I have a fantastic view right here now.
Assassino, are we able to show the new setup over here?
My new view.
So Adara's computer is going to be right there, and then Ram is going to be a little bit over there, which means that we won't be able to directly throw stuff at Ram. Because Adara is going to be in the way.
Or give Adara the stink eye when she comes in on the
you can
Trump
give her the
every
stink
day.
eye. I'm not giving her the stink eye.
I apologize already. I didn't mean that. I take it back.
All right, guys, QBTS, fantastic look, guys. Let's look at the daily on this one because I think this, there it is. So Ram's desk is going to be the one on the right, and then that's Adara's desk with the screensaver right there. That's Ram's hand pointing, by the way. And so we're moving over here because everything back here is going to get renovated and it's going to be chaotic. So this is actually a stage that we're on. So if you can show, this is a stage right there. You can kind of see the platform over here, how where was my hand? There it is. Right there, there's the ground, there's the stage. So we're going to be actually demolishing this stage that we're on, but we're going to move everything here first, get everything there done, and then we demolish the stage. So
it's stage demolition. You and I here, Katina Man, Neil right there.
I think the Katina Man, Neil, yourself, and myself, we're going to move in tandem because the way that the show's set up.
Yeah.
And then, but it's going to be in a way where we're going to have the big desk with Adara right in front of us, so that everybody's interacting with everybody, and we can all see each other at the same time.
That's exactly what we need there.
Sir. So thank you, Rafael, for that. Yeah, QBTS, I perceive this as being another bull flag. So we're kind of the breakout there back on the 5th of May. And since that time, we've been kind of putting in lower highs, but we've been holding generally on QBTS, I want to say around 14 to 15. So it does feel very flat bottom breakish in the sense that we're holding that 15, 14 level with lower highs. But the secular trend for QBTS kind of has me thinking a bit differently here, that this could just be money grabs at 14, give or take, and then we can kind of bull flag or break the top end of the bull flag, which seems to be about $20 or so. So shout out to that.
Yeah.
Anything there you got?
Yeah. I want to cover some stuff here, guys. I want to talk a little swing trading here, Sharif, for a couple minutes. We only got a couple minutes left, so maybe we'll absorb that with some swing trading. All right. Now, let's just refer to, I'm going to reference what I'm in, my positions, etc. Full disclosure, you guys know my swing trades. I tell you all the time, I don't hide anything. So, all right, NVDA. Let's see what we got going on from a daily standpoint, all right? So a lot of us are in speculation that at some point and relatively soon, NVDA is going to break that all-time high. Considering that we've essentially been in a consolidation for the better part of, we'll call it when it starts here in May of 2024, all right? So it's relatively lengthy, trading within a specific range. We know after that split, it traded at around $100. I mean, it's gone up 50% here, come down to that break even roughly. But I believe at some point, and I was waiting for more of a healthy pullback, but what we're seeing displayed with this news over in the Middle East, there might be enough liquidity absorbed in order for us to make that move higher. Sorry, 1 second, Adara. And then also when we reference the options chain and how we had those high concentrations of open interest through certain strikes, and now they're starting to be lifted, I think that's going to give some nice a path of least resistance for NVDA to make a push. So what do we do if we want to leverage our system and make a move for that high, but that all-time high, and then the break of it, you go as far as your capital will allow you to in expiration, and you buy those longer, even leaps in NVDA, looking for that move towards 153. Do you go out the money? No. I'm going to say no. I'm going at the money because I want to have the ability to have the full appreciation within my delta and my gamma and be least affected by the depreciation of in the money contracts and out of the money contracts. So that is my trade thesis. I like NVDA for that break in the foreseeable future. How long, time will tell. But if we break through that 148 level, I think we're looking pretty good. Sorry to keep you waiting, Adara. What do you got for us?
Update here on what's happening in the Middle East. We do have, a U.S. military official saying to Reuters that there were no U.S. casualties reported after Iran's attack on the Al Udeid air base in Qatar with short and medium range missiles. They also said that there was no Iranian attack recorded at any other U.S. base, so it was only the attack in Qatar. It's also worth noting here, apparently an energy intel reporter is posting on X that traffic in Hormuz, or the Hormuz Strait there, is unaffected. So keep an eye here on the market and oil as we continue to digest news coming out of the Middle East. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Also, the New York Times also reporting that Iran informed Qatar, the Qatari government, ahead of the missile strikes on the U.S. air bases there, giving them advance warning, apparently to reduce casualties. So it feels like, just getting that strike out of the way so they can kind of say, hey, we responded.
We retaliated.
I'm happy that the strait wasn't blocked, because if the strait was blocked, likely we would probably see 10, 15 pennies added to the price of gas here, which is already up, to be fair. What was it at near your place? Because now it's like 143.
I put 94 in, so $1.70 something.
Just like the headline number is what I'm saying. You're putting 94 in your car?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's insane, bro. I put 91, man.
No way, dude.
91, my boy.
That's crazy.
Why would I put 94? It says to put 91.
It lasts longer. No way you're...
We've had this discussion. I'm not putting 94.
Why?
That's insane that you're putting
longer.
Like, you get better gas mileage?
Yeah, absolutely.
I might run that test if there's something behind that.
I promise you. I promise. Okay, so I'll go back. I know it's 2 o'clock.
That's fine.
So from my first...
The Katina man said I'll get more mileage.
Yeah, you absolutely do. It's
How
worth
much,
it.
though?
It's worth it.
Is it like worth the price difference?
Dude, when I owned a Dodge Avenger, this was back in the early teens, I was putting 93, 94 in it.
You're a madman,
Yeah, because it lasts longer. And then I also did an experiment between the big three, Esso, Shell, and Esso, Shell, and Petro.
And?
Esso's the best.
Esso's the best?
Yeah, in my opinion.
I don't mind that. They have optimum.
Oh,
it's Imperial Oil, baby.
I think that looked like an agreement, or.
Well, the Katina man no longer puts gas.
Oh yeah. Hey,
it's all over.
There you go. It's full, man.
All right, guys.
Esso.
It's 2:01:15. All right, guys. We are having a great time with you guys, but it is all over for today. Joseph and I will be back. We're gonna be same time, same bat channel. I'm going to send you guys over to the big kahunas. I'll see everybody at the green screen shortly. Peace.
Yeah, I was just saying I get nervous when I go down there and I see Ramin's like huge truck parked beside the Tesla. I'm like, oh man.
Bigfoot.
I hope never got, that's what I think about, like getting crunched.
Here's a question for you. Welcome back, everybody. Random question to start things off.
I got to get into this chat.
The answer is going to be yes, a waste of time. If presented with the opportunity, would you drive one of those big feet to like run over stuff?
Yeah, that would be like it's not part of my...
Can you pay to do that?
Yeah. I would think you can pay to do it.
Well,
I did, just like we did...
Like in Vegas? Maybe? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, in Vegas you can do anything. You want, literally. Dirt bikes we did before. You rent a dirt bike and just go over those hills. I'm sure you can rent a monster truck somewhere.
I would imagine if you
just,
can't.
Demolish things. Yeah, but they should do that, like when they're in town. They should
let people drive.
Yeah, for whatever, $1,000 or whatever, you get to
mess some stuff up, man.
I guess there's some insurance situation.
Well, I'm sure there's like whatever. Maybe you have to do some kind of like I don't know, a mini road test or whatever. But the market, wow. The Nasdaq is now up 1%. The ES 0.7. We've been absolutely floating higher. And then the other side of it, let me just quickly here, because you got to see what's going on. Well, you guys know this, what's going on with oil by now. This is not a typo. The oil futures from the open down 11%. Like, it's going distinctly in the other direction here at the low of the day. I know it's down 6%, but if you just look at it, like, remember, we were gapped, and now you're just absolutely tanking. Make sure you're on the forward contract in there. So pretty much everything reversed rather nicely, 2 set upside. Yeah, mad respect to these markets. And maybe not what you'd expect. I mean, if I had expected it, I wouldn't have gotten out of Indo short. Like, that thing is, like, yeah, energy getting moked. That's the only way to think about it, everybody. And the market's going higher, kind of shrugging all of this off, which is amazing. It's amazing to see the buying come in. Bitcoin held 100,000, almost on a dime. Bitcoin held 100,000. So yeah, pretty strong markets there, everybody. Hope you guys are having a good afternoon. The shorts, probably not. Is all I gotta say, because I don't think most people would have thought there'd be like a retaliatory launch and we'd be breaking highs, but that's what bull markets do.
Yeah, we've been in a bull market now for 5 months or 4 months, whatever. Actually, mid-April, I guess, into mid 2 months. But anyways, I just wanted to say, and I didn't tweet it out, I got filled down here on the SPY in the long-term account. I actually had a limit on buy order at the beginning of the day and missed it, and then it came back in and filled me. So I'm a little longer now in the SPY as opposed to the NASDAQ. So just bought a little bit more SPY today. And yeah, man, I mean, the move down in oil, what's up, Scott H there in the chat? No reference to Scott Hall, I don't think. Because, hey, yo, you're gonna get the toothpick going on there. One of the best characters ever in WWE history. That in Miami Joe over there. What's up, Miami Joe? The Razor's Edge.
There it is.
I tell you, this guy is more like me than I even give credit for. And it's not a good thing, Joe, by the way. Yeah, but oil down 6.5%. Honestly, seems way too excessive to me, as Scott H was pointing that out in the chat. Like, you knew this was going to happen. I mean, last night, it was like, they're going to respond, and they were like, we're going to respond, and everyone's like, they're going to respond. So, I don't know. You know, this morning I got a little bit, I mean, we had some ideas on here. We'll go over them all as we're going to go through the rundown. But I feel like this is a little much here, you know, considering how much oil is dropping, which is absolutely fantastic. We talked about oil prices and the consumer, right? So, you know, those comments that Trump made were way back into here. You know, oil's been dropping since then for a long time, man. It's in 1230 right there, all the way back in. So what a good move in oil to the downside. As if Iran's only going to, I guess, you know, start to throw some little missiles at Qatar and all this stuff, then that's not going to do anything. They're going to get shot down out of the sky. So
get them a wave.
Nice move to the downside right now, and I think it's overdone. I highlighted and almost, it wasn't on the sticky note today, but like was really thinking of just throwing down XOM. And we talked about that earlier on today when we zoomed this back out. And I'm like, look, this 120, like I thought it was going to go up a little bit more today. This area was a really good support. Sorry, I would say support resistance there. And I said that joke or whatever, that we only spent like 20 days sort of above 120 there in the last year and a bit. And today we kind of got there and then right back down. So I don't know. In all of this talk, if this is the worst it's going to be, then I am getting way bullish on the market, as you guys know. That was kind of cool, whatever just happened there, I feel like. I don't know, I feel like the screens just did something. That was pretty cool. Like,
oh, it's because it's the other way around. Was it?
That's cool. Ooh, look at, are you doing this on purpose over there?
It's like shuffling the deck.
Oh, I'm not even logged in to hear what even Andre is saying, but all right. So that's
he's just trying a little something.
Oh, he is trying it out. Okay, I like
it back
all
and
that.
forth. We can move things around. It's like, you know, like dealing the cards out there, and
I like that.
I showed my daughter a couple of
card tricks.
Well, not really tricks, but like just a couple of like a card. I showed her a card force. Like I'm not a magician, but like I've always been intrigued by it.
Really?
Like there's a couple of like card forces and little things that I happen to know how you do.
Yeah.
And she's obsessed with. So I showed her a couple. Yeah. She's been practicing.
That's sick.
Which is just fun, like fun things that you do. We'll get to Sharif in just a quick little minute, but I wanted to go, if we could, to the circled one, if we can. What's interesting, maybe not what I would have expected when the market was back at the high, but circle's not nearly the beast this afternoon that we were looking at, I don't know, like every day. I was going to say like Friday, but like every day. It's just, yeah, it's like you're back down pretty much where it broke out, like these pre-market tops. and it's not really participating the way that you would want right now. So the squeeze is temporarily on hold, but it's still technically making some higher lows. Like it's over 250, I think it's kind of okay, but just worth keeping an eye on it, because when the market rallies, usually like the shorts in this get a little bit scared, and then you'll see this start breaking out. But Circle not doing any damage this afternoon. Although it was, obviously this morning it did fantastic. Are we ready for Sharif? Awesome, let's go to the desk. Did they call like a...
All right, guys, welcome to the afternoon rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. You just saw them. The boys, they're locked and they're loaded and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join Joseph and I on the Midday Show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. It's super easy now, guys. It's a $, 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker. The computer will automatically generate it for us. Here, let's look at the 4 major averages on the day. They're all in positive territory right now, with the triple Qs leading the way up over 1%, followed by the ES and the Dow, basically both locked in a tie right now, up over 0.75%, both green on the day. As I mentioned, IWM, the Russell 2000, the worst performing of the 4 major averages, but up 0.5% nonetheless. The first ticker, as decided by you guys, the one that Neil was just mentioning, Circle, CRCL, up to the tune of 8% on the day, but off the high that touched $300, a bit of a V-shaped retracement. It didn't really need another headline today, but it's got one. They announced a deal with Fiserv to use its stablecoin platform with the digital banking company for payment capabilities, guys.
Yeah, beast mode.
So you're capable.
It's capable. Fiserv, that's actually good news for them for sure. But, you know, I'll go back and sort of, I slapped this one as a bit of a fail, because on the note this morning, it was like, there wasn't much in terms of dip buys, but like 230 support, be patient. The reversion on Friday was worth waiting for. Well, the problem was the reversion on Friday, like it tanked for, I don't know, like 5 straight candles. It made the bottom at 948, so it was just tanking off the open, and you had to wait for it to curl. It was a little bit different today. It did go right into that 230 level, but that's the first candle at the open, and it immediately reverses. So patience was not the way to go here. It was actually one of those situations where you could just put your bid in front of the level, and that's all you can do. I took one like scalp breakout trade on Circle, and then was trading coin. It was weird because I went over to Coinbase instead when I saw Circle kind of forming. Like, look at this 300 top. I mean, double topped at 300 and started rolling over, and I knew I'd missed it because we were already flushing down, and I went over to like short coin, and then right before all that, like the market tanked is when I had gotten out of coin, and the market tanked like 2 minutes later. So I actually ended up trading coin a little bit more actively than Circle. What's interesting for me about Coinbase is, as much as you think, I think it should have gone at least to these highs, like to 350, 340, 350, given the move that we saw in Circle. If Circle can continue this and break 300, I think we're going to see a chance for Coinbase to break away from this 310 area. But it wasn't able to do so today. Circle couldn't take out that 300. But if you wanted to, but anybody that's disappointed about Circle making a top at 300, like it was at, like on Thursday, the stock was half the price. So like being depressed about it's a fact that it just topped out here at $300. Like all things are relative. I'm not sure I want to go long this one this afternoon. It doesn't seem like it's as strong as the market like it usually is. So I'm going to stay away from Circle. Maybe if it breaks the lows, go into a sympathy short or something in coin like before.
Yeah, just hearing President Trump is saying that all the sites in Iran were destroyed and everybody knows it, basically saying. Oh, Allison Cooper? Okay, this guy's getting carried away. But yeah, as Trump continues to talk, we'll wait to see if there's any reaction. I was just going to say about CoreWeave is that, you know, this is the day. I don't know if this is the day, but finally a red candle that kind of matches yesterday's green candle. So, you know, CoreWeave covering it up. And once you fill this gap, I think CoreWeave is going to be a short, but we got to break through this 145 area first. Just a little gap fill back to 160 here for CRWV, probably a buy in that area. But okay, there's been no U.S. casualties reported at all today. So as you go, if that's going to be the response from Iran, then and they didn't. Thankfully, they didn't, kill anyone, or sounds like anyways, U.S. casualties is what we're hearing. No surprise there that the NASDAQ continues to bounce a little bit higher. But yeah, what we saw in CoreWeave today, you're going to see in Circle at some point. It's just a matter of letting it calm down. I guess there's options at this point in Circle. I'm not 100% sure how long that takes to get going, but that to me would be one of the only ways to play it. And that 300 top, again, like we talk about playing easy levels. That was a pretty good one. There are options for Circle, so we can go over those in a minute. But $300, a great top there, down $40. Was kind of tough to take, but easy to see when you look back, right? So there's 300. It hit twice on the 1 minute chart. You miss it there, there's really no excuse for rate there. But the thing is, if it breaks, you're probably going to lose $5 or so. So, but anyways, nice move down. There it goes, man. Circle giving you everything but the square today.
Like that one, Sean. All right, guys, Tesla up to the tune of 9.5%. It's off the highs as well. It breached that 350 level, was able to get about to 357, settling down now at around 352. Shares are trading higher, obviously, after the robo taxi launch event yesterday in Austin. And here is just one of many different influencers who was invited. You'll see the driver's seat empty there with the safety driver on the right. Give you an idea, guys, that it's about 10 of these Model Ys driving around Austin. They're all geo-fenced into one specific area, and they're going to avoid bad weather, guys, as well. You got to be over 18 to hail one of these, at least for the moment.
Looks 17 to me, so I don't know.
I don't know if you're old enough to drive anyways. That's a good thing, though. This Tesla analysis is about to be brought to you by 3D Capital, that's IDK on the CSE, because investing in every sector you love and all in one stock you can do with 3D. Also in the US, IDKFF, a risk-diversified basket of 60-plus vetted investments. Get founder-level exposure, the kind most investors can't access in some of the hottest sectors: blockchain, AI, IoT, biotech, and natural resources. Led by a CEO whose last venture returned 150x, 3D is currently trading at a discount to its asset value per share, and they're actively buying back into leading shares. The world's highest returning investments usually come from founder-level success. Think of 3D as your ETF for early-stage disruptive innovation. Scan the QR code you see in front of you. Link in the description, everybody.
What a lovely city that was there in the background. When you have lovely. You
see it.
It was Toronto.
Oh, it was. Yeah.
Come on, Neil, pay attention. All right, so just real quickly here, Tesla. I mean, what a big trade today. You guys sort of saw this. Right, Trump wants no more military engagement, apparently, but in the Middle East. So we'll find out where that's coming from. But there it is, up 9% right now goes Tesla. There's that first trade. We wanted the pre-market break. It's on the sticky note. I'm going to feel like a broken record, obviously, just keep saying that. But then there's the 350. And then it came back in. That's our last 10%, so we get out that for flat. Then I tried to get at VWAP in the 200 period. It didn't work. But it would have worked fine. Had to give it a little bit more room. We literally got out at 347 there by taking it at, so we took it at 347.50, and we got out at 346.50, I guess. So $1 hit there, and not the same amount of shares. I really think that if you're going to trade Tesla, we've talked about this a few times here on the show, that you really want to try to get that first bump going through and then join the party, which we did there at 350, at the 350 break, and that was good. But then it was like, okay, then the drip down. Now we may still go higher here into the afternoon, but you're going to have to respect this 345 area. So if we do happen to come back, I'm long AMD, it's the only trade on right now. So we'll talk about that when we get there. But I don't really want to do anything until we get into this level again. So for me on Tesla, it's a wait and see. It was a big, huge trade off the open. It was the number one idea here on the note, and we took it, and it was a good one, right? So nice move up. I think you wait now and be patient. Tesla 360, that's definitely coming in. I think you're, again, one story away. Today's story is pretty special. We just wait for another one on Tesla because There it is right there. We've already been up here and got rejected. And I just want to say, like, if you were nervous about anything before on Tesla, well, it held the 200 period. You're right back up to this area. And this is a good opportunity to either sell some calls against, you know, your against 400 or something like that, 380. I don't know if you want to get called away, that's possible up there and make a little bit of cash in case we just sideways trade. But I like Tesla in this area. And with the administration back on their side, I think it's just a matter of time before, you know, that FSD and these robo-taxis get whatever approval they want, and that's always good. So, you know, right now, obviously we're distracted a little bit with Iran and all this kind of stuff. I just think if Texas, well, that's Austin, but if Tesla is back on the mind of Trump, I think the next round of discussions between Elon and Donald will go a little more positive than the last ones, and I think that's good for Tesla.
It's given everybody this time to forget that there was even a spat in the first place.
I should say Tesla, I should say.
It's
Tesla.
just, it's almost perfect. Look, the conflict is bad, but getting out of the headlines, I think, is great, and then getting good news back in makes even more sense. So I think, to me, it looks like a hold. I'm holding on to the last third of my 220 buy, and I'm holding for a breakout that gets you to 420. I mean, why not? 420 is a level on the daily chart. If we fail this breakout and we lose the 50 and the 200, they're about the same spot. That gets you out of a swing trade. I think you're in hold mode for Tesla for sure. Yeah. Oh goodness. Guess what is next? We'll talk about him. So, a tale of two cities, a tale of two stocks. As good as, like, as strong as Tesla was, Hims taking it on the chin and continuing.
Apparently, just no missiles have hit at all. So everything that Iran fired were fireworks.
Strong defense.
4th of July.
Ooh, I like that one. All right, guys, Hims, 31.75% in negative territory, and we're actually off the lows. It's as a result of this headline over here. Basically, Novo Nordisk coming out overnight and looking at cutting off some of the business relationship they have here with Hims, which have the CEO of Hims, Andrew Dudum, taking to X and says, we will continue to offer access to a range of treatments, including Wegovy. He's disappointed to see the Novo Nordisk management team mislead, according to him, the public. And he says Novo's commercial team was increasingly pressuring the company in recent weeks to control clinical standards as well as to steer patients to Wegovy. So interesting here that this was, I guess, sometime in the making now with the pressure here for Hims to focus on Wegovy rather than the other one.
Yeah, it never caught a bounce till $42 here on Hims. It never really set up for a clean enough short. I suppose, like, if you're being really picky about it, like, there was maybe an opportunity in here when it got to VWAP and the prior lows to short Hims at 48. At that moment, we're not talking about oil, but I was trading on Indo at that moment, so there was pretty much no chance. Like, I wasn't going to short this when I was looking for INDO. Like, that moment was the exact time when Indo went from a long to a short. There was just no way you're going to execute in both these. So I think you got to just let him settle down for a couple of days. If it can hold on to 42, that's the first level of support. Great. I think the 200 period moving average, if things get really nasty, could be a nice little spot where it consolidated previously for about a month or so. But like, I wouldn't be rushing to catch the bid here and try and jump into a falling knife. Nah, like, you could park your money in Lilly if you liked this group so much. Not a very good day for Hims. There's no real silver lining here except for the fact that it bounced a couple bucks off 42.
All right, listen up, Chicago 1807 in the chat. If you are interested here, by Zoltan ban on Seeking Alpha, VinFast developing market strategy is starting to catch investor attention. While competition is strong in the US and Europe, they're focusing on fast-growing markets like India, Indonesia, and the Philippines. With rising oil prices, EVs are looking more appealing. Q1 showed major progress. Losses per vehicle dropped from 61,000, sounds a little bit much, to 18,000. NASDAQ ticker VFS. It's VinFast. It's definitely the one to watch. We want to thank VinFast for sponsoring the segment on Trader TV Live. Mateo, what's up, Mateo? What's going on, my guy over there? There he is over there. Always having an espresso over there. I like it. I like it. Okay, so right there, shout out to Mateo. That's what happens. You know, you're in my purview. You know, nothing's stopped. there he is. What's he doing now? Okay, you got a little off the brow there. Okay, but yeah, no, HIMS. We talked about that earlier today. I mean, that's a big thing to lose. We don't have like HIMS Health, I don't think here. Like whenever I'm watching commercials in the United States, I do see, ads for HIMS and HERS healthcare. And I guess it's just, prescription medicine. I guess you're ordering it off the phone and stuff like that, or off the internet and delivery service and all this. But when they don't have Wegovy, and now Novo Nordisk said they're going to do it themselves out of their own distribution system. So, that's not going to be great. For HIMS, I guess they're not going to get it back either. Eli Lilly distributes theirs, I guess. There's Ozempic, I don't know. They're delivering theirs their own way as well. So, it's not great news here for HIMS. And I'm not sure what percentage of their revenues are coming from that particular segment, but I'm assuming it's a hell of a lot. So there goes HIMS to the downside, man. I will see you at $28. And I think somewhere around there is likely. I mean, you always want to look at that last little level. Obviously it dripped into there. Got to try to find what that story was that brought this back in February. But yeah, not a great look. And there's a lot of day traders. We talked about it with some of the guys on our show. A lot of traders that have been long this name, and there's ETFs levered, this and that. Dangerous. When it slips up, it slips up. That's actually the short float. I looked today, it was 32% short. So you're down 32% today. And no real bounce here today at all from the SSR take. So not great news here for HIMS. But, you break above 46, I think you can get going again for the long. So that would be something that I'd be looking at for HIMS, break long of 46. When you gap, look to VWAP. Normally you look to short that if it gets up there, so either dealer's choice, but I wouldn't do anything except for either break the short right there at 42.30 and join it, or wait for it to come back up and hit that 46 level. It's HIMS, and today it's not going the way that their product gets you to go. This is going downside there today. So I don't know, man. Let's go back over the desk with Sharif and see what's going on with AMD. We're all over that one.
That was a good one, Sean. All right, AMD, not the big mover that HIMS and Tesla and Circle all are on the day, but it's up to the tune of 1.05% as a result of Melius Research upgrading advanced micro devices to buy and boosting that price target, guys, up from 110 to 175. They say they like the advanced GPU market in 26 to 28. Especially, boys, for those advanced inference chips that AMD is on the precipice of producing.
I can take this over there. So I had AMD on the mind early, right? This was one of the three trades that we had. We had Apple long, we had AMD long, and Tesla long. Well, a story of multiple stories, I guess, today, tale of multiple stories, because we were long off 130. That was great. It worked out fantastic. Went to 133. It's part of that open push, right? I mean, I feel pretty lucky early that we were able to get AMD. I mean, here's the open here at 130, 180, and then it comes all the way back in. And at that point, I believe these were, I can replay this, but I believe these were VWAP trades or something down there that I was just like, let's just support 130, because as we took this trade, it actually did go against us down here into 129.85. So we weren't going long. We were going long off of a 130, but I guess maybe using the 200 period there, I'd have to, if you want to really know, you have to go back and see what I was saying. But there's the move higher. We did not reload it until it got to the 200, which makes sense because that's normally what I'll do. Reloaded there, then came back in, reloaded against 130. Once we broke 130, that was the end of it. We tried it again. It broke 129. Bad. We tried it again. Broke. I don't think... So it's my number one stock P&L wise today, but I think we might have actually gone red on it somewhere in here. Just too many tries all the way down. But then when we broke back again above 129, I was just like, let's go. We saw the market starting to go, so we busted it long, and we just took basically the top as $1. Now we're starting to come back in a little bit, and we have less and less on this now. So I have about 15% left of this initial trade. If we break back down below 129, we're going to get out of this one. But AMD was really cooking today, and I'm glad that we looked at it. I haven't looked at any other chip names, although I believe SMCI I probably should have had a look at some point, but maybe we'll do that this afternoon. But AMD, my number one stock, and I believe we might have not gone red on it, but we gave back a significant portion during this. So we were trying to defend the long, and eventually, like even there into the pre-market, that's what we were kind of doing right there. We lost it. Then we tried to go off of yesterday's close, which Friday's close, and that didn't work. So we had to wait for momentum, and thankfully we were able to catch that going upside. But it was not still my number one stock, but we were sloppy with it in the middle of the day.
Well, you want to make sure that you trade the right names, because otherwise you're going to get a headache. But the reality of this particular ad is something that I feel pretty passionate about here, because brain health is important, everybody. And OGen, right now, each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S. There's no FDA-approved treatment. OGen on the NYSE or Agenix is changing that. First-in-class intranasal drug is designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion in 2027, Agenix is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Scan that QR code you see in front of you. I said it before, I'll say it again. If you got a good idea, create a company to solve a problem, create a company and do so. And if you can make money doing something which is fantastic for the world, more credit to them. Scan that QR code, everybody. I did trade AMD. I went green to red on it for sure and stayed red because I went to NVIDIA after the fact. It was a good dip buy. Someone said, how do you determine support and resistance levels before it even gets there? If it hasn't shown, like, this is an idea of support. Like, it's shown you its support. It's like what you're saying. Like, this is support on Friday, so you saw 128 hold. So if you went long in the afternoon, it's already held that level. In theory, 130 was just a prior high breakout level turning into support. You're just looking at the level on the chart and guessing on the pullback that a prior significant price level will go from resistance to support. And oddly enough, that same 130, I think if it breaks this back out, like, why not? If that was the big level this morning, we break back out 130, I think it looks strong again. I went to NVIDIA and took multiple shots at this on the way back down. It did this bottoming tail candle at the low of the day. I was long and stopped out, but suffice to say, the stock started going meme crazy, as Sean likes to say, so I punched right back in and played it to VWAP. You could just see the tape. I can't explain it other than to tell you that after it stopped out at this low and made this 142 bottom, when it got back to 142 and a half, anybody looking at the tape probably would have gone long if you wanted the longs in NVIDIA. So I played that to VWAP. I took a breakout trade at the high, couldn't get to 145, again, NVIDIA. I think it's pulling back into VWAP as the market holds the high. So I'll be looking at VWAP, NVIDIA, or maybe we break that 130 on AMD. Oh, there's one other thing that I wanted to point out, only because you mentioned it. Did you show a chart of SMCI? I don't know if you did.
No.
SMCI down 7% today. This was very clean off the volume weighted average price here for SMCI. So it's a distinct downward trend, and you also go back to like prior resistance or whatever, or support turning into resistance just underneath the 43 level. So that gives you a place that if we bounce, maybe to short back into here on SMCI. I was kind of hoping this would go down 10%, then be SSR tomorrow, but still an off chance that it could. Oh, wait a minute. Shoot, I didn't realize SMCI was next. I do this all the time.
Neil.
We're talking chips, and I'm like, oh, I got to make sure we mention SMCI here because it's important. And then, of course, SMCI is on the list. That's how I roll.
Well, all your analysis was right. Now we'll just tell everybody why it's down 7% here, Neil, because they're looking at raising $2 billion in a convertible debt offering here. It's going to be due in 2030. So the size of the offering, is equivalent to about 7.5% of the company's market cap as of right now, guys. So typical, when a company does an offering, the stock sells off. SMCI, no different.
All right, back at you, Aura Alpha. All right. SMCI. All right. Yeah, so, I was saying that there might have been a missed opportunity by not looking over at SMCI today. And it's the same kind of thing when I look back at it again. It's the same levels. Like, you get you get to some key levels here, and the next thing you know, it's gone, right? And I think that that's something that, you know, we all want to try to look at as much as we can. Key support and resistance levels. Well, this came up to a great resistance level here of $46 to $47 for SMCI. Now it's just dropping back into some more support levels. I think you could buy this level here. We talked about this with Brian Shannon the other day, looking like it was looking like when it was breaking out when I was speaking with him on Tuesday, but again, coffee. Going the other way right now is SMCI. So again, like I'm not too worried about any of the stories necessarily here. I know that if you're going to be playing AI future AI developments and things like that, SMCI is going to be all part of that. It's like Marvell. Marvell's actually down today as well. Looks like it was trying to break through 70. It might do that actually at some point from being at 75 last week. Now remember, we did get some out at 76 or whatever. We talked about that on Thursday when we were here. Maybe it was Friday morning. Because of the move it has up. But we're still long this name, Marvell. I just think it's another piece of the puzzle here. You can't always be AMD and NVIDIA. I think there's some other players to be had. Dell also in the server side with SMCI, another, you know, responsible play, I think, at some point. So, yeah, the big, beautiful bill apparently may not get passed until at least July 7th or something we heard there. So I don't know if that's what's sort of helping this market make a move a little down there. But for right now, I think SMCI, I like the stock, and I honestly think it's a buy if we can get, and I might do it. I might take some Marvell money and put it over here. $38 or so into this area. Let's go long SMCI. The story's pretty good. It's the accounting they went through a lot of different issues. So yeah, just another piece of the puzzle here for the AI play, Supermicro.
Yeah, I think, look, I already went over Supermicro. I just wanted to quickly talk about if you saw a volume spike, if you have any scanner out there, you probably just saw what happened to Amgen, because it would have hit your probably would have hit your scanners if they're actually detecting volume. They announced full results from part 1 of phase 2 study of Maritide. Yeah, so that's, I'm not going to go into the gobbledygook of the results. Anybody can go ahead and read the article if you want, but down 5% on the release of those part 1 of phase 2 studies for Maritide. Now down $10. Actually still heading downside here is AMGN. So look, I'm looking right now at NVIDIA. We'll see if we get down to the volume weighted average price. I mean, AMD looks good if it can break that 130 level. The other thing that I wanted to come over to, okay, you're still losing on Amgen. While we're on the topic of chips, I was looking through some of the chip names for some relative strength, and ARM stood out a little bit here. Now, it might not do it here today because every single time I point out something like this, it just flat out never happens, and then we sit here waiting for a breakout that doesn't happen that day. But while a lot of the chip names are heading lower, ARM up 2% and in a really nice consolidation. This is just underneath $150. This local high on the daily, as a matter of fact, this top here, 149.30. That breaks today, I'll look for a long, unless it's the last like 10, 15 minutes of the day. I don't like taking breakouts going into the imbalances, but that looks like a strong stock with a chance to break out on the daily is ARM. So I'm going to put that one on the back burner. We'll see if maybe it could be a tomorrow thing. I have no idea. Like, you could break out in an hour. You could break out on tomorrow. You could break out Thursday. Like, who knows? As long as it happens this week, I'll take a shot at it. If it happens next week, I won't because I'll be camping. But I do like ARM up 2%. Some relative strength, no questions asked. I just heard Novo Nordisk. And, okay, nothing happening there. Anytime I hear something in my ear, I want to make sure we go over to it. Oh, the other thing that's going on, NVIDIA might not want VWAP. It's just a line on a chart, however. As much as I like the volume-weighted average price, if it never gets there, this has a chance to break this little downward trend from the high as well. So if you go back into the high, we're along a couple times in there, it's breaking this channel with a 144 local bottom. So if we close this bar above the trend line, then I want to try and take a shot at this off the 144 level here for NVIDIA.
Crypto is breaking out right now. Like, let's go IBIT, 103 right now, 103.2 for BTC, breaking through. Look at the 50-period moving average. Like, all you really had to do was, for example, if you go long on that break, then you go short right there, then you probably lose in here, a little choppy, but then you get out when you break back down below, again, below the 50-period, below VWAP and all of that, and then boom, straighten out to the upside. We just had a good hold at 58.50, which was, the past high right there. I really think Bitcoin's being pretty constructive here, getting back to the upside, looking to break even further right now. So, yeah, okay. Bitcoin off right now. Let's go find out with Adara maybe what that Novo story was, or let's go see what's going on.
I'm going to give some context here with regards to Amgen. So as mentioned, they came out here with some results for phase 2 study of their obesity drug. It is Maritide. So it sounds like the results are pretty positive. The issue here, at least from the POV of investors, seems to be the fact that the drug apparently led to high discontinuation rates in the study. So people were discontinuing taking the drug mid-study. Apparently, as a result, the company is planning to adjust its dosing. So again, here, the issue with this AMGN trial seems to be the fact that a lot of patients apparently stopped using the drug during this trial. Now let's get to the market as well, because we do have more commentary coming here with regards to the Middle East. Here's the NASDAQ. Apparently, a senior Iranian official said that Iran has the necessary rationality to begin diplomacy after punishing the aggressor. But if they seek, if they seek negotiations, Israeli and U.S. attacks must stop. So Iran saying that if they decide to go through with negotiations, Israel and the U.S. should stop, I guess, these attacks. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, that's all that they want. So I think there it is. I mean, I think that's probably why we do have a little bit of, some of these markets pulling back to the upside right now, as it sounds like they're going to come to the table, which is what obviously everybody, I would think, would want.
I would hope would want.
Right now. So yeah, nice, good story, good news right there for everybody in the Middle East. And hopefully we can get it all settled and the market will continue its extreme upside push that it's been having now, percentage points away from all-time high. I mean, I guess I could just figure this out. But right here, if these are the Qs and this is the daily, we're at 531 right there. All-time high is 541. So yeah, I mean, we're coming into some areas right now where you're only $11 away on 530. So 53, you're like 2% away or so from all-time highs. So yeah, just a matter of time, I feel like, before we do hit that. And like I said, I had bought over lunchtime some more SPY. So we're pretty lucky to do that as well. AMD, okay, you're in NVIDIA now, but AMD was the only position that I've been trading through. Oh, that's not a sell. That is a sell, but I have to cancel some of my higher offers because it just coded there as a short sell. But right there, yeah, just getting some more out here at 50s. We're kind of bouncing around this area. Still hoping for another 130 push there. So if we get that, that's what I'm looking for right now in AMD, is that little 130 push. So hopefully we can grab that one more time on advanced micro devices, and we're going to look for some more names for you as well.
Yeah, I was just looking over at oil. We did get into that dip into, well, it's not really the dip into VWAP. It ends up being the trend break. I didn't save the trend line, but I mean, I drew it before. There's something like that. It closed above the trend line. The prior bar is at 144 even, so it's a 15 long, but the prior bar is pretty tight. Only 15 cents worth of risk, but that's a strategy. I'm not holding that all the way to the volume weighted average price. I was just looking down at Indo. I want back into this, short. It's almost red on the day, down at $5. That said, when you look at it on the higher time frame, I feel like you could get another bounce, like 550 to 560. If it's able to bounce here, I want to be able to fade back into INDO. If the market continues higher, it makes a lot of sense that this would stay a short. But the thing that is not really looking like it's part of the afternoon plan anymore is Circle. Yeah, it just lost 250 again and heading lower. So I think I might have mentioned, if I see this really start to break down, I'm looking at Coinbase. Like, Coinbase is going to get to this 310 level. And if at the same moment, if I see Circle breaking to the downside and Coinbase can be played off of that 310, that's kind of a tandem trade I'm looking at. But right now, a little bit of relative strength. Coinbase threatening to go green as Bitcoin goes up. Circle doesn't care because the stable coin thing, and heading to the downside. So that correlation might be gone. I want to see how it reacts if we make a fresh low and start really accelerating. If I start to see any curl on Coinbase, I'd try to jump into that trade. It worked really well, just simply watching a heavy candle earlier on Circle and then punching a short on Coinbase. I want to see if I can pull that off one more time. Is that Michaela saying Voyager? I loved that show. Good show. Shout out to Tim Ross, underrated actor. I thought it was strong today, that IPO. It looks like it came back into lows. It was breaking out earlier today. I thought maybe this one might be going, and that's why you brought it up there, Michaela. But what we were saying about this was we've seen it before where an IPO will catch a little bit of a trend down since the open, lull everybody to a false sense of, hey, forget about it, where it gets out of your mind, and then suddenly makes a nice little rounded bottom and then gets going. It's not exactly what CoreWeave did, but because CoreWeave had a bounce and then like a gentle move that ended up holding the low. But once it did this, see what it did here, where it kind of makes a low, puts in a higher low, and then just consolidates? It's the break of the consolidation that should interest you when you see that. So I think Voyager's in that stage of trying to find a bottom, but it's when everybody forgets about it that maybe you want to take a shot. So I just wait for it to make a low. It hasn't done so yet. The only new position for me was getting that trend break on NVIDIA, and we'll go back to the desk with Adara. We've got some more news.
Yeah, so you guys hear the story with NVIDIA. I know this was mentioned that, yeah, you guys heard it in your ear. So basically, apparently the company's Ozempic has received EU recommendation in peripheral arterial disease. So we know this is usually used for obesity and for diabetes. Now, apparently, it's been receiving a EU recommendation for peripheral arterial disease. Apparently, the European Commission is expected to finalize the update in 2 months. And there's also a similar application under review in the US. We're likely to hear more about that during Q4 2025. Additionally, keep an eye on the market here. We have comments coming through from Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney on trade with the US. Carney said that the right deal with the US is possible, but that nothing is assured. Back to you.
Get it, Mark.
Yeah, he's going to figure something out there, as we had said a couple times. I was thinking about taking the short in the futures. So I do have an order if we break through 30 right here. This is it's the TQs anyways. I know it's a little bit different than the futures, but there it is right there. This little level right there, 415. I just if we break below, this is 37s, I actually wanted to use a break of 30. So this little wick right into there. I know we're going to be running into that, but I just want to use the 50 period as our stop. So if I do wind up getting stopped out, that's where sort of the punishment stops, I guess. If it does come back up and break through 74.60, sorry. So play the momentum on a little bit of a move down. The NASDAQ being up 1% today seems unrealistic, but it is. So whatever, we're not going to fight any worries here on the oil front or the NASDAQ or anything like that. Oil continues to push lower, even close now at 230, but still making moves down into after hours on NYMEX here. So there's the move to the downside here on CL. So just keeps on getting lower, man. Down 7% right now, $68. Looks like we're trying to break even lower than this right here into 64, 50 period moving average down to 62. So if you gassed up today or yesterday, you're going to probably see a little bit of a different price in the upcoming days as we continue to go downside there in oil. So I don't know, oil weak. I was thinking about a bounce. If it does bounce, I could see the equity market pulling back a little bit. Right now, the NASDAQ's not doing anything. We're short TQs if it breaks 74.30. Tesla, same kind of a story. I said we'd like the long back into here, 345. That's not coming through. Eli Lilly was up to 815 or so last week, maybe even a little bit higher now this week. Today, down to 770 right now. Yeah, there it was, 820 and change, 825, 830 last week. And then 4 or 5 straight down days right now for Eli Lilly, coming right back into this level. So I had bought in here, actually I bought right here at 750, looking to pick up some more down here near $7 But yeah, nice little downside push there for Eli Lilly. We did hear Amgen and a few other things coming through there today. So XBI, always trying to think about some of the tech space there, the biotech. I like XBI here as well. And then also, we did hear from this morning, different plays that ARC has been doing. ARC has been on a nice little run, but, their best days are behind them. The thing is if hopefully they're going to be in front of them, but, we've seen ARC Innovation, this is Kathy Wood's ETF,
don't lie.
Go through some nice ups and downs and peaks and valleys here, but you are getting pretty close to breaking out right here. It's the $70 mark. You can go on Kathy's ARC, you can figure out all the different positions that she has, share sizes and all of that. So you can mimic or pay her the 2 or whatever percent points to do it for you. But nicely cooking right now is
Kathy's ARC with the innovation ETF. It looks like you're going to get some sort of a death cross here, 50 in the 200, starting to break upside right now. Definitely upsloping 50 period, 200 probably turning around. ARC looks pretty good, especially that's why I went from Tesla over here. You know, we know what she likes, and it's all these names. So the Palantirs of the world. What was the big one that she had just recently bought? Robinhood, Circle today, or over
Circle was the newest one. Only 0.75% the management fee. Not
0.75%. Well, that seems pretty cheap. There must be something else hidden.
yeah.
There, but
Well, that's just that's ARC. I don't know if they're all the same. That's RK. Maybe they're a little bit different. Don't at me. That's the one I looked up because that's what Sean was looking at. Let's go. First of all, before we go up to Adara, let's just acknowledge that Microsoft is super strong. Microsoft is amazing. It's bull flagging right now. What I'd be concerned about is this is the exact same flag the futures have. Microsoft loses this. I think you can come back in. Let's go to Adara at the desk.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Prop XP. Level up your trading game with Prop XP. Up to 1 to 200 leverage and static drawdown. Scroll the site and pick your challenge at propxp.com. Trade directly on our platform. Sign up, try it for free, and start your trading journey. Enjoy rapid payouts and real human support. No bots. Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot, trusted by traders worldwide. So right now, you can get 50% off with code TRADERTV. Link is in the description. Be the trader. Get funded. Join Prop XP today. Prop XP, your edge starts here. Visit propxp.com. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. Just a quick update. The only thing we took on was that NVIDIA breaking the trend. Prior bar was 144, in at 15s. It got to 1-to-1. We took some out. And if it breaks 144, I'm going to be out. At this point, if it breaks 144, unless my stop doesn't work, it should be a flat trade there because we're able to get some profits out. The other thing I'm looking on over at, and okay, let me actually finish the thought on NVIDIA because the daily chart needs to get mentioned for NVIDIA. This has been holding at this level, 145-ish, for 2 weeks now, where you've had breaks of 145 almost every single day, and then failures above that level. Today, it doesn't even break the 145. So it's short-term bearish if we never get to that price. The last time it didn't happen, we had like a pretty nasty down day, and it was able to at least break out from it. But if we can't break that 145, I might get like short-term, look for a short off of it back into 140 or something. But I wanted to go over to Alphabet because when the market caught that bid off the lows, I actually traded Palantir once and traded NVIDIA off the lows, but that was actually short Alphabet as well. So gave some of those longs back off the lows, shorting Alphabet. The reason I was shorting Alphabet and kind of looking at it for another short here, down 1.8%. At no point has this stock looked good today. Well, okay, fine. Maybe there was a little moment earlier on, but relative to the market, when the market was at the top, this was at the lows. And ever since Friday, this has been bleeding back down. The opening range top, 164. There's your bottom. It's starting to curl off of this level as we speak. So I want to play this one to the south side. Allow now to get to that 64, use that as an out, and play back into the high. Relatively strong, relatively weak stock. At least for the last couple of sessions, there was a security breach on Friday that caused it to be relatively weak. Now it's losing the 50-period moving average on the daily. Not a great sign there for Alphabet. You show the relative strength in Microsoft. Amazon doing incredibly well. Just a few things working against Google at the moment. Weakest of the Mag 7 names by, easily. Not even close. Not even sure any other ones are down. No. Don't at me. I don't think any of the rest are down.
Unless Meta is. Apple.
Oh, no, Amazon's down 0.2.
Right. I was going to say Apple, I know, broke a little bit. So we are in right now. Fire off. Hold on a second. We'll do this. Right now, may not work. Who knows? We're in a new position right now. The TQs does break our 30 level. We get short at 30. So I don't know, good fill, I guess. So we're going to wait to see if we break 57, which is 60, good enough to me. So if we get upside on that, we're going to tap ourselves out of our TQQ position, averaging it up We'll take a little bit more. Right now we have about 2 units. We'll take 2 more units as we get closer to 50 and then stop out at 60. We can get a little more aggressive because our stops are pretty close to where we're in right now. Looking for a pullback, that would be 73.80. I always take something out at 74. So again, that's 1-to-1. If we're going to go 30 cents, we need something at 74. I don't necessarily trade things 1-to-1, but if it was, then that would be there 74, and then we'll wait for 73.80 and maybe a push down here in the market to close out this trading day. We still have an hour to go, but let's go over to it. And and because we went short on the futures, we have been getting out more and more of our AMD. So we just got out a couple more steps. There we go, another step out at 30. A couple more steps out here on AMD as it looks like it's trying to break a little lower as well. So just trying to stop out of these things really slowly here as we wait to see what's going to happen. There's your first call right here by me on the afternoon on a new position, shorting the TQQs, which is the NASDAQ as well. So, all right, Adair, what you got for us?
Keep an eye here on some of these health insurance names. HUM, UNH, and CVS all dropping here. It has to do with the Health and Human Services announcement with regards to prior authorization. So prior authorization, just for some context here, or pre-authorization, it's a process used by certain health insurance companies, basically to help them determine if they're going to cover a prescribed procedure, service, or medication. Now we have a note coming from the Health and Human Services Department, or HHS, with its Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services Administrator, Mehmet Oz, or Dr. Oz. Basically, they're pledging to reduce the volume of medical services subject to prior authorization by January 1st, 2026. So basically, I guess limiting the amount of services that these health insurance companies are able to use pre-authorization with. So keep an eye on these names to the downside with that note. Back to you.
Well, I think everybody can get behind that. You can't spin that as bad for the everyday person, but not necessarily going to be good for UNH, Humana, and any of the names in that space. But I don't know that I see a trade in any of those. I think really the one that most people might be remotely interested in. Whoops! I just went to Blue Ocean. It's not the evening yet, so you don't have to look at the Blue Ocean markets, which we have entitlements to, and we can trade now here at Real Trading in addition to OTC Moon. But UNH, it's still in sleep mode. As long as it can hold about 280, it's in this consolidation from the wipeout bottom. So it's not that bad for anyone that took those, like little buy the dip. You never got better than like 320 on those lows, but it's still holding some support for UNH. Unless it breaks 280, I think it's still looking pretty solid. I'd want it breaking 320 into the 50 period moving average is a nice little target, but 1% is not going to, that's not going to exactly move the needle on UNH. I mean, we've seen this thing go absolutely ham before. Probably a good sign that it's not falling any further than it is. So got this little curl, waited for some higher lows, back into 164. It failed 164, lower highs. Failed 164 Google. Didn't quite get it here, but it just consolidated underneath 163.8 and jumped some in here at 66 or 65.5 is my actual price. And that rounds up. I see Steve Duran saying circles squeezing. I was skeptical that it was going to be strong this afternoon, but it bounces again off the 350 level. It's just been so much. When I pull it up, what's the way to think? It feels different. Like when it was rallying earlier today, or when it was rallying on Friday, there was more volume, as you can see, not doing quite as much volume as it did on Friday. There was more velocity, as I guess is the word I'm looking for. There's more velocity in the tape, and I'm not necessarily seeing that same thing. So unless you can see that start to happen or break away from VWAP, there's nothing wrong with just grabbing circle after it starts breaking out in the afternoon. You don't have to be early to this move if it's going to go. But I wouldn't want to be chasing it when it's underneath VWAP. It just doesn't feel as strong as it did before. But the long hasn't been wrong on this stock most of the time. I'm just not feeling as good as I was a lot earlier. Yeah, I just don't feel it that. Not really feeling circle this afternoon. Might be more of a Coinbase thing if I can catch this going into that 310. It just can't seem to get there. There we go. Like that 310 resistance spot, put them in a little head and shoulders, Friday's highs. I want to see it try to get in. If we get a reversion off that, break trend, head back lower, or maybe it can clean break out the top. But I'll wait for it to get to that price on Coinbase. A little more active, at least this afternoon.
Yeah, not much happening on this side. We, like I mentioned to you guys, we were into this trade, and nothing going on right now for the futures. So pass on that. There was a name. I was looking at the chat, and I was wondering there was another name that I wanted to talk about. Nah, Palantir is always the same. There was something there. It wasn't Robinhood, JP Morgan, no, AMD. I was just kind of looking like, if we're going to look at the watch list here, we talked about different names doing different things. SMCI right now down, 8%, Marvell down 4%, Oxy. Oh, that's what it was, SMR. Okay, so, like last week, I catch flack for this a little bit in the chat, but it's, just telling people what I think. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be happening or anything like that. But, I had said and I remember justifying it to myself. I was like, what the heck? We went up there. We got some out of SMR, I remember at 30. Then I think we got some again at 36. And then again at, I think it was 44 or something on this day when this was happening. And then I was like, we did the math and we're like, well, my average price to get out was something around like 36, 37. And now you're back into this area again. I really think that, a lot of this nuclear stuff, although, it will power the future and there is lots of upside potential in all of these names, Oklo, SMR, all of them. And it's just the same thing with Rigetti and some of the quantum names. But I do feel pretty bubblish about a lot of these names. So as we start to come back in, these 3 big candles in a row here does not surprise me at all. These companies don't make money. So, I had to champion Palantir for a while when it went from, $9 where we got in up to 40, then back down to 7 again, only to be now a $140 stock. I do think SMR has capabilities of doing that, and they've already sort of done that if you look at sort of the up and down that we've had on a new scale, which of course is SMR. I mean, this just back in January of 2024 was $1. So you went up to $44 there. That's decent. You just had to believe in the name, right? And same thing, like I was saying, there's the IPO at 11, goes down to 1, right? Goes from 11 up to 16, back to 1, up to 11, back to 4, up to 16, back to 6. I mean, you can see what's happening here. Up, back in, up. Now, how far we go back in, that's still to be determined, but I would think at least back here makes some sense to me. I think $30 for SMR is probably where we're going, and then we wait to see, even if they don't make money next time around. I'm not sure how much that's even really going to matter if they make money or not. But right now, SMR is pulling back in, so that's just another name to watch out for. We've had it on our sticky note and our watch list a couple times for shorts. We didn't have it today, but $40, $41 for SMR, I think is decent. I keep seeing Oklo and stuff like that in the news, catching upgrades and all that, and they're still down 7% with a very, very similar move back in. And if we're going to use 30 for SMR, then it's coming in a little bit closer to that, 47, 48 for Oklo, and then back down into here, 35, 36. So I would just say watch out for any time we're too far away from the 50-period moving average. You're just a couple downgrades away from this kind of happening. So there goes Oklo right now, back into the 50-period. Would not surprise me. That's $39 coming through again.
Meanwhile,
go ahead. No, I was going to say our futures trade, we may just wind up out. Okay, there it is. So perfect. We've averaged into it. If this breaks 74.60, then we're gone. We're pretty close to that. I thought downside here into the close. Looks like we'll be wrong on that one. But, the most this ever went in the money for us was about 10 cents where it was barcoding forever. And I was just waiting for that break. Just didn't happen. So there we go, upside, there we go, stopped out there while breaking through 60s. Now stopped out as there it goes, man, right back to the highs goes the future. So if we like the short, maybe it's right here at the futures high instead of averaging into it. But yeah, there it goes, man, bye-bye. SPX popping off for sure.
Yeah, I cover the NVIDIA long, and I'm going to lose on the Google short, the Alphabet short, I should say, as that just broke at the top. You were talking about, I have to point this out because we just broke out there. VWAP's going to sit here 164.5. So if I still like the short, I have to wait until it gets to the next key level. Be patient. You're still on a bit of an upward trend. But just another note about the nuclear names. You're talking about SMR and the names that don't make money. Well, Vistra, they're all pulling back, but Vistra is actually still in an upward trend. If you go to Constellation, still in an upward trend. As a matter of fact, close to breaking out of a resistance level. And then you go to GE Vernova, This one is still, man, it cannot break $500 a stock. It's frustrating. Keep asking myself. Some people say never sell in front of in front of highs, and it's tempting to do so when you see things like this. But my point is, the companies that make money, that have the upside in nuclear, are still holding their strength. The pullback is occurring in the frothy names right now, which is not, in my opinion, it's not a good sign for them. Usually they're all going in the same direction. Like when these are all poised to be breaking out resistance, maybe in the next couple of days, you're pulling back in SMR. I don't necessarily like that, but yeah, one of these is going to break first. All three of them at major resistance levels. And just as we had gotten out of NVIDIA, right at 64, I told you where my stop was going to be. And when it broke the trend, the prior bar, it breaks the prior bar, and then a minute later, or 3 minutes later, 2 minutes later, whatever it might be, we just went right back into the upside. So it looks like NVIDIA is still holding strength. Could have been wrong about Circle, as the volume is picking up, and it's at the volume-weighted average price. Get above VWAP. If it gets above VWAP, it's either a 275 clean break or maybe a 270 breakout on Circle. We've seen what this can do in the afternoon. Maybe not as crazy as CME, but if this one can get going above the volume-weighted average price, it's like 20, it turned at $30. It could do anything if it breaks 275. Maybe it only goes to 280, 285, but with that 300 top in sights, you know the shorts are emboldened when it held underneath VWAP. And I know there's some shorts that are in here, and they're probably added here, and then some new ones are going to come in. So if you break that 275, there's a lot of stops that are going to get run on this. I'm waiting for Google to get to VWAP or for Circle to break out above it. One of those two should happen. Bishwajit in the chat, opinions on CoreWeave for a long. Let's call it up. I know you called it up a little bit earlier. I'm assuming we're talking about like a swing or long term and not necessarily the day trade. If I'm wrong, then just let me know in the chat. CoreWeave, for myself, I can't think of ever going long something which is this disconnected. It's basically just sort of squeezing higher at this point. Like you're up so much, so fast, that buying it for any kind of a long-term up here, I can't get behind. Throw on top of that the fact that it, on a 15-minute, this looks like not a capitulation day, but at least a reversal day, that it would have to close back above 176, like this prior high, to not be a bearish reversal type day, which is not where I'd want to be buying this. So it almost looks the other direction. Like if I was in this long, today would have given me a bunch of reasons to sell it. And certainly if it closes underneath 176, I'd be short term getting out if I owned a long position in this. Just feel like it's too far too fast. Maybe you get like a breakout above VWAP for a day trade. I think Circle breaking out would help drag this along. So Circle can break out above VWAP. You probably get a sympathy here on CoreWeave, but I don't necessarily like the buy on that stock. You know, it's a momentum play, and it really had a huge reversal on that daily chart. I think you got to let it settle for a bit.
All right, futures starting to fall back in a little bit. We did get stopped out of a little bit of that trade there at 60s. You know, trying to use the high of the day now of 75. As the short. I still do believe in the short there, but yeah, too bad that first look did not work out for us. Intel's very similar, man, right near that high again. NASDAQ, I'm having a hard time believing that this name wants to stay up, but you know, it doesn't really, like I keep saying, it doesn't really matter what I believe. AMD, we did not get stopped out of that one, and it's right back now above the 50-period moving average. So there we go. We'll punch some out now at 67 and just get some more out here because it looks like we were wrong. I was wanting to get out of the short because we were under the 50-period. We blew higher than that on the futures. We're blowing higher than that right now on AMD. AMD outpacing the market again here today. So far, so good here on this advanced micro devices long of 54 cents. We're just in this and the TQs. We covered a little bit of those TQ trade, but other than that, nothing else going on right here. What's up with Adara?
But on some of these satellite-related plays like ASTS or VSAT, an executive from T-Mobile is announcing that their P-satellite network is going to go live in a month from today, July 23rd. Also saying that over 1.8 million customers have signed up for this T-satellite network. So keep an eye on VSAT and ASTS. TMUS, for its part, is really strong here. It's at day's highs. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara. Yeah. I was just looking over some other names. If there's anything that's popping off on anybody's scanners, there's really not much doing a ridiculous amount of volume in here. Like I looked over at Indo, I knew that I wanted that one short. Ever since oil futures closed, I guess predictably so, maybe I shouldn't expect Indo to move anymore. It's completely sideways. I thought this might be a bit of an afternoon pop and fade. That's just not happening. I see Stango Mango mentioning CVX. That's sort of along the lines of INDO with oil futures closing. It's not doing a lot of volume, but at least it's bouncing here. These guys took it on, look, all these energy names took it on the chin. These are all really bad candles. XLE, CVX, XOM. On the daily chart, these all stink. And I own XOM in my long-term account. Like I'm not going to sit here and tell you I've been a big buyer of it. As a matter of fact, I shifted to my buying in the space is now in XLE. It used to be CVX. Now it's in the index. But this is an ugly-looking candle on the daily where you simultaneously fail a prior high and are going to close underneath. Well, you're going to engulf the entire last 2 days, Thursday and Friday, and you're going to close under the 200-period moving average. A lot of longs got trapped on the oil names, and that's not a very good look. I'm not saying you got to bail out of these, but I wouldn't be a buyer for a hot minute on energy, especially when you got the strikes you wanted and you didn't get the reaction you wanted.
Yeah, no.
Well, sorry, I shouldn't say that. Nobody wanted strikes. It's just that if you're long oil, the conflict was good for you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. I mean, that's
Nobody
what
wants
thought. But we always think those type of things. Then the next thing you know, the market goes the other way and has a completely different idea. So I don't know. That was sort of my thinking here with trying to go short. The short's not been right, but that was the thinking. And I guess until we're wrong, we're right. So I don't know, but we were already wrong once here on these futures. Coinbase. Wow, 308 again here today. So huge move today for Coinbase. Just off the bottom, I mean, it's flat on the day, but, up to 314, back down to 296. And what a day it's been here for crypto as well. Up to 103 right now and looking to get higher and higher goes, the crypto space into today. So, just big movements. We talked about ETHA. Well, we actually didn't do that, but this is an ETF that I kind of been looking at here, ETHA, over the last little bit as far as a new one. We always look at IBIT, but if you're looking at Ethereum, this could be something, that you would know about, and it's been a good name so far to go short with this year, but I don't know, nice little level there, 21 bucks. It's really pulled back here as well, $21, $22 right there for ETHA, looking to do a little bit of damage here. Upside is Ethereum, but we just faded off of that 21.50 area. So that's making a move on the way back in. I mean, I wanted to look a little bit here at CoinMarketCap and just see what was going on with some of these names. So XRP, I don't think that's right, 205. Let me just update this quickly here, just make sure the Bitcoin price is right. Yeah, so 103 O's coming in. So Ethereum 2,300, you guys know, I mean, whatever, I've been buying Bitcoin, so I don't know, like net. The last time we bought Bitcoin was 105. We bought some 103s as well. That's come back. Yeah, so XRP is down there at 205. So down 12% over the week, up 5% today. We talked some positive news there about XRP. Solana also up 7, but down 12. Same thing with Cardano, down 15. So some of these names just continue to get hit here. And Bitcoin is really the one that continues to work for itself. High side right there is Bitcoin. So I really like the way that IBIT's moving around as opposed to everything else. Just seems to play with the king and you'll be fine. Kind of like NVIDIA and things like that. If you're in the right names, you should be okay. But that's Ethereum and ETHA and then IBIT for IBIT. It's not necessarily, I thought with all this tension, we could even be higher. And I know there's a lot of us hoping that there would have been new all-time highs hit at some point here for IBIT. We're kind of pulling back, man. I don't know, the chart doesn't look the greatest, but as long as we can hold this 50-period moving average, probably okay, and that looks like that was in and around 101. So we did get a dip down yesterday into 98, but of course IBIT didn't trade there, not open. But yeah, I don't...
It's a beautiful day.
I like IBIT here today. It's just, we got to wait for it to come back in a little bit. I want to buy more at 100, basically 100,000, I think. But
my biggest problem with Bitcoin is once you get accustomed to only buying, I only ever buy the deep dips anymore.
Yeah.
I'll throw orders at the big levels, and I'll just gonna get swept up on the way down. And now that it's come to a daily chart here, I have my trading view up. Now that we've kind of failed this 109, my spot is any break of 95 in front of 91, buy at 92, 93. You know, it's just since this daily chart's been up, the only places I've bought is on the way back down into this prior high and then into the other prior high in front of the 73 level. I think I got like 70. Well, whatever. It was a 69 at the end of what I bought in front of 76. But like at the end of the day, I think being patient with it and buying holding makes sense. But IBIT, today's chart looks fantastic. All right, Google does not want to break trend, so I think it's going to get into VWAP. You can see it trending up. It technically didn't break the trend line here, so that was a bit impatient. But if it gets to the volume weighted average price or breaks the trend line, that's the only way I should be getting into this another time. IBIT's chart looks fantastic. It's a wipeout bottom at the most obvious critical level that you could imagine. That's not in the 90s, that 100 almost on a dime. But I'm just like everything else. Where is the volume on it this afternoon? Like I feel with this chart, usually let's just buy the first available dip. Let's contemplate some breakouts. It's doing absolutely none of that. So I can't really want to trade this. I have my order if Circle can break out above VWAP, but unless I see VWAP, Google, Circle breakout above VWAP, there's not too much that's catching my attention here. Sean B saying TDOC was a hype party. When was the last time anybody said Teladoc was a hype party?
I think it was going crazy today, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, see, there's something going. Wow. Yeah, 11%. I don't remember what the news is. If somebody remembers offhand. Teladoc might be on the verge of something. Somebody likes it at... See, whenever I see this, when is the acquisition coming? Like who? I don't know. Somebody likes this under $7 and has been holding it at that price, and then it starts breaking out. Then you hear somebody accumulated a bunch. Next thing you know, there's an acquisition a month or two down the line. I'm not saying that's what happens. Usually there's a few hints in the options market, which I'm not paying attention to. So you can ask Joey Options for that. But that's an obvious buy. I wish we looked at Teladoc a little bit more. Yeah, that's a great looking chart. It needs to break $8. And the algos are absolutely, this is an algo move, 100%. Let me just double check. Just in case a crazy topping tail candle happens, we have free locates on this. So if I saw this go from already like program parabolic to a stupid candle that fails an obvious level, I might just take a quick little reversion shot this afternoon. We're well into power hour, and that just seems like a program buy. And you know what happens when they turn programs off. You know, you can get these quick scalp trades, but I'm not chasing this up here. Someone's going to buy this company for sure, because they probably have a great database, and there's probably a lot there that someone could take advantage of.
All right, yeah. I mean, I think that's something that you want to look at is those sort of flattening out, then all of a sudden volume hits into it, and then you're like, okay, good look on that one, and maybe the options chain could be something for that as well. So, just like real quick here, the futures are maybe doing its thing again, where it kind of doesn't want to go down. I don't know, like I'm trying to get out. We got some out here in the mid 40s again on this play. We're short at 64s. We did get stopped out there. We bought some back. So now it still needed to come down in. We should have noticed that we were in a little bit of trouble there when we weren't breaking a little bit lower. Is HIMS doing anything right now? Good look on TDOC. And again, it's like, this is kind of, what you're looking for. Consolidate, break through, and then the news continues higher. Same kind of thing happened here, except we rejected it. Now you get back in on HIMS. So we'll have to see if this wants to even pull even further back in right now for that one. We talked about Eli Lilly a little bit, Robinhood, SMR. I mean, I'm just showing you on some of the alerts that I'm looking at here. NVIDIA maybe moving around a little bit. Yeah, that's down. Yeah, just coming back in there on the 200 period moving average. So that would be a look there. I'm assuming it's the same look on Amazon as that's hitting the scanners as well right there. Yep, 200 period moving average right there. And then I'm going to assume Robinhood is probably the same. I don't know why that, just 5 period moving average, I guess, I don't know. But anyways, Robinhood also down 2 and a bit percentage points here as we try to get a little lower now in the market. Maybe we're going to be right on a little bit of a NASDAQ push lower here. So we're still short that name. And we did cover some more AMD up there. All right, so what else you guys want to look at? Yeah, TDOC's going. BBAI, what's up, Manny Fresh? I called you out last week for this. Fresh. Yeah, we're almost back into the money now on Big Bear AI. Another 2.5% today would be nice. But again, just kind of right back to where we were. You know, we've already been up here. We're waiting for news on this name. Again, I like the stock. We talked about this in Webull and kind of just like longer shots here. So Big Bear AI at 20% something, short float. You know, contract with Department of Defense. You know, definitely an interesting name here, Big Bear AI. So I'm going to wait. You know, the more I hear about Pentagon, the more I hear about, you know, all these sort of nuclear plays and data, and I like Big Bear AI, so I don't know. But okay, here we go. Finally, let's go. A little bit of a move down. I'm waiting at 26s here for the futures. Well, okay, 26. There it is. Yes, did we get it? I think we did. Yes, we did. So that's a good one right there. Let's go. Nice move there for us. Yes, that was good, man. We needed that move to come back in there for the NASDAQ. So there it goes. Finally back in. We do want to get out a little bit ahead of 20s. So you saw me just get 26s there. Reason why we're happy is like sometimes you don't get those fills and then this kind of pops up and then I get nervous and I punch out. So right now, at least we got some of that. That was a decent amount. That was for 15%. So we'll cover a little bit. Now we'll wait till we get back in. We still have 75% of this trade, looking for it to come back. T-Doc's still going up, Neil, so maybe your buyout rumor.
Crazy. No, I'm just speculating because...
No, I'm just making that up, but we'll, it's not going crazy.
The only reason we say that,
nice
and you've probably heard us say this with other names before, like a lot of times when you see levels like that on a daily chart, like it's not a coincidence. You know, like a downward trend gets halted like this, someone's usually in an accumulation phase. That's all. And when the price is telling you something, it's not the worst to listen to it. That said, yeah, Joe just mentioned to me in the chat, nothing outstanding relative to the rest of the open interest. 750 has little size on T-Doc, so maybe there isn't that much crazy action. I thought maybe you'd be a little bit more options action. And I'll tell you this, not that they ever seem to catch anybody for this, but when you see something like that and it is like maybe a buyout or something along those lines, typically speaking, it doesn't happen without some spikes in activity. Options activity. You usually see a spike in volume because, you know, big deals or any deal, really someone knows something, and, you know, seems like no one ever goes to jail for it. It doesn't really matter. We got to VWAP on Alphabet, stopped out of the last. We'll try to get that back if it can pull back into the 163.5 zone where we entered before. We had to let this glide back into the volume weighted average price, which it did, or just maybe 10 cents shy of that. And as mentioned, that Teladoc, it might have just done that parabolic candle. I kind of thought maybe you'd go to $8 with a candle higher and then look for a reversal. Instead, randomly $7.80, and you're seeing it pull back. So my idea was you get one of these candles that's just outsized, failing a breakout, but it never got to $8. If you took this short, I mean, I can't think of a reason why I would have shorted it randomly at $7.80 here. I would have wanted maybe a little bit more strength back into $8. It just didn't really happen. But I think we're looking in the right spot for some volatility. So if you guys see anything else that's popping off, I'm still looking down at Circle. It's got a chance. It broke 260, so I canceled my breakout order at 268. You know, once it starts breaking down support, I'm not going to leave a stop order in there because maybe you forget it, and that would be nasty. But now it's starting to bounce back above. So if we can close above 265, I'll throw my breakout order back in and try and get a scalp trade this afternoon to the long side in Circle. So we got back into Google. We're still waiting for Circle to make a power move, and we're going to the desk with Adara.
Just be aware here, I'm seeing some reports here. Apparently, U.S. military officials, according to Al Jazeera, are saying that the Pentagon is providing options to President Donald Trump should he decide to respond to Iranian attacks. So again, Al Jazeera reporting that U.S. military officials are letting them know that the Pentagon is providing Trump some options should he decide to retaliate, I guess, against the Iranian attacks earlier today. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah, so I feel like, you know, I don't know. I don't want to say like the worst, like to comment on like the worst is behind us or anything like that. Like I have no idea what to expect as far as the market is concerned. You know, a name, we just talked a little bit about Big Bear AI. Another name would be Palantir. You know, again, just, you not like a warmongering name or anything like that, but definitely a name that gets talked about when we talk about defense and weaponizing. And I mean, Alex Karp has, talked about going on the attack numerous times. Of course, CEO of Palantir, CEO and founder of Palantir. I love founder-led companies. That's another thing, another big reason why we're still into Palantir. So anyways, yeah, a good name, but just like the market, it looks like it's trying to break lower. I mean, underneath the 50, underneath VWAP, holding out strength actually at the 200 period. So maybe we'll take it back that this name's about to tank, because it looks like we're trying to buy this up at the 200. Was kind of, okay there, bought up there a little bit, and we're right back at it at 139 for PLTR. But if I think the market's going to break lower, which I do, then this is not going to be a name for me. But Palantir just a couple dollars away from its all-time highs right now. And yeah, a good level upside. It's 322 right now, by the way, as we get on and on here, on and on and on and on and on again. In the market and the time as we have entered power hour, but unfortunately the market doesn't really realize what hour it is, because it's at the same levels it's been at since 12:30. Scratch that, this is an hour behind because it's Chicago, but since 1:30. So we've been doing nothing here for 2 hours basically, except for try to break lower. This was the level that I'm waiting for the break, hoping that that comes through. That's the move that we're waiting for right now on the futures. I'm giving it a little bit more room, taking a little bit less shares, trying to give it a little bit more room. So that's what we're doing here against 22, basically 22.1, the high of the day. If we break through there, then that will be the stop out for me on the NASDAQ, which of course is TQQs for me. Anyways, breaking right up there, 74.80. I do want to get a little shorter on this, so that's what we're waiting for, is to get a short up there again. But again, with only 25 minutes left before the imbalances come out, I'll scratch that, 35 minutes left. I don't know if that trade's going to be there or not. TDOC up there at $8 was probably a good trade. Micron, I heard Sharif mention, I think this was the strongest. Not sure about Broadcom or not, but he was mentioning Micron was one of the strongest ones year to date.
Oh, year to date. I thought you meant today.
Yeah, no, Micron's down today, but year to date, Micron's really cruising upside. But again, doesn't this, this looks like it wants to break lower right there. We've been getting out of our AMD. We have only 10% left, actually much less than 10% left. What am I talking about? Because we got those fills up there as well. How about a break right here? If we break, 129, that's already where I'm in. So yeah, if we break 129, we're gonna get out of AMD. Let's even do that just right there. Yeah, 129.08. That's flat. So, okay, we're going to wait for 129 break on advanced micro devices. We don't have nearly as many shares on AMD as we do right now on the TQQs. So we have about, honestly, 15 more times the shares on the NASDAQ on this trade than we do on AMD. So that's what I'm waiting for. Hopefully it comes through. It's been a relatively slow afternoon. That's why you got to look at
TDOC's moving more than anything right now.
Yeah, I was going to look at Archer Aviation. I'm just trying to find some names. If there's anything else you guys want us to look at there, more than happy to do that. There's Archer not doing anything. QBTS, my sort of, I don't want to say hatred for the quantums, because I don't hate them, but for a negative move down. I think we'll watch out for some quantum plays tomorrow on my radar for some more red. On that, because we did get back up into $15 again, and we may still do that again right now on QBTS. But doesn't this look like it wants to break and gap fill down here as well? So these are some of the levels that we're talking about. $11, $12 on QBTS. We've been calling this top for a minute. So, pretty happy with this move back in from 1850 all the way down. Just like SMR, I hold shares on that, not as many anymore, but we've been selling at the top of those plays as well. And then I did not pull the trigger on Uber today. And I'm not just saying that because it's up. I actually didn't even know it was up. I was just trying to think about some other names to talk about. But I'm a little nervous about the robo-taxi kind of play and seeing these tops again. We didn't get out right there at $83, and that kind of bothered me right there. Then it hit again and came back in. And I said to myself, next time we break into this area, we'll probably sell something. But then we didn't, and it got up to $94. So I am going to put an order. Probably tonight. I want to review a few things. I want to get. My cash is just kind of sitting around. I want to put into a high yield savings account type of thing, just so it's sitting there for a minute so I can deploy it when necessary. But I don't really want to deploy new cash yet. I did this a little bit more today. But But if Uber could come into $86, that's going to be a level for me, and that's pretty much right there. I don't know what you think about Uber, but for me, it's like
Uber's a hold for me. I'm not doing anything with my wishes. By the way, I got a weird trigger. Call it lucky on Circle. You'll see I have 67.94. It was a breakout trade. Like I had a stop order breaking out, but sometimes what ends up happening is in the moment that it's breaking, as 268 breaks, somebody's also on the sell key like right away, dumping it in. So I did take the breakout trade. It'll be hard to see because it's the scaling on this. There you go. I'll zoom it in. Like it broke out. It just rejected 270 like an absolute brick wall. So if I'm taking a breakout trade, I want it to go right away. Chalk it up. It'll end up being a flat trade. It might have made like a few shekels on it, but more or less a flat trade on that breakout. It went the initial buck and then immediately goes right back underneath. It's just not the same as it was before. Like on Friday, like if you were trading this any of the last couple of days, I feel like when it was breaking out a level, it was never looking back. And the second I start seeing it, like it's right back underneath at 67, it just doesn't have the same velocity as it does. So, I was wrong about it the last time I played a breakout that way, but this time feels a little bit different for Circle. I'm looking over at CoreWeave as well, CRWV. I say CRWV because I typo it if I don't say it out loud to myself. It just helps me. And I see this at the same moment starting to break down. There's just not as much juice in these things. It's really just these two. I'm not really sure if there's another IPO that's done what these guys have been doing, but it just doesn't seem like there's the same amount of strength. I don't mind taking a shot in it, but I don't want to get stubborn about Circle. It's just not flying. Like the second it was over, there was a stacked offer at 270. And then there was sellers like all the way down, walking it back under 268. And you've got to keep in mind all of the different time frames that you've got going on here. Like there's probably some 150 to 160 longs that are trailing out on some of these moves and asking themselves when they should get out. Then you might have some longs from Friday that bought the dip that are worried about the 300 and they're like, oh, should I get out this afternoon? They're all up like the Friday longs are up like 25, 30% depending on where you got them. And some of the longs from earlier are up way more than that. So I think you've got a group of sellers on multiple time frames that are just starting to slow this move down. And I think you have to run through some of that selling before this can get going again, unfortunately. So, yeah, kind of a flat trade on that breakout. Disappointing. I mean, not exactly flat, but close enough to it that I'll call it flat.
Right, Tesla. Oh, yeah, Tesla. I've been still looking to see if anybody wants anything, any talk here. But SoFi got close. This is another one of those names where I'm really trying to get out of some more SoFi here. And if we can do that, then I don't mind doing that. I haven't got out of anything recently, but SoFi up here into 15, 50, 16 bucks. Again, like Robinhood, that seems to have all the momentum. It's like what I was telling in the chat there about Uber. It's not that I think anything's wrong with it. It's just right now the stories don't seem to be, there with Uber, and they're there with Tesla right now. So I was just thinking like, opportunity to get out of some Uber and maybe buy some back in, low 70s something. I don't know. But SoFi may be the same type of thing. There's more competition coming out. And I don't think necessarily like Webull or anything like that is going to eat their lunch immediately or any sort of a situation like that. But, you never know. And I think that that's something that we all have to be slightly concerned with when all these new sort of finance plays come out. And I know SoFi is a bank and that's, much different than the rest of them. But, SoFi up there, good levels. I think 12% short float. Something to look at for SoFi, up 1.15%. JP Morgan today as well. I mean, some of the banks, wow, what a comeback for JPM. Didn't even realize this. Okay, so like I said, I haven't reviewed in a minute, but this is starting to get up there, man. We last got some out. I thought it was 268, to be honest with you. We're long JP Morgan 230s from here, from tariff time. And nice move upside right now on JP Morgan. Just trying to get back to the all-time highs. I mean, we're now $3 away from that. We bought right here, actually, on this dip before tariff time. Then it went up into 250, and we thought we were pretty smart there. And then all of a sudden, whoops, nice move to the downside, and we didn't get anything out. So we did hold this $20 against us. So now that we're about 40, a little bit more than $40 in the money. That's double what we held against us. I'm not going to count this wick down to 198. That would be crazy. I'm not even sure that happened. But down there, 210, nice bump up there, 277 for JP Morgan, now reaching near all-time highs. So definitely like that, man. And, XOM, and just putting more money to work somewhere else. Like XOM down 3%, oil down 8%, like probably worth buying some of these dips. Like we already talked about this, if they shut down that Strait of Hormuz, then that will be a problem for China oil, not necessarily for US. US has claimed to be independent oil now anyways, just with all their oil on shore. So I'm not sure
like we should be.
What that will do for the United States or for the price of oil. But XOM, they have some clean energy initiatives as well. And then CVX would be another play. Just going through, the chalk names here, have some nice moves higher. And then there's other names, not PDD, Pioneer. I forget what that symbol is. They might have got bought out actually. And then Occidental, another name there to the downside. Yeah, see, so this is a little bit more of a pure play. That's down now 4% on Occidental. So, oh boy. Yeah, lots of stuff going on here, man, today. So what about Boeing? Boeing, okay, so they had, unfortunately, a tragic event happen a week and a half ago or so, or maybe it was even last week. Yeah, it must have been right there. What day was that? June 11th or so, when they had that Air India crash. I guess there isn't much finger pointing.
We're not going to see much for a while.
Yeah, so right into 200, maybe a buy for Boeing.
These things take forever, these investigations. But I said this when it happened, and look, lots of pilots have said this, so I'm not saying like this is anything crazy. Like my cousin's a pilot, and a lot of the people that watch the footage, their mind immediately went to pilot error based on the configuration and what they saw. It doesn't mean that that's true, but I think that's why it's starting to look a bit better. The bad news for them was that Airbus stole the show at the Paris, the Paris Air Show. Boeing pulled out their CEO obviously, and I believe a couple of other officials pulled out for obvious reasons. They had other things to take care of, but Airbus did really well and impressed everybody. It might be a buying opportunity in Boeing, but you could be waiting a year before that investigation is done. Just quickly, it looks like it was a good decision to just jump out of that breakout trade on Circle. It's right back under VWAP. It's just there's no juice in this as we're looking at it. And then CoreWeave, if you're watching this and thought that was going to do something, pretty much fell underneath VWAP as well. Still got a chance to be able to break. Ooh, Mobileye breaking out. Just heard volume on Mobileye. 6 million shares. Yeah, we never got a news. Mobileye up 11%. I guess this is some kind of a sympathy play to Tesla's robo-taxi, maybe. But this is starting to look like a good-looking chart. Well, let's look at the bad chart on the daily chart. Here's what I mean. It looks like it's making a bottom. It's not a good-looking chart. It looks like it's making a bottom. The last few times it's challenged the 200-period moving average speaks for itself. And when it did it before, it couldn't break out of a prior resistance when it got back above the 200. Now you've got a clean resistance level, and it's breaking back out above the 200. Ideally, you'd kind of be in it going into this 17.5. So you'd want to be swing long already. So this kind of stinks if you have to try to chase it. But yeah, it looks really good on Mobileye. I owned this at one point out of pure fluke. But it looks pretty good on Mobileye. I don't know that I would chase this move, but if it can hold 16, you might have a little bit of a swing trade in there. More of a Tesla guy when it comes to autonomy. And remember, like if you own Google, you get autonomy that way. You own Tesla, you're getting it as well. There's not a need to be in a million things. Like there's a few stocks that you get a little piece of everything if you own them, like Amazon gets you all the exposure you need, and Google gets you a million tons of exposure. But Mobileye's chart does look a little bit constructive. I'm still looking for Circle on the off chance there's a late break, but we're running out of time here. Nothing's popping off on my e-signal scanner, Sean.
No, well, that's good that you're using eSignal, because everyone can scan that QR code right now and join Neil and myself and grab that first month free on eSignal. You can see all these scanners, as Neil just mentioned, popping right in front of our face right now. Lightning fast market data, over 500 symbols at once. It is that eSignal experience, and you definitely want to be part of that one as it continues to be, again, used over here. I mean, for myself, I really enjoy. Oh, that fell out again? My fob fell again. Okay, I got to I put that in my different pocket. We'll talk about that when we get back. But scan it right there, over 500 symbols right now. You can chart. We talked about back testing and all of that. So if you are looking for a reliable piece of software, we support eSignal here on the show, and make sure you do scan it. Go try it out. It's completely for free. So, you know, if you don't like it, get out of there. It does support all the major exchanges as well on an entitlement basis. So if you want the NASDAQ or the NYSE or NYMEX or anything like that, and you don't want to pay for, you know, the TSX or something, some of those fees are baked into other platforms, you can decide which exchange and which quotes you want to view on the eSignal platform. So go give them a shot. And again, we want to thank them for sponsoring by giving us that first month free. I mean, that's it, right? If you don't scan it, you don't go there, you know, we don't get anything, but you know, it's a good chart program. We use it. I show it all the time on the show as well. I mean, including right here. Here's the hot list scanner that I'm using right now. This is called Trade Rate. So it gives me an idea of some names that are sort of popping off. And I mean, today it's obvious. HIMS is on there. And this changes all the time. So if there's a news story that comes out, like Dara says, oh my God, like, I mean, none of these names circle. They're already on there. You know, Palantir is there. Dell just said, like, that'll shoot right to the top. You know, so this is obviously something that you want to have up. You can relate this. Just click, see, there's GHC right there, but that's a $965 stock. So maybe just outsized volume. What the trade rate will give you is based on its historical rates. So, you know, if Tesla's moving like crazy, it's just near the highs because it's, wow, up 8% right now, 346, and maybe coming back in just a little bit there for Tesla. But this is something that I like to use. Intel, Google. There's ETHA as well, IBIT, Google. There's TDOC on there. There's, ooh, Big Bear right now, 412. Good, that's starting to go back there to the upside. Microsoft, look at this, man, brand new. I just saw that right there. 52-week highs today for Circle, 52-week highs for Microsoft, 52-week highs for Cisco. Wow, Cisco, wow, okay, right there, that thong song, you know, that makes sense though, right? Cisco into the summer, of course, it's obviously, you know, some plays are so obvious, like, you know, the maker of the thong song, Cisco right there. So you got to watch out for that one. Merck 134. I don't know what that was doing. It's $79 right now, but that was a high price there for Merck at one point. Coinbase still needs to get to 350 for its 52-week high as well. But there's Circle, man. 3 got to 300 today, 248 and change. That Circle at $3 man. Like if that's going to be a trade for tomorrow, I would think at some point. That
breakout. Here's the thing.
I think it's a short, but we'll wait to see.
Well, you're going to trade. You've got to trade these levels on Circle and take a shot at them, because you know I didn't take a shot at 300. But like anytime I see Circle do this, whoops, let me just there we go. Anytime I see Circle make an obvious double top, if you take a break, even if you use a tight stop, like when it flies, it might just fly like $3-4 for you right away, without going against you. It's just a scalp trade. And it's the same thing with the 300 level. You could play it for a breakout, and if it goes right away, great. Maybe you get 305, 310. If it doesn't work, you lose a buck, whatever. You want 1, 2, it depends on whatever your risk is. You can short it and just think the same thing. If you shorted that today, congratulations. I have paid for locates on Circle every single day without using them. Well, not every day. Every day since I think it broke 150. And I haven't used them yet. But there's going to be that, like I said, there's going to be that moment. Obviously, slap to fail, because I guess if I short 270 instead of trying to go long 268, you could have shorted the even dollars and made $10 instead of trying to scrounge out a little bit of a win. But those are the levels you got to wait for. If it never breaks 300, let's just say if we don't break 300 or at least test 300 again, you've got to consider that a reasonable pullback is $200 on this, and it's not crazy to be at $150. Just all things considered on Circle. Like there is no pullback that is, actually the better way to put it is there is no pullback that's unreasonable outside of, you know, going underneath $100. So just be careful with this. I think I'm playing it for pure momentum and breakout trades, and then just see if we can get in and out really, really quickly, because we were talking about this with Obi on Friday. Like all morning long was frustrating. You were here in the morning. Like I wasn't having a very good morning. I had one breakout trade lunchtime. It wasn't really a breakout, one dip buy on Circle, and that was my entire day. And someone was saying this earlier. We talked to a bunch of traders. They're like, "Well, I wasn't trading that well. I caught one long on Circle, and it made up for the entire day." And it did that a couple of times for you. It's just so different here today. Not looking as strong as it was before. Just a couple of notes on the early look. There's some small cappers, everybody. Hims, probably not a surprise, 1.3 million to sell.
Never.
Wolf, million to sell. It's a penny stock, but here we go. Archer, almost 1 million shares to the buy side. That's worth watching. I swear I saw QBTS there. Oh, it's QBTS is actually smaller than it was before. It was over 1 million shares, now
really?
700,000. So a little bit disappointing. You got HPE, but don't worry about that. CVE, 2.9 million to the buy side. These are early. In about 7 minutes, you're going to get an update on the imbalance locator. Just one of the stocks I'm going to have up, and unless you were watching on Friday, you wouldn't really know why. You wouldn't understand why I'm going to have this one up on the side burner. I'm just going to pull up CME because weird stuff happened at the close on Friday, to which I have no direct explanation. There wasn't a gigantic imbalance in either direction, but somebody clearly got screwed on CME at the close. Maybe they were anticipating one thing and then they thought it was going to be a big sell imbalance. It didn't happen and then they got squozed. But my eyeballs are on this. If there is any big imbalance on CME, you might see me jump in and join it. I don't care buy or sell. It was weird price action, and the only reason we didn't trade it is we were convinced it was a news story, but I think somebody just got offside at the close on Friday. CME Group should not move like this, of course, right? Like everyone knows what the CME is. It's not something that's that volatile, especially at the close.
Yeah, no, that was an interesting one. I like you mentioned, I wasn't here for that, but that was that can happen.
It happens.
We have the
yeah.
rebalancing happening.
I think somebody fat fingered, or
Could be. If
program
there was nothing there.
got out of hand, and then they had to unwind with like 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, that's possible. Talk about only 10 minutes to go. We have 7 minutes until those imbalances. But right there, I'm just going to get out some more cues, right? I mean, we talked about this, making the move back in. We wanted to be able to hold this in case there is a more dramatic move, and that's the break of that 20 level. So that's what I'm waiting for. I do not have any other bids, so that's kind of irresponsible. Now you guys will know why I kind of, not panic, but like when we got that 26, how happy we were when we got that. Like it just fell into that level and then it ripped back up 40 cents. So for me with the shares and all that kind of stuff, it's like 40 cents is big. Like I always hear, I see on the chat like, oh man, you know, this guy just took 25 cents. Like who trades like that way? And that's what I'm saying. You gotta, you know, trade your way and make sure that you understand the risk and reward that's in your account and what you're able to hold and go through and what your targets are and things like that. So I'm still holding for a breakdown here. Like with the profit that I have in the account right now on this trade, it's great, but I'm thinking lower. So we need to wait for that, right? So hopefully we do get a little bit of a dip down here on the TQs, and then we'll deal with it at that point. But nice move back in now, looking for that imbalance to come. It's going to have to come to the sell side. It's getting close right now before we have to stop out of this. I just don't really want to be in it if it blows to the upside, right? And so what we'll do is we'll cancel our top offer up here in the 80s, and then we'll still hold this and get out if it does break higher. But maybe right now, instead of using 73, we'll just try the high of the day, maybe 74.85 or so as our stop. But now that we're getting closer, I'm actually going to take an opportunity to get some more out at 37. I'm bidding ARCA. There it is. There's the fill. So we get a little bit out there as it just fills us back and forth a little bit there, and we get some rebates on that trade. But for right now, kind of fingers crossed that we wind up doing that. Yes, Dr. J, I am still holding the Marvell swing, but this is why it's like, you kind of got to not be here every day, but we talked about this on Friday. And just oops, that's scrolling the wrong way here. Let's do this. Just that move up that we had here on Friday, right there, right off the open, because we didn't take anything out here when we went back up to the upside. So when that happened there on Friday, we got 76s. We offered exactly 76 on Friday. And that's what we were able to take out a piece of Marvell. So I think that was 25%. So yes, we still are holding the majority of this trade, as it's not looking that great now, as we're all the way back into 70. Still long 64.90 on MRVL. The one that we're out on of our most recent buy was Webull. But, you know, we talked about this. It's not as much risk in Webull as we had in Marvell, but I like it just as much, if not more, for longer term play on Webull. But I do think that we do have an $8 or so play coming. I mean, that's that bottom wick right there.
Yeah, the actual.
That's actually that's 950. So we'll wait. We'll wait for some lower plays there, as we talked about, waiting for maybe their next quarter to see what happens with Webull. But what's up, Adara?
Just keep an eye here on PYPL. This one got a bit of now at least a topping tail candle. About an hour ago, the company announced that it's expanding its partnership with Salesforce or CRM as a featured model context protocol server on Agentforce's Asian Exchange. This was just recirculated on X now, so even though this news is over an hour old, PYPL breaking into day's highs as we get this, increased interest here on X in the company, again being chosen by CRM as a model context protocol server on their Agentforce exchange. Back to you.
Thank you, Adair. 2 minutes to go till the imbalances come out here. Still pretty much the same on the early look. HIMS a sell 1.7, Archer a buy of about 1 million shares. Oh, CCL was on there before. Note on CCL, everybody, we get that fun thing where CCL reports like minutes before we open tomorrow, because that's how they roll. The only company I know that reports within 15 minutes of the opening bell, seemingly every single time, but I can't remember the last time it wasn't a tradable stock. You know the way that one's going to move. Teladoc's right at $8. Time of day, I kind of said I would not take this trade if it was right at the imbalances. These imbalances can come out and kind of skew everything or anything that you might have technically. And with only 2 minutes to go, I will not pull the trigger just shorting in front of that $8 level. It doesn't make any sense. Might be a chance to take it on the other side of the imbalances. I'm going to have, as I said, CME up. I'll have this up as well. And then that Archer, just on the off chance, Archer Aviation. You get a buy of like 1 million shares. I should probably have HIMS up as well. I'll throw HIMS on another chart. Those are the ones that I'm looking for, just in case we see something crazy on the imbalance locator that we can take a shot at for the close. David Tretsiak, thank you for the super chat. So tempted to play short on Circle overnight swing, but got so run over this AM. It's REO Speedwagon, Mr. Blue Sky. Yeah, look, I understand why everyone wants to catch. It's the hero trade. Like, there's no bigger hero play than getting the top of the market on a stock like this. But at the same time, who else? People probably thought that at 130 and 150 and 200 and 250. If you have an out, fantastic. But the way to go usually is play with options. And I think Joe was even mentioning premiums were absolutely ridiculous on here. I can tell you the 300 is a great level. It seems like it would be difficult for it to gap past it because you're at 270. So you probably have a decent shot of your stop being valid. But that's always my fault. I don't short anything overnight in my personal account. I've never done a swing short. I've sold covered calls. That's the most I'll ever do when I feel bearish on something outside of day trading. But yeah, you have some cover to that 300 level. If it was closing at 290, you'd be at a heck of a lot more risk of it just gapping through you. Because to me, that's your problem. It gaps through a stop, and then the next thing you know, you're losing 20, 30% more than anticipated. Good luck. I mean, I'm not looking for the short on that thing. That's just not my cup of tea, that core weave. I think eventually they get smoked at some point, but like A&F a couple of years ago, good luck predicting that top. Here come the imbalances, everybody, right about now-ish. So NVIDIA, 3.5 million to buy NVIDIA. That's what's standing out. APG, that's supposed to be an upweight. These guys, this is a 2.4 million sell, this APG, but they're going into the S&P 400 replacing US Steel. I expect that would flip. You've got Open, which is, who cares? Intel, 1.5 million sell. Doesn't really matter that stock. GDX is a sell of 1.5 million. That's a bit weird. BBAI, 1.2 million to the buy. Yeah. SMCI, 1.2 million to the sell. Pretty mixed board. The market overall, 70 million to buy. The NASDAQ, 400 million. The Dow, 65 million. The Mag 7, 463,000. It's a nothing burger there. The biggest names really for a trade would be SMCI and BBAI. And those were not the ones I was looking at. I thought maybe we'd see something on that CME after what happened on Friday. And yeah, nothing going on CME. I think it was worth a shot. Stock doesn't run, the stock runs like $20, $30 like that. If you can see even half of that the next session, might be worth it. But CME doing nothing. Kind of a disappointment. BBAI, good look though.
Yeah, BBAI, we're really happy with that. We're really happy with AMD.
Oh, high day breakout.
High day break on BBAI.
On the imbalance, it broke high day.
Yeah, I called it up. Like I said, man, we're going to be out at $6. I'm just glad that BBI is starting to work out, and hopefully some people are on that train with your boy as well. But AMD, nice move back up. We'll get some out of there. And, right on schedule, if I'm short the imbalances are going to go long and vice versa. So there goes the NASDAQ. We're lucky enough, though, man. We started covering some down there in the 35s. You heard me talk about getting worried. And then we got some more outs at 50 as well. So it's been okay. Here it comes back in. There you go. I'm starting to bid some more. So we're starting to get some more fills. Oh, no, we missed that fill, sorry. I was bidding 47s. I thought I was bidding 57s. Let's just put a bid now at 53. See if we can get something else out there. Okay, bring it back in just a little bit. We could get a flip up of these imbalances. So if NVIDIA, oops, that's APG. If NVIDIA ever flips over, the market probably falls with it. So somewhat happy with that. We just need to wait for 355, and hopefully our trade will last until then. I'm going to give this into the day's high for this particular trade. We've done actually pretty well doing this trade here, but yeah, it's going against us now as the imbalances, as we just said, flipperoo, the other way on us there. So far so good on that one. Oh, I just saw someone put in the chat, so shout out to you. Whoever that was. Oh, there it is. JB at Pug Life, Google, Palantir, Nike. So, yeah, Nike today down 1.7%, but down right now. I thought that they had put in some sort of sandbag the last couple quarters there. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening with Nike. Again, iconic American brand. We'll see if it holds out and gets a little bit higher.
I believe they report this week.
Yeah, today's KB Homes. I don't know.
KB Homes is tonight. Tomorrow morning, CCL.
Okay, that's.
I mean, usually when we say that, I look over and like Adara Bales. No, I think Nike reports this week. I'll double check in a quick little second. But there was one name that had an early looking bounce that I forgot to mention because it did not come out as anything. That was Hims. Hims did have a 1.6 million sell. I didn't even see it on the list when it came out, and maybe that's because. Nike's on Thursday. Thank you very much, Adara. Appreciate it. And thank you, Andre, for letting me know. Hims, maybe it just couldn't go any further to the downside. Gonna close more or less, barring a minor miracle at the low of the day. We've said just be careful with these. Give them a couple of days. Everyone wants to catch a bottom of a falling knife because, then, again, you can be a hero. But there's not much. Like, there's no big levels on it. Sean mentioned 28. I think that makes sense. Down, actually, more like 25, 26. But down around underneath 30. The 200 period's not till 34. I think you let this one simmer here. Not a good look for them at all. If you're gonna, if this partnership was gonna cause them to go up 100%, then what do you think it's gonna do on the downside? Let's go to Adair.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Trade the Pool. We got a behind-the-scenes look at Trade the Pool. The dashboard tracks your progress in real time. Live stats, profit, and more. You can break down every trade. See your entry, exit, and how it played out on the chart. Check the certificates page for your full summary, achievements, and payouts. In this clip, that is Michael T. He's already earned over $75,000 in total payouts. Trade the Pool gives you the tools and the capital to go further. Ready to level up? Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on screen. Back to you.
I know, same.
And I'm curious about, because I know, and shout out to Trade the Pool, scan the QR code you see in front of you. I'm curious how that all for one for all the competition went to beat the Qs. Well, I guess we'll find more about that. We're gonna have Money Mitch. We're gonna have Mad Mitch on. I assume.
Okay. He's normally on tomorrow, isn't he?
Well, I mean, I always like to. Okay, I double check the calendar just to make sure.
Okay.
I don't want to tell people he's going to be on tomorrow morning. We get an update on that. So shout out to Mitch. The imbalance is at 355. Nvidia's paired off that big buy imbalance. SMCI has stayed, so that's still 1.6 million to the sell. So, well, it was maybe like 1.2 million. SMCI, oh, did it get there? That's close.
Do it.
It might have gone 10% down. If not, it is. It's like a tick or two away from being SSR tomorrow. I know this is counterintuitive, but if it goes 10% down, I'm looking for a long setup tomorrow on SMCI, ideally off of some of the support at 39 to 40. I just like that SSR bounce on a day two. Of course, if it never actually gets down 10%, that won't be true. But worth watching here. Join myself at Dare. We're going to have Michael Noss on. And I saw people in the chat talking about Fartcoin. So we might be able to ask. We might be able to ask about that one. The crypto move, the Bitcoin move in general. We'll probably talk about how resilient the market was here today, despite all the geopolitical news. But let's go back up to the desk with Adara.
of geopolitical news, Donald Trump here on Truth Social once again to end the day with 2 posts. The theme of these posts basically has to do with what happened here earlier today with Iran striking Qatar. And one post, he just thanks the Emir of Qatar for, I guess, trying to ensure peace in the region. But in the first of these posts, it gets a little bit more interesting. He basically says that Iran's response was, quote, a very weak response. And of the 14 missiles fired, 13 were knocked down and 1 was set free, quote unquote. He also said that most importantly, he believes Iran has, quote, gotten it out of their, quote unquote, system, and there will hopefully be no further hate. So he's saying he's encouraging Israel and Iran to seek peace and harmony in the region. Back to you.
I wasn't sure what set free was, but basically it wasn't going to hit anything, so they just let it go. That's what set free meant. That's kind of a weird way to put it, but look, obviously, when you're seeing the reaction, price doesn't lie. You know, and the market being as strong as it is sort of speaks for itself. So ultimately, the market's going to be up 1%. It's never a fun thing when we have bad news, but it's certainly good when the market can react to bad news positively. Just a couple of blemishes when we look at things like SMCI today or like Alphabet today. It's not like everything was super strong. There were a couple of weak points out there, but overall looking very, very strong. I'm a little disappointed this afternoon in Circle. Who knew? We tried to break out in this. It couldn't go. It just held $260 for the second time in there. Maybe that'll be something a little bit tomorrow. We'll see. But yeah, kind of a nothing burger this afternoon for Circle. And before I head up to the desk, Teladoc does fade off a fail break of $8. I followed my rule. I'm not taking that trade. And in the last couple of minutes of the day, just in case there's a weird imbalance or something along those lines. And it did the fail break, if you're wondering. The fail break, the break of $8 and coming back under, that was right at $3.50. And it didn't even go that far for you. You're only in the money 10 cents, and you're still having to hold it to try to get more. We should be having this one on our radar possibly tomorrow. Teladoc 15% to the upside. And looking pretty solid on the daily chart there. So I'm going to head up to the desk. We'll be join me, myself, Adara, and Michael Noss for the market recap. As
yeah, boom.
I don't know if you have any sports tonight, but make sure you hydrate if you're outside.
Yeah, my kids are trying to run to some pools right now, apparently. So
that's legit.
Yeah, they're figuring it out. So my son's just growing like freaking huge. So he's got to go find another bathing suit. Right now, it's been probably 6 months or so. All right, so look, AMD, so we'll lose on the NASDAQ going higher here into the close. We talked about that. That's the TQ's position. It's fine. I mean, we were, really the only stop out that we had was right into there. Where we got stopped out right here and then went short again and brought it back short there. Now we're starting to come back. We just get a 72 fill. So we're short here in the 80s, right? So it's been okay, but nothing too dramatic. And then AMD has had a really nice run to the upside here to end of the day. So let's just cover that right now at 57 and get out of there. And then watch out as this, we want to say thank you to Orogenics here. Symbol list OGen on the NYSE for sponsoring our close. Here it is right now, closing bell 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bye-bye. The market is now closed. Thanks, Adara, for that one. Yeah, look, more news coming through. I'm still in some of this TQ trade, so, we'll hold a little bit more here into the close. It's only KB Homes coming through. Cover a little bit as we start to get out more on the futures. Look, it was kind of a Midday overall. We did, especially in the afternoon, if you're going to see what the NASDAQ did here this afternoon, was a whole bunch of nothing, but that doesn't mean it wasn't a very aggressive morning. We had huge moves up in Apple off of 2 bills, right? That was good. Then the break and then the fake and then back up to highs again for Apple. AMD got going, tried to get going, so those were good trades there. The futures, we just talked about them. As by the way, the NASDAQ's coming way back in right now. This is a 30-cent hitter right there, so we do hold a little bit. I told you we got a little bit off-putting there with the closing trade in the NASDAQ because of those imbalances. So we'll cover some more down here as well. But without any further ado, that's enough for me. Thanks, Andre, Ramin, Brendo, Neil Adara, everybody there today. Fabian Getwell, Sharif over there, Joe, everybody. Thanks so much. My guy Mateo in the back. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Stay cool and dry, I guess, if you're around here in Toronto. It's a muggy one out there. Talk to you tomorrow. Ciao.
That's right, everybody. You got to make sure you hydrate if you're up here. And it is going to be like our high with the humidity in Fahrenheit, 115. 45, 46-ish area. So it's a hot one. Well, I can tell you on the market recap, everybody, when you look at these markets, the heat map is going to tell you the abject destruction that energy had today. Maybe not what everyone was expecting. You had, obviously, you had a lot of geopolitical tension, which resulted in the bombing in Iran over the weekend, and you had some retaliation today. It didn't matter. USO took it on the chin. UNG took it on the chin. Oil names got absolutely smoked. It felt like it was an abject trap move where everybody that was going to be long energy and energy is going to explode got the absolute rug pulled out of the Madeira. And that's what it looks like on some of these charts. Like if you just look at USO in here, completely, like it was weak already. And then you had a rug job after, it was just after lunchtime. And that is a nasty move. You don't usually see things like this, 8% to the downside. You look at natural gas, that was going down, that was trending down already, and not quite as heavy percentage-wise, but it was trending from the open. Some individual names in the space, look at the chart of XOM, complete destruction. But it wasn't all bad because, hey, robo-taxi, Tesla. Sean had the great long in Tesla. I think there's always, what's the line? There's always a bull market somewhere, and there's plenty of green out there. I mean, you see on the chart here, uranium's going to be up, FXI is up, Tesla up 8% today. But man, that energy move caught so many people off guard that they must have thought a lot. How many times did I hear $100 oil over the weekend? And yeah, well, that's not happening, everybody. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, it was certainly a nice little, I guess, fake out or counter trend if you took that oil short. I know Michael Noss, actually, we'll see him very soon. He was reposting someone else's tweet here, basically, where they were talking about how, if you actually looked at the chart, it did suggest kind of a short, even though we did have this news suggesting it was a long. So we know these CMTs, like people like Brian Shannon or Michael Noss, will say that they're not always necessarily watching what's happening from a news standpoint because they're going to listen to the technicals. In this case, listening to the technicals certainly worked. And I think there are times, too, where you can actually mess yourself up in trades by paying too much attention to the news, be it entering something when you don't need to or getting out of something when you don't need to. Like, I even remember once I was in a Boeing long and I heard this story that I thought wasn't a great look for Boeing, got out of the long. I didn't need to do that. So, like, I guess the moral of this story, I think that oil really proved, and that I'm sure Michael Noss maybe we'll discuss when we get him on here, so stay tuned for that, is just the fact that sometimes the news and the technicals are not aligned. And I mean, obviously, it can be a great trade when these things do align, and it gives you a great move, but that's not always going to be the case, and just be nimble. I also want to talk really quickly about KB Home's earnings. They're not out yet, but here's what to expect. Previous move here, negative 5.2%. Expected move, which I did write down this morning, so it might have changed slightly. I had it 9.7% at the time. We have here, estimated earnings per share, it's been a long day, guys, of $1.45. And then revenue, we're expecting $1.5 billion. Let's see what's happening. Trump also apparently just posting, congratulations, world, it's time for peace. So that happened. Yeah, how are you? What you looking over here?
No, I was going to say, I just got a Sir Poopy Paper Hands in the chat there. I appreciate your words. You say such a good call earlier to get out of oil. It really wasn't. I'm just going to be dead honest with you. We're live trading here. Adara literally says, and I think I heard it in my ear too, but I heard it first from Adara. Donald Trump basically said, keep oil prices down. And Indo, I was trading INDO in that moment, and it looked like it was breaking out. But at the end of the day, when you see something reverse and it just looks obvious that we're headed down, just get out and be able to play the other direction. Like Indo was breaking out early. It looked like it was going to go. I mean, I had in my note a 725 breakout. I was buying the dip back into it. I flipped into a short. But I think sometimes you just have to be willing to do it. It's one thing to have a bias. It's another thing to be so stubborn about it that you're just not going to listen to any of the tape. The exact moment at which that got said ended up giving you a short entry right after back into the same level. So you've just got to be able to, I don't know, like read the room, read the tape. But you know, it wasn't any kind of a crazy call. I literally heard that, punched out of the long, and then immediately looked for a short that was a setup. And that's all you can ever try to do. So not looking very good for any of the oil names. But if we're talking about some strength that was out there, I mean, NVIDIA have a look at this double bottom on NVIDIA. I know it's flat on the day, but there is flat on the day where you see a chart that doesn't give you anything bullish, or there's the flat on the day that NVIDIA had. Double bottom almost to the penny at 142. Like, look at this gorgeous double bottom on NVIDIA. I did play this after I got stopped out taking it the first time and then saw the reversal candle, was able to play it back into VWAP. So NVIDIA ended up okay on that trade. I was probably like 1 for 4 on NVIDIA, but that one trade into VWAP was good enough to turn me green on the stock. But I love the way it got defended down at that 142. The only problem I have with this stock right now is it's in this weird sideways consolidation at the 145. Can't seem to break away from 145, but it's still putting in some higher lows. So I think you're getting some accumulation at this level since they reported, but you're just not getting any follow through to make that all-time high yet on NVIDIA. Good sign that it held that 142, but at some point, holding higher lows needs to turn into breaking out, or you get pullbacks. Swing trades get a little bit, let's just say, impatient, and maybe start taking some smaller profits than they anticipated as we're not seemingly breaking out some of those highs. So let's see what happens tomorrow with NVIDIA. Not the worst day in the world, but at least it held that bid pretty well at the 142. That's what I love about these liquidity events. Like when you had those big tanks, like we saw in the middle of the day here, let's go back to the 3-minute, you get some obvious levels that'll come back in. Another example of that, everybody, would have been Palantir. Like, what level are you guys looking at on Palantir tomorrow? For me, right down around at 136. I mean, I'll keep it pretty simple. Like, this stock dropped like a rock, but look where the buyers came in. Big bottoming tail at the 136 level. I love it when stocks do that because they can kind of show you the way, and then you just trade off of something obvious that happened the day before it, Dara.
Yeah, and I think one stock that's kind of giving you, I think, maybe some interesting levels is Coinbase. So Coinbase had a really nice reversion here at 294.70. So this is a slightly lower low than the lows around like the high 290s level that we made on Friday. It also made a higher high. So it's giving you, I would say, a little bit of a wider berth here. But I think what is key is that level around 311. So obviously we broke out of it today, this morning. But when we came back in, we couldn't even break 309s. So I would maybe watch that 309, 310 level still. I think Coinbase is widening its range, but it certainly hasn't abandoned that range. So that's something I would maybe be aware of, just kind of on what Neil is speaking about today. But yeah, Coinbase was a great reversion twice. Yes. So as someone so I was actually in this breakdown here at Coin. Unfortunately, I got wicked out, got back in, wicked out once again. It is what it is, Yeah. It's all good. But I was able to have this upside reversion here breaking into the 300. So you got to, you know what I mean? Like, you can't chase. You have to wait for a move to come in because sometimes, things will give you reversion. As Obi says, the reversion can often be mean, but sometimes it can be nice as long as you're patient and ready.
I think the long one was better, by the way. On that chart, the long one looks like a better setup because you get the bottoming tail candle as well. KB Home's supposed to be coming in. We'll talk about Kim's maybe a little bit later. I know it's a stock we can talk about with Michael. KB Homes is out.
We're just waiting on it, just letting people know it should be out.
Okay, so it's not out yet. Yeah, and I'm going to jump over. We got to mention HIMS today. Like, obviously, great job for the market. But HIMS just broke another fresh low and is tracking towards $40. It's still dropping in the aftermarket, HIMS. So we said be patient. Don't try to catch a falling knife. Allow it to show you a bid. It's still not making a bid. But guess what is making a bid? KB Home up 6%. Aftermarket breakout trade here. Looks like it just got to 55 and change. If you look at the daily chart or a weekly on the higher time frame, let's go to a daily actually. It hasn't been that good, but almost anything will have it back above the 50-period moving average. It has to lose $53. So a little bit of a trend reversal on any up move here with KB Homes. What are the numbers, Adara?
So at first you see these and you think they're pretty good, and then you kind of read the fine print, so to speak. So adjusted earnings here, they reported 1.5 or $1.50 per share. I was seeing estimates of 143, so they did beat estimates. Apparently, Benzinga was seeing estimates of 147. Either way, that's a beat.
Okay.
Sales, 1.52 billion. That's also a beat compared to estimates of 1.51 billion. Now let me get to the kind of part of this report, because it exists. That's going to be the year-over-year comparisons, Neil. So revenue this year, again, $1.52 billion versus last year, $1.71 billion. So they dropped here significantly year over year. Home deliveries, I mean, when you make homes, you'd like to see how many homes are delivered. Those were down 11%. year over year to 3,120. Their average selling price did increase slightly, though they didn't actually give us any kind of comparison, so I don't know how slightly it increased. All I know is apparently it increased. Their home building operating income also dropped year over year from 188.2 mil to 131.5 mil. So yeah, year over year comparisons for KB Homes are pretty grody. We also have here their guidance for fiscal 2025. I'm not seeing how it compares to estimates, but they're expecting the average selling price of the homes for fiscal 2025 between 480,000 and 490,000, expecting housing revenues between 6.3 to 6.5 billion for the year. If I see any comparison for this guidance, I'll let you guys know. Right now, I haven't.
Get it, Dara, because once you said it was icky after that top and bottom, you saw the reversal. Here in KBH. And that was pretty clear. Like once you get past the top and bottom line, some of the comparables not looking good, and it's right back underneath that 50 on the daily. $53 is now in the rear view. It got as low as, it's a real wick, got almost to $50 and was distinctly red. It's now trying to hold green here. The only big earnings names, the only earnings names that we have after market was KB. Now it's going to be red, losing the $51 level, so they don't like it. You've got to. And I know we always talk about this, and it's worth saying every single time because we believe in this to be true. Trading in the aftermarket on earnings is an incredibly dangerous game. This would be a good example of it. If you punch long because of a top and bottom line beat here, you could get absolutely rinsed. Maybe you do well scalping out of it very quickly, or your stops work effectively for you if you're able to use them. But the danger here is, hey, you're looking good. Oh, there's year-over-year comparables, and you've just dropped another $3 when your win was only about $1. It's a very, very dangerous game to be playing and not looking very good at all for KBH, and certainly not a good day. We were talking about HIMS before this. Just to point out, it's caught the tiniest of bids here, moving about 50 cents off the lows. This broke 41. Down 35% for HIMS, losing Novo, not a good look for them. It's going to end up, it doesn't actually even look like it's the biggest individual day notionally. Like it might have had some bigger up days in this, but I can't imagine that it's had a bigger red day in quite some time. And it's had some, I know it's had some pretty monstrous up days. I don't know if any of them have quite gotten this far, but HIMS taking it on the chin. There doesn't seem like a lot of relief in sight when you look at the chart, and nobody wanted to buy this thing. Now, how many times have this is the problem with HIMS. How many times have we seen a chart look like this, gap down? I'll show you a QUBT would have been an example where you're looking really, really nasty, and then it catches a decent bid, able to break trend. At what point does this break the downward trend? More or less none. Like maybe you could argue it broke it down here, went about $1, and then flushed through lows. The only one that did, we've seen it before, when a stock gets dumped, you want to see some buying action. Like QUBT is down 8%, but that's a very different down 8% because it made a capitulation bottom. It bounced a couple of times. You have yet to see that happen on HIMS. I don't think you want to catch this falling knife. Allow the big boys to show you that they're interested in defending a stock before you just sort of always swoop in. If you catch a reasonable bid on this, there's going to be plenty of upside at some point. I just don't think you're here yet with HIMS. And Novo had their own news of their own and were weak today.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, it was quite the day for weight loss drug stocks because I want to talk about Amgen for a second too. That was the intraday weight loss drug news. Yeah, for Novo Nordisk and Amgen are actually kind of two sides of two slightly different coins, if that makes sense. I'll explain why in a minute. So Amgen coming out here with this intraday news, I'm sure you can tell where it hit because we took a move to the downside. They had this, I guess their Maritide drug, which is a weight loss drug. They announced here the results for one of these trials. Now, apparently, a lot of patients decided they wanted to discontinue treatment. That's not really a great sign. People were deciding not to go through with the whole trial, so they said that they're really going to try to change up the doses to prevent this going forward. So the actual results were not bad, but I guess the fact that these patients are trying to get out early was not a good look for AMGN. Then we have Novo Nordisk, which had kind of a similar catalyst. Unlike what you see with Amgen, where you've got patients leaving the trial early, with NVO, you have the interesting case of, I guess, for lack of a better term, just more adverse effects. So apparently compared to the placebo, the NVO treatment, CagriSema, which has been plagued by issues since the early trials, not well received physically by some patients. So NVO and AMGN, two similar weight loss related stories. Hims, yeah, I mean, this one, a pretty interesting look. I'm sure if you were short this morning, you were singing Hims, never gave a clearer version. But I think now we're going to prepare for Michael Noss. Also, TLRY really quickly. Tilray entering into a private debt for equity exchange transaction with an unrelated party, issuing almost 12.6 million shares in exchange for $5 million principal amount of its 5.2% senior convertible notes. So market right now seeming to like the story for TLRY. Can't believe that's a penny stock now. We're going to prepare for Michael.
Yeah, oddly enough, I know you said you can't believe it's a penny stock now. I can believe it. And that's just how some of those weed names go. But at the end of the day, it's all about momentum. And we're going to talk right now with our good friend Michael Noss. And if you were watching this morning, you were probably not very bearish on that geopolitical news. So big shout out to our special guest right now who kind of called this. Hey, Michael, welcome here. Our good friend Michael Noss from Stats Edge. Is that fair to say? I mean, this morning we had you on this morning. You kind of said you pull out the history. You don't have to tell everybody bye, but we've seen this story before. The market isn't necessarily geopolitical news, and as bad as everything might seem when you turn on the news, if that's your thing, the market doesn't always have to reflect that. It's great for us that are long. I know you're long. I feel bad for anyone that got tricked into the energy trade. Some of those charts look terrible, and not a good look for them. But great call this morning.
Yeah, and I think more than, patting myself in the back or anything, it's a better lesson to people out there to show what you can do. I kind of outlaid the way that I did that as well, which was as easy as going to ChatGPT and saying, hey, give me the last 10 times that the U.S. got involved in a Middle Eastern conflict with bombs, and give me the dates. And then I'm sitting there on my couch while a lot of people are doom scrolling Twitter about being worried about things. And I went back to each of those dates and I took a screenshot for you guys and showed what happened there. And each of those times it was flat to maybe up a little bit. So it was, again, nothing magical, not like I figured anything out. I just went to AI, got the dates, and I showed what happened. So I was able to buy some crypto around that time because, of course, the markets were closed. But yeah, I bought some more futures on Sunday Open because of it. So sometimes it's just that easy, is get the AI to do the work for you and see what normally happens in this situation.
100%. The doom scrolling, it's so true. It's a really easy thing to just get kind of wrapped up. You're like, bad news. And a lot of people are like, oh, we're going to be gapped down. And then you see all the responses. Meanwhile, you get things like Bitcoin bouncing pretty much exactly off 100K earlier today. It's not the level that I like on the daily chart for Bitcoin, but we're talking about like the bigger technicals on the daily. But I mean, 100K is 100K. If you're looking to dip by something that isn't those low to mid 90s from before, there pretty much was nowhere else, I don't think, that you would have been looking to buy. Sometimes it's just that clean. I know you've been looking at crypto. Did you make any plays in that space? So you just mentioned now that you got little futures in there. Were you looking specifically at any altcoins? Were you looking at Bitcoin itself? What are your thoughts? I see you chuckling already. Michael, does this mean you bought some Fartcoin?
I may have in front of a fire with a couple beers in my hand, saw the news and saw the drop in Fartcoin and said, you know what, I'm going to put a little bit in. But sensibly, because a lot of these coins were kind of doing the same thing. So I have the chart of Bitcoin open here, and I actually like the level that it broke because I think it did a little bit of a stop run. So we had a prior high around 101,000. We dipped below that 101,000. And then we just rallied right above it. So this you can see on a lot of time frames, on a lot of different charts. I know some people call it a bear trap or a liquidity sweep or whatever it is, but the fact that we ran that level and bounced, I think, is super interesting. Also, the reason why I picked on my Fartcoin is Solana was kind of selling off here pretty dramatically as well. And going through and saying, okay, what's happening here that everybody is kind of throwing out all of the crypto and throwing out all these risk assets on the weekend? Well, generally speaking, turns out to be neutral or a little bit bullish. So I should be buying here. So seeing Solana, that was a way for me to look at it. But yeah, I also just picked up some Bitcoin there as we were just kind of undercutting this level, hoping that this is what would happen, and it did. So now I've just got a clean stop loss right at the low of this candle right here. And hopefully this little liquidity sweep spring shots us here to new highs.
Yeah, I'm with you. When we always talk about setups that you like, I much prefer, if I'm long something, then I would rather, I mean, as long as you don't get stopped out, I would rather it run stops at a level and then go than just bounce off the level altogether. And it's not to be, and look, I understand what that means. Technically speaking, that means that some people that are long probably had their, had their positions taken out, and that's not good for them. But if we're just here as traders and investors, we like to see it. It's just more bullish. That's just how it is. Like in the same way I would tell you the energy move was more bearish because of how many people got trapped in the long. That's just sort of how it is. So when it comes to continuation, my first thought is there, if we don't, we're so close to the highs. If we don't make a test of this high after what we're now seeing, do we go back into this mode of realizing, hey, for the most of the time, we're kind of in a sideways action. Maybe this only means a retest of the high and not a breakout of the high. Should we temper our expectations? Because truthfully, we've been in a consolidation, even if it's at the top.
Yes, I did that whole, I forget when, maybe on Friday, I think I did that whole study of new all-time highs after bear markets and what happens. And the big synopsis there is it's never clean. And it makes sense. If you think the market's one of those things that it will, prey on stop losses and find liquidity and all that, there's no better place to kind of play those games and shake out weak hands and shake the trees and whatever than at something at an all-time high after a big bear market like this. So I would not be surprised to see that. However, kind of inner market and looking under the hood, seeing home builders up 3%, 3.5% today. Seeing some of these sectors across the board. Yeah, so here's the home builders chart. Massive push up here. We've got UFO, which is our space stocks, ripping and up a lot in the post market if that liquidity is being the same. Telecom up. These are just different sectors than the Mag 7 that got us there. Some of these names are just outside of that, and you could look at that as kind of widening breadth, right? They're buying different things than just AI, right? Home builders has to be kind of the furthest thing from AI, and the fact that that's getting a lift and a 3.5% in a single day is pretty crazy. So yes, we are chopping your highs. I don't think they're going to make it easy on us, but that's the most encouraging thing that I can see is when they're starting to buy things like home builders that are outside your traditional kind of AI trade that's been the runner for the last number of years.
Yeah, we love to see that market breadth for sure. Michael, I'm glad you pointed that, especially with the home builders, KB Homes reporting tonight. Hopefully, we'll catch a little bit of a bid. Dara has a question for you, so I want to throw you over to Adara so she can get a question in.
So it actually has to do with the piece of news we just got, Michael. Chewy, CHWY, announcing a $1 billion public offering of Class A common stock. They've also agreed to purchase from the selling stockholder apparently $100 million of Class A common stock. So odd little deal here. I know you've spoken about stuff like GME. Do you have any thoughts on Chewy's chart right now in light of this headline, I guess?
It looks like it could finally be recovering. This has been one of those annoying companies for a very long time where we are trading at pretty much the same price that we were back in 2022. So this has been just kind of a nightmare of consolidation. However, if you want to draw this out, and I say it all the time, I've been trained to buy smiley faces. It kind of looks like that's happening here. So I would just watch these prior highs around $50. Not only is that an interesting price level, because we've bounced off it here a number of times, but we all know these psychological numbers can still be important, above 50, below 50. So that to me is interesting. But if I look more on this shorter term chart, I don't like this gap down that now is also getting a gap down. This feels like it could be one of those almost a rug pull, but I guess not in the traditional sense of cryptocurrencies, just because you had this massive trend. So you had a lot of people buying and getting hyped up, and then it gaps down, and then we have more news that's kind of gapping us down as well. Short-term chart, I'm kind of worried. So for me, it would just be, I would set an alert around this $50 a share. If we got above there, great, maybe I'll nibble some, but below that, I don't really think I want to touch it.
I love that analysis, Michael, because it's so many traders, you have to understand time frame as well. So because I pulled up a weekly chart when I saw that news and was like, oh my goodness, yeah, let's go, break 50. But you do your full analysis. And I've made the mistake before as a day trader. Sometimes I don't zoom out enough on. I don't look at my 15, I don't look at my daily, and I regret it after. But when you pull it to that daily chart, it doesn't look all that good. So I'm glad you pointed that out. And just out of curiosity, because I want to ask you if there's anything that that's on your mind that we've missed. But before I do that, while we're on topic, when it comes to looking at time frames, before you put on a swing, just walk me through, like, how many time frames do you actually look at? I'm more, like, I usually look at only about 3. Like, I'm a 15-minute daily and a weekly for most things. I don't usually go too far past that unless it's a really long-term investment. But what are your go-to time frames that you focus on?
Well, yeah, like if we start with Chewy, I actually like, as opposed to time frames, different chart types. So this is kind of weird, but might be interesting to people. So for example, if I'm zoomed out this high, I'm just looking at a line chart. And I find this is an easy way to kind of visualize what's happening in the price. I think line charts are actually really slept on. For presenting to you guys, it's really easy to see. But also, it takes out a lot of those noise. Because if I'm zoomed this far out, which is, I'm seeing 5-6 years of data at this point, those individual intraday wicks don't really bother me that much, and they're not really that interesting. I want to see the areas in which there was big turns one way or another. Then I find that more interesting to look at on that chart. So I will zoom out 5 to 10 years on a chart like that just to get overall trend, support and resistance. And then from there, the candlestick chart I find works much better for, maybe year to date or a 1-year chart or something like that. Gotcha. Just because then I can see things like gaps, right? Because if you're looking at this line chart, you don't see this gap. And if there's significant bottoming tails or topping tails, you don't get that either. So yeah, a line chart, very zoomed out. And then I zoom into the candlestick charts, because we got to remember what candles tell us is what happened inside of each day. So if I'm not concerned about what happened inside of each day over a long period of time, then I can use line. But that nitty gritty zoom in, for me, that's going to be daily. And then for execution, I'll look at something like a 30 or a 15 minute. And that just gives me a better understanding of what's happened, over the last couple weeks to a couple days.
There it is, everybody. Not only does Michael come prepared to tell you to dip buy this morning with research over the weekend, but I can always put you on the spot and just give a little bit more perspective. That's the thing. I know you love looking at charts, so I get away with being able to put you on the spot with just about anything technical, and we get a fantastic answer. And that's why we love having you on. Be sure to check Michael out. Check out Stats Edge. You can find him on the X machine as well with some great insights. Michael, it's always an absolute pleasure. Best of luck to all of your trades. Look forward to talking to you at the end of the week.
Talk to you on Friday. Always enjoy being here.
Have a good one, brother.
See ya.
As always, fantastic talking to Michael. I mean, if you watched this morning, if you didn't watch this morning, just go back and replay when we had Michael on about, obviously at 8:45 or so, discussing the market's reaction to this kind of geopolitical news in the past, and then look at what ended up happening today. I think it speaks for itself here or there. Not crazy action on KB Homes, but before we get into the roll call, it's finally happened. And I saw you, Mr. Westermeyer, pointing this out in the chat. This is long overdue, but around here at Trader TV Live, we all, myself, Sean, the entire team, we all pride ourselves on keeping to our word. Now, there was the Buffalo Bills lost to the Kansas City Chiefs, obviously, and as a result of that, I needed to send some merch to one of our guests. Who's from that area, and Mr. Westermeyer finally, and this was not my fault, it had to do with the supplier or whatever, the Trader TV Live black hoodie finally made its way, and as proof of that, if we can come to my screen for a second, Here is Mr. Westermeyer there. Thank you so much, brother, for putting this out. I'm so glad you finally got it. I can't believe it took this long. It's a little bit ridiculous, but watching the show, I love the setup. Appreciate you. Next year, the Bills are going to whatever. We're going to the Super Bowl. I say that every single year, and we'll do some kind of a double or nothing because that's how we roll around here. But thank you so much. Go Bills. Just going to throw that out there, Chief Stink. Before we get into the roll call, I just want to remind everybody, if you want to be in the roll call, if you want to be in our community, if you want to have some fun, if you want to ask questions, you just want to chat, maybe you want to ask something to one of us, maybe to anybody in our community, you got to hit that subscribe button, everybody. So hit the like, hit that subscribe. For sure. Let's jump into some roll call. Give a big shout out to Ramin and Andre filling in for Fabian, who was not feeling well today. The Bash brothers on the midday. Give a big shout out to Sean, Brendo, Obi, and Dara bringing us a ton of news today. I mean, every day, but especially on days like today where geopolitical news is huge. Thank you so much, Adara. Drop your name in the chat, and let's get some roll call on.
Yeah, I want to thank Neil. I want to thank Sean. I want to thank Sharif. I want to thank Joe, Brendo, Obi, Ramin, Fabian, Andre, and everybody here in the chat. We've got Vivian Millionaire, Chris W, Tia, Mike Peter Ryder, Marcus Stevenson Johnson, Jimmy C, Mark Preston, Sir Poopy Paperhands, Guap 10, Stevenson Etienne, Chris W, Mike Peter Ryder again, PWR Location, Stubborn, Never Always Ever, Hearst Scrambler. We've got Joshua Lee Mallory, Bubble Bagholder, Mr. Briggs, Bob the Dog, Which Concepcion, Eski, Stubborn again here, B-Pro 12, TH, Calicat, Christopher Jones, Bleep Blorpo, D. Westermeyer, yeah, thank you for sending that photo there. Marcus Stevenson Johnson, Mike, another Mike here, Bright Awakening, Cookie, Apple Money, Susie Fox, Alexa Bliss, Joshua Lee Mallory, Liddy Band 7. Make sure to follow us all on social media if you want to join us every single day. We'll take a moment to do a plug. Check us out on X at TTV Research. I'm working on infographics for all of the major earnings this week. So we have one on BlackBerry revenue tomorrow that's going to release. FedEx versus UPS ahead of that report tomorrow night. Also RIP, that individual who's part of FedEx, Fred, RIP to him.
Legend.
Yeah, just a quick moment for that. But yes, we're also going to have Micron and Nike infographics. That's all coming up this week. Also, I have a new X account after weirdly being banned by Elon. I'm joking. I don't know why my account stopped working. It's Trader TV, Adara L. A little bit clunky. You can still find me. Yep. There we go.
You're finally back on how it should be. So all is right in the world of X. Thank you, Elon, for getting Adara back on there. But make sure you check out both accounts. Of course, Trader TV Research, fantastic already, and then Adara's account. All of our socials as well. But you know what, everybody? Volatility is here. We get CCL earnings tomorrow morning before the bell. We get some BlackBerry. We have more earnings to go throughout the week. Probably more geopolitical headlines, and you're in the right spot. Come right back here, 8:30 tomorrow morning. We're Trader TV Live. We'll see you tomorrow. And hydrate if you're in Canada. It's hot.